off a trampoline. They hit so hard that the FLIR, or radar probe on the nose of the craft, was knocked loose. It was hanging now by just heavy wires. As they finished turning, Gibson caught sight of an Afghan man sitting atop a horse on the ridgetop they'd just struck. He was blown backward out of his saddle by turbulence from the rotor blades. Gibson leveled the helicopter out. It was shaking violently. The twin rotors were out of synchronization after the impact. The cabin was shaking so hard that Gibson found it difficult to read the instruments. John Garfield, sitting in the jump seat, got on the intercom. The unit's official motto was, "Night Stalkers don't quit." But Garfield felt they would be pushing the limits of the craft's endurance if they tried to land. He didn't want their epitaph to read, "They just didn't know when to quit." Garfield announced that the conditions were just too hairy. Screw the supply drop. They were returning to K2. Gibson got on the radio and told K2 what had happened. "What's your status?" came the reply. "Well, we just bounced off a mountain," said Gibson, in his cool, southern pilot's voice. "We don't know how bad it is," said Gibson. "It's looking pretty damn bad. When we get things figured out, we'll call you." Roger that." As they headed into the night, Gibson felt like they were getting beaten to death by the vibrations. They had at least 3 hours of flight time ahead of them. After an hour, Base called back, wondering how they were making out. "Like I told you," Gibson said, his voice rattling from the violent movement of the aircraft. "We ran into a damn mountain, but I think we're going to be fine." But an hour from the Uzbekistan border, one of the crew looked down through an open door and saw a flash. They were flying about 800 feet above the ground. The flash was followed by a burst of light in the clouds behind the escort helicopter that had been trailing them during the mission. They were under attack by anti-aircraft fire. Gibson saw another flash on the ground. Any moment, he expected the helicopter's defense measures to kick in. These consisted of pods of metallic chaff secreted around the outside of the aircraft, set to go off when in proximity to an incoming missile. The release of the chaff was accompanied by the automatic popping of bright flares on the sides of the craft. These looked like exploding fireworks. The idea was that the heat and mass of these objects would draw incoming heat-seeking missiles away from the helicopter. And that was how the procedure generally worked, just fine. The right gunner reported seeing another flash as a missile climbed from the ground and exploded, but not close enough to set off the flares and chaff on Gibson's helo. Another pilot, Jerry Edwards, who was flying the trailing helicopter, was not so lucky. His helo popped its flares and chaff and illuminated the night sky around it, bathing the aircraft with bright light. Both helos were now clearly visible from the ground. They'd been spotted. Almost immediately, more missiles exploded around them. The pilots put both craft into a serious climb. The excitement was so intense that everyone on Gibson's helo forgot that it was supposed to be shaking itself apart. About half an hour later, they landed safely back at K2. After shutting down the aircraft, Gibson returned to his cot in the abandoned aircraft hangar, eager for sleep. It was nearly dawn. Life as a night stalker had assumed the predictable rhythm of intense periods of boredom, punctuated by sheer terror. Fly all night, deliver supplies or people to different parts of the country, come back to base, debrief, fall asleep. Wake at 1 or 2 in the afternoon, make a big pot of coffee, and wander out back to the veranda, which the night stalkers had constructed out of sandbags and wooden packing crates, and outfitted with a barbecue grill. The sandbags kept the prop and rotor blast from hitting the pilots as they sat waking up in their robes and flip-flops, while the rest of camp was already at work. Someone had even planted a small lawn around the decking, which they kept green with the cook's dishwater. They lined the lawn with hand-painted rocks, and somebody stuck in a sign announcing that it was a recent recipient of the Uzbekistan Yard of the Month Award. Jerry Edwards had begun keeping a journal, writing down snippets about life in the air. On one of his recent missions, they'd actually blown a hole through the fog with the Chinook's massive rotors and created a tunnel through which a C-130 fuel tanker was able to safely pass and land. It was wild stuff like that you had trouble explaining to folks back home. Edwards worried that he wasn't good enough yet as a pilot to keep up with the rest of the crews, the kind of obsessive attention to perfection that in fact made Edwards an A1 Night Stalker, one of the top 5% of all helo pilots in the U.S. Army. Sometimes after coming back from a mission, he couldn't sleep and walked around the camp trying to wind down. One night he found a cobra in one of the porta-potties that dotted the camp. He dashed backward out the door, slamming it behind him. Returning to his cot in the hangar, he opened his sleeping bag to find 2 pit vipers inside. He missed his wife. He wondered where in hell all the goodbye sex had gone. Each man got 10 minutes a week to make what the Army called a comfort call. He queued up outside the crude booth with its ancient rotary phone to wait his turn. The line was long, but Edwards was determined to make his call. After an hour of waiting, he was next in line, hunched against the chill in his flight jacket. The guy inside was exceeding his 10-minute allotment and clearly not caring. Edwards knocked on the door and said, "Hey man, we got people out here who need to make a call." The guy, an Air Force officer, ignored him. Edwards saw that there were only enlisted guys in the line. The Air Force dude was pulling rank. Edwards outranked them all. This dickweed needed to be taught a lesson. After 15 minutes, when the man still hadn't hung up, Edwards yelled, "Get off the phone, for everyone's sake!" The door flew open, and the guy started asking Edwards who did he think he was, and what was so important, and so on. And Edwards just stood there, bone-tired. What mattered now was talking to his wife. He pushed past and said, "You're all wrong, pal." It was 10 p.m. back in Fort Campbell. His wife answered, and after a couple of long yawns, he figured he was waking her up. He could hear his 3-year-old daughter babbling in the background. After the expected small talk, in which Edwards reminded his wife that he needed toothpaste and handy wipes sent in his next care package, his wife said, "Jerry, I'm pregnant." Edwards was stunned. "Are you sure?" "I've taken 3 tests." And then his daughter got on the phone. "Are you at work, Daddy?" Edwards, still reeling from his wife's news, sputtered, "Yes, sweetie, I'm at work." "Can you come home from work?" "No, not now." "I'm going to see Santa." Edwards was suddenly sad he wouldn't be seeing Santa with his daughter. "I love you, Daddy," she cried. "I miss you so much." Then she handed the phone to her mother. "That's great news," said Edwards. "Really great. I'm going to be a father again. Wow." He could barely feel his feet touching the ground. He and Diane talked a few more minutes, and looking at his watch, after exactly 10 minutes, Edwards said he had to go. He hung up. He walked back to the hangar in a daze. Man, I'm going to have a baby. It was nearly dawn. The guys inside were watching American Pie and laughing their asses off. We have to make it out of here alive, he thought. The following morning, October 24, Sam Diller left the Chobaki outpost. What he and Nelson had planned the night before was audacious. Diller, along with medic Bill Bennett and Weapons Sergeant Sean Coffers, planned to ride 20 miles west into the mountains and set themselves on a high vantage point overlooking the Taliban's flank. With them were about 30 Afghan soldiers, Dostum's men. They would commence bombing the tanks and soldiers, rushing down the valley to reinforce the army fighting Nelson. The key to Diller's survival was stealth and speed. They would be deep in Taliban territory. Diller hoped to be resupplied with food and ammo, but that was doubtful. The Air Force demanded 24-hour scheduling notice on drops, and he knew he'd be unable to schedule that far in advance. They'd have to live off the land. There'd be no hope of quick rescue. He swung up into the saddle and looked at the mountains, and then at Nelson. "This has got risk to it," he said. "I know that." "If it goes bad," Diller said, "you won't be hearing from me again." "I'll be seeing you again." Diller had an 8-hour ride ahead. He turned his horse and his men, trailed by several mules hauling their rucksacks. They began riding across the camp and soon disappeared down the hill. Nelson waved and watched them go. As Diller rode away, Spencer and Black at the Alamo rode to Nelson at Chobaki on borrowed horses. This was a social visit of sorts. Each man wanted to leave the confines of the base camp and survey the battlefield at large. Black had packed his medical gear, and Spencer was carrying a radio in case they were able to stay at the Chobaki outpost and run the logistics base from there. Borrowing the horses had been difficult. There was none to spare among the Afghans, and only Dostum's intercession on the Americans' behalf had landed them in the saddle of 2 tired mountain ponies. The ride was exhilarating at first. It seemed to Spencer that every few steps his horse would turn and look at him and say, "You're sure a big bastard. Why don't you get off and walk?" Spencer believed the horse was actually huffing and puffing as if to be melodramatic. The stirrups were short, and Spencer's knees were practically in his chest. The horse ambled along the rocky path. Spencer's back started to ache. He was wearing his load-bearing vest, crammed with ammo, grenades, water. It weighed about 40 pounds. His M4, which weighed another 7 pounds, was slung across his chest. By the time he got back to Chobaki, his legs were numb. He couldn't move. He sat on the horse, petrified, afraid to get off. He didn't want anyone kidding him about being an old man. At 40, he was one of the oldest guys on the team. Black asked him what was wrong. "Look," said Spencer out of the corner of his mouth, "I can't get off this horse." Black thought he was joking. Then he saw Spencer wince. "I can't lift my legs. My back is fried. Can you take my foot out of the stirrup?" Black pulled Spencer's right hiking boot from the iron ring and lifted his leg over the horse's rump. Spencer stood gingerly on the foot. He still had his left foot in the other stirrup. He gripped the saddle and pulled the boot away from the ring and set that foot down, too. Black could hear him gasp. Spencer stood with his arms over the saddle, catching his breath. "You're going to have to help me walk, too," he said. "Are you serious?" Spencer put his right arm over Black's shoulder, and they walked a short ways to a corner of the camp. Spencer let out a groan. Black lowered him to the ground. He put a pillow under his legs, and then one under his back. He handed Spencer a pill from his medical kit. "Take this. You should be asleep in about 30 minutes. Spencer woke the next morning after 10 hours of deep sleep. He felt a little better. In fact, he had a herniated disc, but he'd be damned if he would be sidelined by the injury. He struggled to his feet and got to work in the camp. Diller discovered the horses they were riding didn't mind bullets whizzing overhead, but they hated the boom of Taliban artillery and the roar of American bombs. They bucked and reared when either happened. He found that riding a horse uphill was less bone-jarring than riding it down. He found that a tired horse will kneel and roll over and refuse to move, with a blank, faraway look in its eye. Diller would stand there, hands on hips, feeling sorry for it. The Afghans did not feel sorry. They walked up and beat the animals with stiff whips until the animals rose silently and trudged on. Diller discovered that he was capable of living on nothing but fear, the taste of it tucked like a thin wire at the back of his throat. By the third day of riding the battlefield, he was nearly out of food and low on ammo. They were moving and bombing and moving on quickly. He had begun to feel like a ghost in the mountain. They blew a Taliban ammo dump that caterwauled in the air for 20 minutes after the airstrike. They saddled up and kept riding. They were picking their way across the spine of the Almatak Mountains, through draws and around hills, always nervous they'd be spotted by the Taliban. On this third day, Diller realized they'd ridden beyond the range of any hope for quick reinforcement or rescue. They were true outliers now, men on their own. Diller hunched in his saddle against the cold and spurred the horse on. They were covering ground so quickly, it was difficult for him to schedule supply drops. Diller didn't know where he might be in the next hour. He would be supplied only twice during the 10 days fighting in the mountains. He cut rations among the men to 1 MRE a day. They were in a race to cover ground before exhaustion overcame them all. He was carrying 300 rounds of .556 ammo, his M4 rifle fitted with a nightscope, 4 grenades, a 9mm pistol, an extra clip for the pistol, a team radio, and 5 pounds of extra batteries, a satellite radio, 3 MREs in their beige vinyl pouches, a pack of 6 extra MREs stuffed in his pack for emergency, an extra pair of white cotton socks, and a sleeping bag. His mission? Destroy Taliban trucks, tanks, and artillery. And in lieu of actual targets, bomb dirt. Simply make explosions fall from the sky for psychological effect. If he couldn't kill them, he would scare them shitless. He was doing a good job. Word was coming back over the radio net that the Taliban in Mazar believed some kind of monster now lived in the valley. That monster was Diller. He was intercepting frantic radio calls, speculating on the whereabouts of soldiers who had left Mazar and not returned. The women left behind, their wives, believed they had been eaten by a giant. In the city, when the cold wind knifed from the south, these women could hear a low, dark rumble come up from the valley, the sound of Diller's bombs. The rocky mountain paths they rode along were laden with mines. Moving down the trail was painstaking work. Through the years, some of the mines had been laid by the Afghans and others by the Taliban. Diller would watch as his scouts stopped to tilt their heads and bend down on hands and knees and peer sideways at the earth. Then they would poke around in the dirt and lift the mines from their hiding place, disarm them, blow the dust away, and tuck them in their saddlebags. God damn, but these people are tough. They give new meaning to the word recycle. By the end of the first week, Diller's clothes were hanging off his frame, and he felt like he was sleepwalking in them. He had entered a hyper-aware zone where he felt nothing missed his attention. He was getting by on 2 hours of sleep a night. He wore his boonie cap pulled down over his hollowed eyes, his face smeared with dirt, a few sparse hairs sprouting above his lip. He couldn't grow a beard to save himself. And the mustache, that was a joke. Screw it. He figured he had ways of gaining rapport and the respect of these guys. And that was by being the meanest son of a bitch in the mountain. At night, by the reddish glare of his safety light, he read the tattered copy of Sun Tzu's Art of War he kept in his shirt pocket. The Afghans couldn't read, and they wondered at him as he sat cross-legged on a rock, looking at a page, rubbing his chin, the stub of a pencil gripped between his scarred fingers. All warfare is based on deception. When you are near, make it appear that you are far away. Be swift as the wind, majestic as the forest. In raiding and plundering, move like a thunderbolt. He would then close the book and order the camp to its positions for night security. They were living in caves, small dugouts in rock big enough for several men curled in sleeping bags. In the middle of the packed dirt floor, a place for a fire, and above the fire ring, a hole that had been carved out of the rock to ventilate the smoke. The walls of the caves were charred black by years of fires, and the air inside was rich as a smokehouse's. Diller slept by the door. He did this because he feared attack at night by Taliban, who might come creeping up the mountain. And he feared that his Afghan soldiers might turn him in for the $100,000 ransom offered by the Taliban. That was a lot of money, he knew. Practically more than double what he made working for the U.S. Army. Each night before bed, he set empty water cans with spoons in them outside the cave entrance, which rattled when knocked over. A crude alarm system that he figured might give him several seconds' warning he was about to be killed. He fully expected to die. He accepted this with a silent bravado that he didn't talk about with the rest of the team. They already knew. Each day when he left on patrol, he wondered if the Afghans around them had betrayed him. Each moment he felt the impending prick of a knife at the base of his neck. He figured he'd never hear the rifle shot that killed him. After 5 days of sleeping in 2-hour shifts, it was clear nobody was getting enough rest. Diller announced everybody would rack out at night, and they'd take their chances with the Taliban, as well as their own Afghan soldiers. "Boys," he announced, "I'm going on patrol every day, me and 6 Afghans, and they haven't killed me yet. Everybody now gets a good night of sleep." Diller slept near the cave door because he figured the guy positioned there would be first to get killed in an attack. It was his idea, so he would take responsibility for it. He lay in his filthy sleeping bag, looking up at the vent in the ceiling. He didn't like it. The hole made a perfect place to pitch a grenade into the cave. He looked at the hole, rolled the problem over in his mind, and decided there was nothing to be done. He replayed firefight scenarios in his head if the camp was attacked. He didn't admire the marksmanship of the Taliban or the Afghans. It seemed they had both attended the same pray and spray school of automatic rifle fire, so he figured given a chance, he'd shoot everybody first and duke it out hand to hand, grappling, as he had trained to do for hours back at Fort Campbell. Diller was a man supremely aware of his limitations, and thereby immensely confident. That to him was the key to guerrilla fighting. He was outnumbered and surrounded 50-1 by Taliban soldiers. They had tanks, artillery, and food. He had the element of surprise. And he was traveling light. They were spidering north along the mountain ridge at 9,000 feet. Mornings were ashen, damp. Deserted colonies of pale clouds raced past their faces and vanished downwind. Diller left on patrol each day after hot tea and a mouthful of flat bread. With his Afghan guides, he probed the trail ahead, crawled under crumbling outcroppings, and lay in the rising sun, glassing the valley below. He was looking for targets, new ones. That was the drill. Back at camp, Bennett and Coffers would call in the strikes on the targets Diller had scanned the day before. Haji Habib's men would then storm the bunkers afterward and make sure everyone was dead. They left no prisoners. They had neither the men nor the means to corral them. And besides, the enemy did not prefer surrender. He could tell when they'd engaged a militant band of al-Qaeda fighters, fresh graduates, he guessed, from the jihad circuit in Pakistan. He watched from a distance as they blew themselves up with grenades. He would see them evaporate in a fountain of mist, and then hear the dull pop of the grenades carried up the mountain. He admired them grudgingly. But Diller felt he was tougher, as long as he and his men could eat. After a week, Diller was famished. He was so hungry he had lost his appetite. And then he heard a bell, a slow tolling in the fog one morning. And in the gray mist, he saw an Afghan man herding his sheep. The ragged animals were wearing bells so the herder would not lose them. "Get down there," he ordered Haji Habib, "and get us a sheep." Haji Habib came back minutes later with bad news. They were not for sale. "What do you mean? Who else is he going to sell them to?" "He eats them. They are for his family." Diller walked down the mountain about a quarter-mile to deal with a man. He offered $50 for 3 sheep. The herder wanted $500 an animal. Diller was livid. "Who else are you going to sell them to?" he asked again, "at that price?" The herder smiled. He had a face like a wrinkled pear. "No one," he said. Diller dug in his bag for money, thousands of dollars in marked bills, so the CIA could follow the trail. Diller had thought it would be months before this money was spent. The nearest, even meager store was 3 days' ride in any direction. Haji Habib and his men slit the throats of the sheep and lashed them on the rumps of their horses and spurred up the mountain to the camp. They skinned the animals and laid the hides on the cold ground and scraped the creamy fat into pans that they set sizzling on the fire. The meat was sliced and laid in the grease and fried. They ate an entire sheep in one sitting. The rest was packed in rolled cloth with the hope that it would keep in the temperate air. They ate the sheep for the next 2 days. Feeling well-fed now, Diller set his mind to the final push. Word crackled over the radio that Dostum was planning a battle for November 5. In preparation, Dean, back at K2, had finally gotten word he was going in. Ustad Atta had agreed to retreat to his stronghold south of Mazar, overlooking the village of Ak-Kupruk. The village was about 10 miles to the west of the Alamo, overlooking a river called the Darya Balk. The Taliban had captured Ak-Kupruk, and Atta had to retake the town before any Afghan forces could travel north. The 2 rivers, the Darya Balk and the Darya Suf, converged near a village called Poli Barak. Dostum, with his 2,500 horsemen, and Atta, with his 1,000 fighters, would each fight along a wishbone of the 2 rivers. Dostum and Nelson would move north along the east side of the wishbone, while Dean and Atta moved north along the west side. From Poli Barak, they'd move north along the Darya Balk to take the much larger city of Shulgare. At the same time, 500 fighters commanded by the Hazara warlord Mohakik would protect Dostum's flank in the east. Dostum believed that the town of Shulgare in the central Balk Valley was key to gaining control of northern Afghanistan. Once Shulgare fell, Dostum predicted, Mazar would fall, and so would the 6 northern provinces. All that his forces required to achieve this were sufficient arms, ammunition, and air support. From Shulgare, they'd continue north up the Darya-Balk River Valley to the Tiangi Gap, where the Taliban would likely put up an intense final fight to stop the attack on the ultimate prize, Mazar-i-Sharif, 20 miles to the north. In the midnight hours of October 28, Air Force Staff Sergeants Sonny Tatum and Mick Winehouse, whose arrival Pat Essex had earlier dreaded, lifted off from K2 with Night Stalker Greg Gibson piloting the helicopter. After a 3-hour flight, Gibson spotted the infrared strobe that he supposed marked the landing zone. He set the helo down in an awful dust storm. Swirling out of the dark were suddenly a dozen or so armed men, looking angry, and motioning that they wanted on the bird. This was odd, thought Gibson. Tatum and Winehouse had already pitched their gear off and jumped down. Gibson watched them scramble into the fray. Tatum felt like he had just jumped into a snowdrift. The finely grained sand at his feet was nearly knee-deep. Carrying their 100-pound rucksacks, he and Winehouse had to struggle with each step. The night was bitter cold. The dust burned at the back of his throat. Tatum could see only about 10 feet ahead in the gloom, even through his night vision goggles. He saw what he thought were Afghan soldiers. They were eagerly waving him in their direction. They were dressed in thin jackets and sandals. Tatum wondered how in hell they were keeping warm. He couldn't understand the language they were speaking, a jumble of tongues. All of the men had guns. Tatum looked around, but he didn't see any horses. He knew that the Americans he was supposed to meet rode horses. But where were they? He looked over at Winehouse, and they both froze. Something was not right. We're in the wrong place, Tatum thought. We're not supposed to be here. Back on the Chinook, Gibson looked out and saw an Afghan waving his arms and hurriedly directing his comrades to board the helo. At this same time, Gibson noticed that what he had thought was the infrared strobe was actually a campfire burning at a far edge of the landing zone. It also dawned on Gibson that they were in trouble. The soldiers had surrounded the aircraft. They weren't shouldering their weapons, but Gibson knew that was only a matter of time, maybe in the next few seconds. Clearly, they expected to get on his aircraft. He was damn sure that wasn't going to happen. On the ground, Tatum was looking around frantically, scanning through his goggles for a white guy. "These guys don't look like gringos," he shouted at Winehouse. "I know," answered Winehouse. About 300 yards away, behind a screen of trees, Nelson and several members of his team stood watching Tatum and Winehouse wander around in the dark. What the hell was going on? Why had they landed there? Didn't they know that place was one of Dostum's prisons, filled with Taliban soldiers? Nelson thought the Air Force guys would get cut down any minute. Behind him sat the infrared strobe, marking the correct landing zone. The pilot must have missed it, must have seen the flickering light of the campfire instead. Now Nelson had a problem on his hands. He and his men had shouldered their weapons and were about to start shooting. Back on the helicopter, Gibson yelled to Tatum and Winehouse that they needed to get the hell on board. The two men couldn't hear him above the roar of the rotors, but they'd already reversed tracks and were churning back through the sand to the helo. Nelson got on the radio and called Gibson. "What are you doing?" "Yeah, we're on the ground," Gibson said, trying to stay cool. We'll be there in a minute." Nelson and his men stood down. Tatum and Winehouse piled on board, yelling, "There's no white guys here!" As some of the prisoners tried to clamber up the ramp, the Chinook lifted off. Tatum looked down and saw dozens of angry, forlorn faces. Some of the men were shaking their fists at the rising bird. These were Taliban prisoners, local citizens, who were under Dostum's control. He had captured them earlier in the month, before the Americans' arrival. The prisoners had agreed to quit fighting for the Taliban, and in return, Dostum had allowed them to keep their weapons. Some of them even had day jobs as laborers, and returned each night to the mud-walled jail, where they sat around in the freezing dark, bemoaning their fate, but nonetheless alive. They were out of water, food, and medical supplies. When the American helicopter appeared in the night sky, they thought their prayers had been answered. They rushed it because they wanted to be captured by the Americans, whom they were sure would take better care of them. A few minutes later, Tatum and Winehouse landed at Nelson's position. Nelson looked over their gear, shaking his head. They had been instructed to come in with a bare minimum, but each man was toting an enormous rucksack and black nylon kit bags containing miscellaneous items. It was too much gear for them to carry themselves, and there weren't enough horses or mules to do the job. "You'll have to ditch some of that stuff," Nelson told them. He said they'd have to fit everything in one rucksack apiece. "Did you bring any food or water?" he asked. They hadn't. Later, when one of them asked Essex where they might find some water, Essex angrily pointed at a mud puddle and said, "There's what you're drinking, just like everybody else." Over the next 2 days, Winehouse and Tatum set about unpacking and pumping their own water, and settling into the team. On October 30, a tall, heavy truck with wooden sides rumbled into camp. In the aftermath of Nelson's bombing, Dostum's men had taken the village of Chapchal. Next, they would attack Baluch, 7 miles farther north. Nelson and his men were moving their landing zone and base upriver to be closer to Dostum's advancing troops. They loaded their gear into the truck, and they climbed a dirt road out of the valley and moved north along the rim. After 10 miles, they stopped. Below them, about 1,000 feet, lay the site of the new base camp. They loaded the gear onto mules and began the climb down along switchbacks into the valley. The river plain was wide and baked hard by sun. Copses of acacia and poplar trees grew in dark green stripes against the mountain wall. They set up camp near the trees. Dostum's tent was a large white canvas affair, stiff as sailcloth, staked out on the ground with manila rope. A cook fire smoldered nearby, upon which sat tea water murmuring in a kettle. The Americans named the place Helicopter Landing Zone Burrow. Essex and Nelson and the rest of the team lived in caves overlooking the river plain a half-mile distant. From here, the team would divide and ride out to the battle atop the rim of the valley, spreading in a 10-mile-wide crescent. Essex, Milo, and Winehouse would ride east and north to prevent the Taliban from getting around Dostum's east flank. Dostum and Nelson would form the bottom of the crescent, in the center of the battlefield, with Diller, Bennett, and Coffers stationed on the western point. Spencer and his men would switch in and out of the different cells as the force attacked the approximately 10,000 Taliban troops encamped around Baluch. Nelson and Spencer stood at the cave's entrance and marveled at their situation, which seemed fantastical. They were standing there trying to remove, of all things, their contact lenses from their tired red eyes. It seemed so odd to Spencer to be doing this while standing in a cave. The deployment to Afghanistan had happened so fast that neither of them had gotten the long-delayed laser surgery they wanted to correct their sight. And because they sometimes wore night vision goggles, they couldn't wear glasses. They were worried about how long they could make the bottles of contact lens solution last. If they ran out, they wouldn't be able to wear the lenses, which meant they wouldn't be able to see. And not being able to see equaled getting shot. Spencer called home from the cave using a satellite phone. He hadn't spoken to Marcia in 3 weeks. Spencer was going to try to keep it as simple as possible. There wasn't enough time to convey the experience of what he'd lived through, or the absurdity of changing your contact lenses in a cave while fighting a war. Back at Fort Campbell, Marcia and their 3 sons had been living with the assumption that no news from Spencer was good news. She was just glad that a white government van had been pulled up in front of the house, with news that Cal was dead. Whenever she heard a car go by the house, she froze and peeked out the window, relieved when it was a neighbor passing by slowly. She dreaded the daily possibility of seeing the van. She remembered walking into the high school cafeteria and seeing Cal sitting at the Formica table, dressed in an Army surplus coat, with blonde, stringy hair. He looked up and grinned. They didn't know each other. Marcia said to herself, "I'm going to marry that guy." The bell rang, and Cal got up and went to class. They didn't speak to each other until 2 years later at a Christmas party, during Marcia's senior year. They fell madly in love. Marcia's parents were nagging her about college. Brunswick, Georgia, was about as boring a place as anyone could imagine. One day she was driving past the Army recruiter's office. She walked inside, and the gentleman behind the desk asked if he could help her. On impulse, she enlisted. When she got home, she called Cal. "You'll never guess what I did." "I don't know, what'd you do?" "I joined the Army." "You did what?" "I joined the Army." "I didn't even know you liked the Army." "Well, I guess I do." "What do we do now?" Cal asked. "I don't know." And then she hung up. Cal rode with her parents to the bus station. She was headed to some Army base in Texas. Watching her leave was the loneliest he'd ever felt in his life. After about 3 weeks, he called her. "Marcia," he said, "I want you to marry me." "Yes," she said, "yes." And then, "But why didn't you ask me before I joined the Army?" They lived in a tiny apartment at Fort Bliss in El Paso, while Marcia worked in missile defense systems. After 4 years, when Marcia's enlistment was up, she decided to stay home with their children. They had 2 by now. Cal enlisted as a private, never thinking he'd make a career of it. At the 10-year mark, he was ready to retire. But then he decided to try out for something called Special Forces. A couple of guys in his unit were talking about it. Cal discovered that he loved it, which was how, 15 years later, he came to be standing in a cave in Afghanistan, calling Marcia back in the States. It was 3 o'clock in the morning when the phone rang on her bedside table. "Hey, what you doing?" Marcia sat up. "Cal?" "Love you." "Oh, honey, I miss you." "So what are you doing?" "Sleeping." "You always ask that." The question was a joke between them. Spencer would be deployed in a secret place around the world, and he'd call out of the blue as if he were away on a weekend business trip. "Where are you, Cal?" "You know I can't. What are you doing?" "Working, honey." "So where are you calling from?" "Every time. You know I can't answer that." "I know." It was hard to understand Spencer because of the delay in the satellite link. Marcia kept interrupting him. He sounded like he was talking from underwater, his voice wobbly. "Well, are you okay?" "Me and the guys are fine, just fine. Can I send you anything?" "How about some beef jerky?" "Beef jerky?" As he talked, Spencer was looking at a cliff rising straight up across the river valley. He thought it was a grand sight. It was late evening, dusk, and the river valley was quiet. The grass was brown. There was barely any wind. "How are things going with the boys?" Marcia asked. "Fine, fine. We're all fine." "Bye, then. I love you." "Love you, too." And Spencer was gone. The connection seemed to melt, and the phone went dead in Marcia's hands. Marcia immediately dialed Sam Diller's wife, Lisa. "Cal just called. I can't figure out where he is. Did Sam call you?" Lisa said he hadn't. They agreed to keep in touch and share any information. They operated a phone tree, with each wife or girlfriend calling the next name on a list and spreading any news. Word traveled fast at Fort Campbell. Since saying goodbye to the men at the church parking lot, the families had heard nothing. By the time Dean and his team were ready to board the helicopters on November 2 for infill, the relentless rain at K2 had turned the camp into a virtual swamp of anxious, bickering men. Dean was nervous. He worried about the lack of solid intel on Atta, the shadowy warlord he was about to befriend. The intel was so weak that when he asked for information on warlord Atta Mohammed Nur, he received a very grainy fax of Mohammed Atta, the dead man who had flown into the World Trade Center on September 11. Personalities and politics were the two key aspects of unconventional warfare. If Dean couldn't get inside the shoes of Atta and his men, where could he lead them? Dean had ended up going to the CIA webpage and downloading information about Afghanistan from the World Factbook. Did Atta have kids? Yes. Where was his wife? In Iran with the kids. Where was his money coming from? Iran and Pakistan, funneled through the Northern Alliance. What was the weather? Drought. How many troops did Atta have? About 5,000 men, some of whom he had loaned to Dostum to fill out the Uzbeks' thinner ranks. They were armed with AKs, RPGs, mortars, and a few tanks. Atta was 38 years old. The more Dean read, the more the country's key warlords seemed to resemble the mafia. Their people had many family ties, and some were employed in both legitimate and criminal businesses. They fought one another within their families, but the families stuck together against other families. Dostum's associates were reportedly involved in drug trafficking and poppy production. Atta seemed the more peaceful of the two, described as a schoolteacher and de facto governor of Mazar-e-Sharif. The team had been briefed about the perils of being captured by the Taliban. They are going to hang you from the town square upside down and beat you until you die. Then they're going to scalp you. Everybody had thought, okay, bad guys. Bad idea to meet them. And then put the thought of capture out of their minds. The team's intelligence officer, Sergeant Darren Klaus, set to memorizing all he could about where they were going. He knew they'd be trudging through snow in the mountains, that they might be in country a year. He memorized Afghanistan's ethnic tribes and terrain, and briefed the team on everything he knew. Before boarding, Mitchell and Dean's team gathered and saluted Colonel Mulholland, who gave the teams one last pep talk. He told them that although they could get into the country tonight, he might not be able to get them out. Nearing touchdown, Dean heard 1 minute out over his headset. And then he heard they were taking small arms fire, which alarmed him. But no rounds hit the Chinook. He didn't know what to make of this information. He later learned it was the Afghans' way of communicating with each other. The Americans have arrived. The Chinook settled down on its wheels, and Dean and the team prepared to exit. They were greeted by a couple dozen Afghans. They helped lift their heavy rucks off the ramp and trudged with them through the snow, a safe distance away. Dean and his team began handing out Green Army blankets to the grateful men. So far, so good. Dean himself was shivering from the ride in. The other bird came down 15 seconds later, blasting them with snow and wind. Sergeant Brian Lyle's feet were numb from the cold. He saw 4 or 5 of the locals crouched by a tiny fire they fed with small, scrubby bushes that looked like the kind of stuff you'd use in building an electric train diorama. It seemed that some of them were actually sticking their feet into the fire to keep them warm. Dean couldn't believe what the Afghan fighters were wearing. Long gowns and plastic shower shoes. Dean, red-haired, tall, with pinkish skin, realized that he had to look strange to them, too. The Afghans began packing 300 to 400 pounds of gear on a string of a dozen burros. What shocked Weapons Sergeant Brett Walden was that after the Afghans packed the gear, they scrambled on top of the heap, planning to ride the straining animal. Walden felt equally sorry for the horses loaded down with oversized Americans and their ammunition and rucksacks. The Americans struggled in the thin mountain air to keep up with the thinly dressed locals who, no longer astride the burros, were walking swiftly. "They're smoking us out here," thought Medic Jerry Booker. They slipped on ice and laughed nervously as they approached sheer drop-offs, their backs pressed against the rock wall as they inched ahead. Even the burros were slipping with a horrible racket, their hooves pounding the slushy snow. Booker slipped and fell and split his lip on the butt of his M4 rifle. After 6 hours of marching up and down ridgelines, Dean and his team entered the base camp of the warlord Atta Mohammed, near the desolate village of Akkapruk. It was about 4 a.m. Atta emerged from a mud house, looking regal, wearing a knee-length blouse, matching cotton pants, a scarf, black leather boots, and a beige pakul hat. Atta was stroking his beard, looking overjoyed to see his new American friends. Dean immediately wanted a pakul hat. He shook the warlord's hand, which was strong and papery, darkened by years of sun and war. For a 38-year-old, he looked like an older man. Dean thought he had warm eyes. "I've heard a lot about you," Dean said, lying through his teeth. What he knew about the man would have fit on an index card. But he wanted Atta to know that he had the United States' entire attention. Atta smiled and, through an interpreter, welcomed him and explained that he had been up all night planning his army's movements. He surprised Dean by announcing that he was going to take a nap. Dean felt the air go out of the moment. A nap? He wanted to sit down and talk about the war. The warlord bowed slightly and retreated inside his house. Dean shrugged. He ordered everybody to unload their gear and find escape routes in the camp in case of an attack. After dropping off Dean's team, the helicopter lifted into the air and pushed about 10 miles east to deliver Major Mark Mitchell and Lieutenant Colonel Bowers and the rest of the command and control element to Dostum's base camp. About 100 yards from the landing zone, Nelson and his communications officer, Vern Michaels, crouched behind some rocks, waited for the bird to land. They feared being mistaken for unfriendly forces lurking around the landing zone, and Nelson knew that the guys in the helicopters had a habit of shooting at anything that moved. So they stayed hidden as the aircraft lifted away. He could hear the rumble of a small, motorcycle-like engine starting. Nelson wondered what it was. Through his night vision goggles, Nelson watched as the guys on Mitchell's team loaded 2 6-wheeled motorized buggies with rucksacks and assorted bags of gear. The vehicles measured about the length of a mid-sized car. Upon inspection, they looked like big golf carts on steroids. The green and yellow painted buggies were called Gators, manufactured by the John Deere Farm Implement Company. With their knobby 6 wheels and rugged frame, they could navigate trails that a truck couldn't travel along. Max Bowers had thought to bring along the vehicles, after reading the reports that Nelson and his men had trouble finding enough horses. Mitchell was surprised to see that they had essentially landed in Dostum's base camp, where Nelson and his team had been living. Mitchell could make out the gray smudge of Dostum's canvas tent, staked down in the hardpan clay. Horses neighed and shifted nervously, somewhere nearby. Bordering Dostum's tent was a crude mud wall, chest high. Homer, Mitchell, Bowers, and the rest of the newly arrived team unrolled their sleeping bags at its base. Mitchell figured it was an hour before sunrise, and sleep seemed beside the point. He dozed off, then woke with a start. He'd been asleep several hours. He scrambled out of his sleeping bag. At that moment, Dostum strode out of his tent. Mitchell marveled at the general's confident stride. Mitchell had seen only a headshot of the man in a uniform. He tried to match the unflattering descriptions he'd read about Dostum with the smiling picture of hospitality standing before him. General Dostum reached out and shook Mitchell's hand, and then introduced himself to Bowers. With his arrival, Bowers was now Dostum's liaison, taking over for Nelson. About this new arrangement, Nelson was disappointed. He also knew there was nothing that could change it. Bowers, smiling and sporting a newly grown gray beard, sized up Dostum. He had prepared for this moment. He'd even brought along a piece of the World Trade Center, a thin, candy bar-size hunk of metal, which he intended to give to Dostum and Atta, in a bid to bind them against their common enemy, Taliban and al-Qaeda soldiers. "An honor," said Bowers, firmly shaking Dostum's hand. Dostum realized he would miss Nelson's company. He and the young American had formed a familial bond. He returned Bowers's compliment. "What do you want, General? What can we do for you?" Bowers asked. "I want to get out of this valley. I want to take Mazar." "We can do that," said Bowers. "We can fight." Dostum studied the American. He believed him. Many men would die, but they would take the city. Back at Atta's base camp in the neighboring Darya-Balk River Valley, west of Nelson's position, Dean and his team had been led to a low-roofed mud house inside a walled compound. The walls stood 8 feet high and measured 50 yards on each side. In one corner stood a latrine, whose door was hung with a filthy curtain. Dean watched as some of the soldiers, dressed in thin cotton pants and knee-length smocks, stood in the courtyard center, warming themselves around a pale fire. They looked up at him, rubbing their hands, and smiled. Dean waved back, "Hey." Standing there, looking out at the mountains, which he found beautiful, and back at the fire, smelling the wood smoke and listening to the horses stamp and whinny in the nearby paddock, Dean felt he had been born so that he might be alive at this moment, in this moment. "Where is Atta?" he asked his chief warrant officer, Stu Mansfield. "Still asleep." "I'm going outside." He was anxious to get the lay of the land. Dean pushed through the low doorway in the front wall of the compound and walked out onto the rocky ridgetop. The strip of ground was smaller than he imagined, walking up to it in the dark, measuring about 200 yards long and 50 yards wide. The compound's back wall stood against a rock face rising several hundred feet over the entire structure. The remaining 3 edges dropped steeply away from the tabletop for 1,000 feet or more. It was hard to tell. To the west lay the village of Akupruk. Dean walked to the edge of the ridge, lifted his binoculars, and tried getting a clear shot of the houses tucked along the blue Daryabalk River. The river looked cold in the morning light. The village lay quiet. No wood smoke, no one moving about. He guessed it was about 2 miles away. He panned the binos up and over to the right about 1,000 yards and spied a Taliban bunker in the mountainside, overlooking the river and the village. That was the kind of target he wanted to hit. He swung his gaze back to the houses and tried imagining the men and women and children cowered in the cold rooms of their homes, while the Taliban lay in wait in hideouts around the village. He hoped that the Taliban had not learned of his arrival. Atta awoke after an hour's nap and summoned Dean, Stu Mansfield, and Engineer Sergeant Brad Hyland to a meeting. They walked with the warlord across the courtyard. Atta's men, some 300 of them, garrisoned in the compound, stood up and watched them pass. They turned and started talking excitedly among themselves. They seemed intrigued by the weapons Dean and his men carried, pointing at the long guns, the M4s, the black heavy pistols in their nylon holsters, the grenades bulging in their load-bearing vests. Dean was struck by something akin to deep affection for these men, who were fighting and enduring more than he had ever been asked to endure. He had the urge to walk around and hug all of them and say, "Don't worry. We will get you shit, beans, bullets, and bombs, and we will make life better." He knew this wasn't your classic tough guy response to being in combat, but he couldn't help it. Atta stopped in front of a mud house next door to the Americans' new lodging and motioned them inside. All of the Afghans stooped and removed their shoes. Dean hesitated. He looked over at Hyland, who cracked a smile. Dean was reluctant to remove his boots, as cultural habit dictated. Even as a teenager, he'd been embarrassed by the strong odor of his feet. He'd tried powders, shoe inserts. He'd stopped wearing socks, thinking this might stanch the smell. Nothing had helped. The team kidded him mercilessly. Now he worried that he was about to offend Atta with the smell of his feet. It seemed odd to be considering the diplomatic repercussions of foot odor, but Dean couldn't help himself. He had lain awake nights in his tent at K2, gaming all the ways he might screw up his command. But the smell of his feet was something he'd forgotten to consider. "Here goes," he thought, and he bent down and slipped off his boots. The odor filled the doorway immediately. It nearly knocked Hyland over. He watched as Atta's men drew back as if struck by a stiff wind. Dean quickly took a seat next to Atta on a woven rug spread smooth on the dirt floor. He tried tucking his bare feet in the crook of his knees, a painful lotus position that he found nearly impossible to maintain. Hyland watched as Atta sniffed the air, and then turned his gaze to Dean, who looked up sheepishly at the warlord. Atta gave a blank look, and then began the meeting. It was all Hyland could do to avoid breaking out in laughter. In later meetings, Dean noticed that Atta made a point to wear his own boots to the carpet meetings. A hint, Dean figured, that it would be perfectly fine to do the same. Dean did not remove his boots again. A soldier appeared bearing a tray of almonds and steaming cups of tea. Dean looked around the room at pictures of Ahmed Shah Massoud, the famous anti-Taliban fighter who had been assassinated on September 9, hanging on the walls. It seemed years ago that Dean, on his honeymoon, had read the headline announcing that Massoud was dead. In many of the pictures, Atta stood smiling next to the great lion of the Panjshir. "I have several thousand troops," said Atta, speaking through an interpreter. He explained that these men were farmers by day, guerrilla fighters by night, and lived in the surrounding mountains and villages. He had only to call on his radio, and they would appear. Later, Dean would see Atta's fighters show up carrying AK-47s, and there with them would be their sons, carrying spare magazines. Behind the sons walked even younger sons, carrying nothing. Dean understood that in this kind of fighting, the sons who carried nothing would pick up either a gun or a magazine if the fathers or brothers were killed. The look on the faces of the kids seemed to indicate to Dean that they expected to die. Atta explained that he had been fighting in this area since he was 14 years old. First the Soviets, then the Taliban. He said he'd been wounded 3 times in battle and carried 10 pieces of shrapnel in his back. His brothers were all soldiers, still living. His father was a shopkeeper. He said he felt like he'd been telling the world for 5 years that the Taliban were terrorists, and now that the Americans had arrived, the world was listening. He explained that he had built a network of trusted contacts among the locals, and his soldiers moved themselves and supplies swiftly, without much detection by the Taliban. The terrain itself conspired to split and divide and confuse. Dean explained that he needed his men taken to positions in the mountains where they could watch over enemy bunkers. "I want to bomb the leadership positions," he said. Dean knew that the Taliban army was increasingly led by fighters from Pakistan, Saudi Arabia, and Chechnya. He figured that if he could get rid of them, the locals would defect from the army, because, as Dean had told his team, Afghans do not like to be occupied by anybody. "Do you have a map?" Dean asked. Atta said he didn't, which shocked Dean. He reached into a bag and pulled one out, written in English. Atta's eyes lit up in delight. He took the map, carefully smoothed it open on the carpet, and began narrating in Dari the places he had fought in, the places he still hoped to win. "I can bring in bombs," said Dean. "You need to show me the targets. I'm not going to just drop bombs anywhere. I don't want to hurt the population. We are here to liberate the Afghan people." Atta told Dean that a village called Lalami, located about 5 miles west of Akkupruk and about 10 miles north of where they now sat, had fallen the day before. His men had also attacked Akkupruk, but the battle there was still furious. The Taliban had positioned 5,000 troops around the village. They had watched a line of a dozen or more trucks race from the city under cover of darkness, fleeing north, said Atta, to Mazar-i-Sharif. Atta explained that the Taliban in Akkupruk stood in the way of his army's march to Mazar-i-Sharif. Dean laid out the battle plan. He and Atta would capture Akkupruk and drive the Taliban north up the Darya-Balk River, where they would eventually unite with Dostum's forces. The combined American and Afghan forces would move up this valley to victory. "I will need to split my team," Dean said. He suggested that Atta stay behind at base camp with Chief Warrant Officer Stu Mansfield, Communications Sergeant Brian Lyle, Engineer Brad Hyland, Weapons Sergeant Mark House, and Medic Jerry Booker, who would run a beans and bullets supply train. From this mountaintop vantage point, Atta could direct Dean as he traveled downrange in combat. Dean would be accompanied by Intel Sergeant Darren Klaus, Medic James Gold, Air Force Combat Controller Donnie Boyle, Weapons Sergeant Brett Walden, Sergeant Francis McCourt, and Communications Sergeant Evan Colt, and a security detail of approximately 50 of Atta's soldiers. Their job? Bomb Taliban bunkers surrounding Akkapruk, while Atta's army attacked the village proper. Atta smiled. "I will have my men bring up some horses," he said. While the meeting between Dean and Atta was going on in the mud house, Brian Lyle and Jerry Booker stood outside the door and watched as some of Atta's soldiers rode up the mountain from the battle around Akkapruk. The soldiers were astride tired horses, trailing a string of burros. The soldiers looking dirty and exhausted, some of them bleeding, their horses breathing raggedly beneath them. The men dismounted and ate a quick cup of boiled beans and drank some water, while other men in the camp loaded handfuls of AK ammo and RPG rounds in the saddlebags lashed to the burros. The resupply took half an hour. Then the riders remounted and turned the animals back down the mountain, clinking and clanking, descending into the valley, and the struggle for Akkapruk. Lyle and Booker dug through their rucksacks, pulled out several cartons of Marlboro cigarettes, and started handing them around as a gesture of friendship to the men in camp. Neither Lyle nor Booker were smokers, but they lit up too, to be sociable. Lyle grew lightheaded after about 3 puffs, and dreaded the fact that any marching he'd do tomorrow would feel doubly laborious. But then something happened that made the nausea feel worthwhile. Atta's men started laughing, pleased with the Americans' generosity. And one of them started yelling, "Commando!" as in, "Welcome, Commando Dr. Booker. Welcome, Commando Radioman Lyle." Their usefulness was soon put to the test when a wounded man stretched out on top of a door was carried into the compound. This man's leg was a mess. Booker drew a breath as he leaned in, examining the wound. The guy had stepped on a mine, the kind known as a toe popper. Small, light, and inexpensive. These mines were considered very injurious to an opposing army, because they merely wounded the enemy rather than killing them outright. If you blasted a soldier to death, that was that. But a wounded man required several of his comrades to carry and care for him until he reached real medical help. The man before Booker was a perfect example of the strategy. His foot had been peeled back, the jellied flesh dark as a ruby. Booker was worried about gangrene setting in. He didn't have any bone saws with him, and he definitely was going to have to cut this dude's leg off, or at least part of it. He reached into the sheath on his web belt and pulled out his Leatherman tool. It did have one good blade, about 4 inches, serrated. It would have to do. As Booker was studying the leg, he looked up, startled to see a pretty woman approach, her dark hair uncovered, her face pale. She looked about 20 years old. She stood at the man's head and stroked his hair. She began to cry. She was, he guessed, the man's wife. And in her grief, she had neglected to cover herself with a veil in Booker's presence. Realizing this, Booker averted his eyes, not wanting to offend her or the Afghan men. One of them lifted a blanket between Booker and the woman, so that he could still work on the man's leg. He could hear him moaning on the other side of the blanket, the song of pain mixed in with soft reassurances from his wife. Booker knew they were praying, and that they understood that the man might not make it. The explosion of the mine had taken off most of the flesh on the leg. The blast had started at the base of the foot, and the shrapnel had chewed up along the shin and scoured the tibia. Everything below the knee was bare bone, sheathed in a thin coat of blood. Booker took hold of the leg and manipulated it, considering whether or not to disarticulate the knee. In other words, if he should disassemble it, taking it cleanly apart at the joint, like you would pop the leg socket on a chicken bone. But he wanted to leave the guy something, some semblance of a stub, in case he could ever get fitted for a prosthetic. He decided to cut 3 inches below the knee. Booker had given the guy Nubane, an opiate-like synthetic morphine, to control the pain. But he was bleeding like a son of a bitch. Booker made up an IV drip, providing as much fluid as he could, without thinning the guy's blood too much and blowing a clot, which could result in a hemorrhage. Booker worried that the guy had lost too much blood, yet he had to do the best he could to save him. He also knew that if the guy were in a trauma center back in the States, he'd make it. The woman on the other side of the blanket was crying and still praying. After a while, it seemed to Booker, they all thought, "What's the use?" And the blanket dropped, and he could see the woman's ashen face. He didn't want to make her feel even more uncomfortable in the midst of this gore and suffering. Now, as Booker sawed the tibia, the guy lay moaning gently as the knife blade made a dull whiz, whiz sound, cutting bone. Usually at this point, he'd packed the end of the cut with something called bone wax, a substance meant to cap the cut. But he didn't have any of that either, so he improvised by repacking the marrow in the center of the bone and tried fashioning a plug out of that. It worked. He wrapped the flap of skin over the stub and bandaged it. When he was done, it all looked very neat. But he sensed the guy wasn't going to make it. Afterward, Booker was surprised to be asked by the man's family if the patient should eat some opium or inject it. The family was obviously thinking of medicating him, and Booker thought, God, I don't know. Finally, he said, I guess I'd tell him to smoke it, because it would be a lower dose that way. If he has to have it, smoke it. The relatives nodded their understanding. As soon as Booker finished with the leg, the Afghans brought in a kid, no more than 14, who'd been shot in the shoulder. The bullet had entered the front and exited cleanly out the back, something that was called a through-and-through. This kind of wound was a no-brainer, and the kid was bandaged and taken away. More troubling was another young man who'd been shot in the wrist. Booker gave him an injection of a local anesthetic, unwrapped a pair of latex gloves, and used the wrapper as a skirt on the kid's lap. Booker was mindful of the need to conserve supplies, and he figured that the sterile inside of the wrapper would suffice as a clean operating surface. He had the kid lay his arm on the white wrapper, and then he pulled out his Leatherman knife. The boy's eyes widened as Booker extended the serrated blade and held the knife away from him over the bare dirt and poured alcohol on the metal to disinfect it. Booker turned back and saw weariness in his eyes, but not fear. Booker shook his head, admiring the boy's courage. He pressed down with the knife, careful to cut along the tension line of the skin on both sides of the wrist, so the arm muscle wouldn't pop open like a jack-in-the-box. He went in with the Mayo scissors and cut out the bruised and dead muscle. That's what he knew would kill the kid. The dead tissue causing an anaerobic infection. You might leave an air pocket in the suture, and pretty soon the air would escape, leaving the dark, moist place without oxygen. It was those kinds of infections that killed lots of guys in the Civil War and in World War II. Booker then packed the hole with Kerlex to stop the bleeding. The best thing would have been to close the wound with some sutures for 3 days, and then ask the guy to visit him. But Booker had no idea if he'd ever see any of these guys again. When Booker was done, Atta's men came up and thanked him. There was blood everywhere. On the door, splattered on the ground. Booker noticed a dog circling the courtyard, looking hungry as hell. When he had finished cutting off the first man's leg, they had set the bone aside, and now Booker spied it lying in the courtyard. He knew it was only a matter of time before the dog made off with it. What was the Muslim custom, he wondered? Did it have to be buried in a special way? And then he started imagining the dog gnawing on the leg bone, and he picked up a rock and threw it at the dog. "Get out of here!" Finally, an Afghan soldier walked up and carried the bone away, tucked under his arm. Booker had no idea what would become of it, but he was relieved. As he was considering this macabre turn of events, from across the compound came a disconcerting cry. "The Taliban are coming! The Taliban are coming!" Booker jumped up, and Dean, Mansfield, and Highland stepped quickly from the house in which they'd been meeting with Atta. "Are we under attack?" asked Dean. The shouts were coming from outside the compound wall, but there didn't seem to be a crowd out there. Holding their weapons at the ready, Dean and the team ran out of the compound, down a small hill, and took up a hidden position in a small depression in the ground. Looking at it, Dean realized they were in a dry moat that had been dug around the compound. He strained to hear the approach of enemy troops. Peeking above the berm with his binoculars, he saw about 20 men in black turbans walking along a trail on a ridge across the valley, about a half-mile off. They were being guarded by several of Atta's men, who were nudging them along with the barrels of their AKs. The group disappeared behind some rocks, and finally, maybe a minute later, reappeared on the trail, this time closer to the compound on top of the ridge. Dean could see, to his surprise, that the men's hands were bound with scraps of cloth. Dean and his men climbed out of the moat and hurried into the compound where the prisoners were starting to assemble. Atta walked up and down their line, speaking slowly and solemnly, as if talking to schoolboys. Dean couldn't figure out what was being said. He talked for several minutes. The POWs stood humbly before Atta, still bound, looking at the ground. And then Atta beckoned one of his lieutenants forward, who approached the POWs. To Dean's shock, the soldier began untying the prisoners. The team tightened the grip on their weapons. One by one, each prisoner approached Atta, placed a hand over his heart, and humbly swore allegiance. When a prisoner was done, he stepped away. Then either he walked out of the compound, headed, Dean figured, for home, or he picked up a weapon and joined Atta's soldiers. It was clear that many of the Northern Alliance fighters knew some of these Taliban men. They explained to Dean, "No, this man is okay. He is a shopkeeper. He sells oranges. He is my friend." Either the men had joined the Taliban against their will, or they had seen the error of their ways. Maybe they never wanted to be in the Taliban in the first place. Dean could not wrap his mind around this surrender. He thought he smelled a rat. He and the team were now surrounded by the very soldiers whom, minutes earlier, they had been planning to kill. Atta took Dean aside and explained that each prisoner needed to be treated well, as defined by Sharia law, which Dean knew from his study of the Quran. "I will treat them as I would wish to be treated, should I ever be captured," said Atta. Dean nodded. "Stay alert," he instructed the team. "These prisoners might be fixing to smoke us all." A short time later, Dean's team left Atta's compound in rain and fog and rode all afternoon, climbing down the rocky trails into the Balk River Valley. Trails so narrow that a slip meant falling into a chasm hundreds of feet deep. Sergeant Brett Walden's horse reared, and the saddle suddenly slid all the way back on the animal, around its ass, and Walden had to grab onto the tail above the kicking hooves. He let go and rolled off the animal to safety. He remounted the ornery animal, and the troops were moving again. 12 hours later, they approached the wind-scoured edge of Lalami South, a 5,000-foot mountaintop settlement overlooking Akkupruk. Dean judged they'd traveled down the mountain about 8 miles since leaving Atta's headquarters. Akkupruk now appeared less than a mile away, darkening in twilight at the bottom of the valley. Their guide turned in the saddle and told them to stay where they were. He rode ahead with several other soldiers toward a cluster of 8 houses about 100 yards down the trail. These crude mud dwellings belonged to Afghans sympathetic to Atta, but the soldiers were double-checking the security of the area. Dean watched as one of the doors on a house opened just as Atta's men approached. A man stood in the doorway listening as the soldiers spoke, and then he held out his hand as one of the soldiers placed what looked like a wad of money in it. The owner of the house turned, looked in Dean's direction, and waved them on. The Afghans remounted their horses and galloped back. "It is safe," one of them said. "We can go in." Dean realized that they had just linked up with what was called the Auxiliary, a fancy word describing the underground of citizens who were supporting the war against the Taliban. Much like the fighters in France during World War II, looking for support among the local resistance, Dean and the Afghans were at the mercy of the man who owned the house. Dean wondered if they'd been compromised. They planned to spend the night here and bomb the Taliban in the morning. The owner of the house led them to an empty room. They were completely concealed from anyone passing by outside, and Dean saw that this was a well-coordinated plan. He and the men stacked their rucksacks against the walls and slid down next to the bundles. Unable to stretch out their legs in the cramped quarters, they slept fitfully for a few hours until dawn, when they mounted their horses and started riding again. They rode with the sun rising at their backs. In places it seemed the animals were wider than the trail, forcing them to step carefully, like tightrope walkers. Dean wanted to dismount and lead his horse, but the Afghans had stayed aboard, and so he'd tried swallowing his fear. His animal plodded ahead, as if led by a string. The travel was slow going. The pack animals strained under their heavy loads of American gear. He wondered how many times horses had made this journey along this path, and he guessed the answer was in the hundreds. Dean looked down from the saddle as they passed firing positions carved in the rock, and he thought about the men who had fought and died in them. The Afghans grew restless and beat the struggling Boros. One of them collapsed and rose reluctantly. Dean looked back and saw that one of the horses had broken a leg and was lying on the trail. Later, when they stopped to rest, Dean asked what had happened to the horse. The Afghans professed ignorance. Dean figured he'd be eating it for dinner that night. They rode onto a ridgetop, crossed its hard expanse, and rode off the edge, heading downhill. Suddenly, one of Atta's men held up his hand. Dean looked around. They were exposed on a rocky face, visible for miles. They must know what they're doing, he thought. Maybe we're lost. Try not to be the pushy American. Dean broke out his phrase book, hoping to talk to them in their native Dari. He looked up from the page to see hundreds of red-painted rocks scattered on the hillside. He calmly replaced the book in his coat pocket and announced to the rest of the team, "We're in deep shit." They already knew. They had ridden into a minefield. Dean looked for white rocks, designating areas that had been cleared of the explosives. There weren't any white rocks. Dean looked to their guide. "Follow me," the man said. He turned his horse tightly in the confines of its own shadow, and they rode back up the hill and turned and stopped to consider the situation. Just then, Dean heard the thud of hooves, and riding up came a dark-haired young man galloping confidently, his hat pushed back on his head. He dismounted, walked straight up to Dean, and said in Russian, "I am Mohammed Sihed." Russian, a language Dean could speak. "Thank you for being here," said Sihed. "Thank you for helping us with our cause to kill the Al-Qaeda." "So glad, and a privilege to fight with you," said Dean. "I heard there are some bad guys in Lalami." "There are." "Well, I want to kill bad guys," said Dean. "Okay, let's go, me and you." "I want to bring Boyle," Dean said. "He talks to airplanes." "No problem." "There are landmines," warned Dean. "I know the way. We will walk." Dean radioed Chief Stu Mansfield that he was about to set up a bomb strike, and then grabbed his camelback, the water hydration system worn like a knapsack, from which he could drink through a tube over his shoulder. Boyle shouldered a ruck containing his radios, and they struck across the edge of the hilltop, along a snow-dusted trail. "If you stay on the trail, no problem," Sihed called over his shoulder. "Pass it on," joked Dean. "Will do," said Boyle. After an hour of walking uphill, they were crouched behind a rock facing a towering mountain wall about 2,000 yards away. Snapping his binoculars into focus, Dean made out the gray, flinty edges of a Taliban bunker emerging from the rock. He handed the binos to Boyle, who looked through them and lowered them and turned to Dean. "Taliban or Dost?" Dean asked, using the Dari word for friend. "No Dost. Taliban." Sihed made a slashing motion across his throat, as if with a knife. Boyle turned to Dean. "I can't drop bombs on that," he said. Dean was shocked. "Why not?" "Because," said Boyle, "how do I know that's an enemy position?" Dean was incredulous. "What would you like to see to convince you? Listen, man, these people don't wear uniforms. What do you want to see?" "I can't drop bombs on them, sir," Boyle said. "I'm sorry. I just can't." This was the last thing Dean had expected to hear. He knew Boyle was trying to do the right thing. They dreaded dropping bombs in the wrong place. Dean pointed at Sihed and asked Boyle, "So how do you know he is not the enemy?" "Well, I don't." "Exactly," said Dean. "But he is standing here, and he is telling us that those motherfuckers over there are bad guys." Dean didn't exactly know what else he should say. "Listen," he went on, "we're never going to know who is a bad guy or a good guy unless they tell us, or someone points a gun at us." Boyle agreed to drop the bombs. They called in a JDAM, arriving at the grid coordinates by plotting with their rangefinders. The bomb missed by at least a half-mile. Dean and Boyle agreed they'd be more successful using lasers. Dean was embarrassed. He radioed back to the team at Atas and asked that someone bring forward the Soflam, which was the laser designator. "And walk, don't ride the horses," said Dean. "There's landmines. Be careful." It would be dark in several hours. Dean felt the day was slipping out of his control. Upon arriving, Booker and Highland were anxious to start dropping bombs, but they also worried that the spot where they stood contained landmines. Sihed assured them that it didn't. To prove his point, he ordered his men to run in circles around the escarpment, scuffing their feet and jumping up and down. "See? All clear." Holy Christ. Dean expected any minute that someone would blow up. The afternoon went farther downhill from there. Using the laser, Boyle painted the bunker they had missed earlier, and the bomb inexplicably flew off target and hit another bunker nearby by mistake. Dean wanted badly to impress Atta, and he felt nothing but frustration. At dusk, though, he was able to figure out the source of their targeting problem. He was relieved to learn it was not his fault. As the drafts from the valley floor circulated during the day, supercharged by the sun's increasing heat, the air had thickened to a brown haze. It was this haze that was actually bending the laser, so that the invisible beam of light was not aimed where Boyle pointed it. Dean was angry about the impasse. He hadn't eaten in 2 days. He'd slept little. A cold wind blew up the mountain ridge and flashed around the dark, slashing at them. Looking down from their perch, Dean saw fires flickering in the far distance, around Akkupruk. "What's going on?" he asked Sehed. Sehed shook his head sadly. "The Taliban were coming through town," he said, "burning the homes of the men who had joined Atta's forces." "What about their families?" "If they're lucky, their families went with them." Dean realized there was no more to do here tonight, except watch Akkupruk burn. He couldn't bear the sight. He couldn't bear thinking about the screams and gunfire he imagined arising in the village. He looked at the fighters standing with him. These people are starving. Winter is coming. It's cold. He told Sehed they would return to Atta's compound. They would come back tomorrow and set things right. They rode back in pitch dark. Getting off his horse, he was shivering. He smelled hot cooked rice and bread warming on an iron skillet somewhere. His mouth was watering. He practically fell off his horse, dead tired. He was met at the door by one of Atta's men. There was some bad news. They would not be attacking Akkupruk tomorrow. They had to wait. Dean was disappointed, and he wanted to know why. "Because Dostum's forces were not yet in place," said the soldier. Dean thought about the town burning, the children, the women. Maybe they were being killed as he stood there. But there was nothing to be done. He felt both frustration and grief. Dean and his team entered the door to the eating room and sat down heavily on the carpet, the room lit by guttering candles. An Afghan came in with a towel draped over his arm, bearing a pitcher of water. Each diner held out his hands and washed them, then took the towel from the man's arm, dried off, and replaced it. This was meant to show everyone that each man was clean. They sat cross-legged on a red cotton blanket. Dean tucked his stinky feet under him as best he could, trying to muffle the odor. It didn't work. God, he was hungry. He smelled something good and greasy. Goat. He couldn't remember when he'd been so hungry. He and the team watched as the Afghans they'd been traveling with these past 3 days reached out with their left hands and cupped the rice from a communal bowl, then brought the hand to their mouth in one smooth motion. Reach out, stroke to the mouth, suck from the hand, and repeat. Dean tried doing the same, and soon made a mess. The rice grains were falling all over the red carpet beneath him. Nobody seemed to care. His team had a pile of goat meat at the end of their blanket, and the Afghans had a pile at their end, and they were all eating like mad. The meat had some kind of marinade on it. He bit into a piece of bread, and his teeth crunched on the sand grains in it. Dean thought that he would never taste anything as good again. He understood that Atta and his fighters were giving him the best they had, and that this food could probably feed their families for a week. He realized that generosity was in proportion to what you had. These were some of the poorest people he had ever met, and yet they would give him, it seemed to him, even their lives, if it came to that. In return, He wanted them to win their freedom. Someone on the team pulled out a Dari phrasebook, and, their shadows flickering on the walls, the Americans started saying hello in Dari. "Name tu chiast Dean," said Dean. "My name is Dean." "Name tu chiast Darren," said Sergeant Klaus. "Name tu chiast Brian," said Sergeant Lyle. Whenever somebody swore, "God damn, this is good food," or "Shit, what a fucking mess the bomb strikes were today," Atta repeated the profanity and laughed. "How do you say mudder-fudder?" he asked. "Say motherfucker?" repeated Dean. "Motherfucker," said Atta. The Afghans and Americans laughed as if they were drunk, but they weren't drunk, except on the wind and the harsh sun, and the feeling that at any moment they could all die. Pretty soon the goat was gone. They had consumed the entire 50-pound animal. All that was left was the grease at the bottom of the porcelain dishes, which were decorated with fishes and tiny flowery designs. They swiped pieces of flat bread into the grease and gobbled them down, and opened the phrasebook to the word good, and pointed at the empty platters, chewing, and exclaimed, "Good." Dean had felt so terrible, riding back to the safe house. Terrible about missing the bomb targets, about the fires burning in Akkupruk. But now, they were all laughing. On November 3, as Dean and his team climbed to their observation post above Akkupruk in preparation for bomb strikes, Major Mark Mitchell was busy continuing getting to know General Dostum in his camp in the Dar Yusuf. Mitchell and Dean were separated by less than 20 miles of roadless mountains, but they had been thrust into vastly different camps. Dostum turned out to be a gregarious host, who laughed easily, and turned serious without pause, his eyes narrowing. Atta, thin, shy, introspective, whose ambition to power was no less than Dostum's, smiled slyly when he might have spoken bluntly, more Cheshire cat to Dostum's German shepherd-like visage. Dean sensed that Atta was truly his own man, regardless of the fact that he seemed loath at times to betray exactly what he was feeling. Mitchell grudgingly admired Dostum's uncanny ability to be any man that any situation called for. Dostum, Mitchell, Bowers, and CIA officer J.J. were sitting on a rug as Bowers explained the coming 2 days' strategy. On November 5, Dostum's forces would mount an assault on the village of Baluch, about 8 miles to the north, and from there link up with Atta's soldiers near Poli Barak. It would be Bowers's and Mitchell's job to coordinate bomb strikes between Dean's team to the west and Nelson's team in the east, as they moved north in parallel lines. Bowers explained that the danger was that one of the teams could get ahead of the other, and risk being bombed by its own friendly forces. Bowers would have oversight of the entire operation. Bowers hadn't been convinced he needed to explain the battlefield in these simple terms, but he was later glad that he had, when he discovered that many of Dostum's men couldn't read a map or discern east from west on a compass. These earnest, illiterate men navigated by orienting themselves by terrain features, such as mountains. They knew which way to turn in order to pray, east, because that was the direction in which the sun rose. Dostum's men were low on ammunition. They had shot thousands of rounds and launched hundreds of rocket-propelled grenades at Taliban lines. They were so low on bullets that they were picking stray rounds off the ground and pocketing them. If they were dirty, they cleaned them by shaking them in a bucket filled with crushed glass, which polished the shell casing and ensured the round would fire. "You'll have your ammunition," promised Bowers. Before leaving K2, he had devised a phrase that he thought might be effective in gaining Dostum's trust when they met. "In this coming battle," he said, "we must be brothers and drink from the same cup." Dostum considered the sentiment, and then nodded. He offered Bowers 8 horses for his men, 8 horses that he could barely afford to loan out, given the shortages among his own fighters. Bowers ordered his team, Major Mitchell, Sergeant Major Martin Homer, combat controllers Malcolm Victors and Bert Docks, Sergeants First Class Chuck Roberts and Pete Bach, and Medic Jerome Carl, to saddle up. Martin Homer, who had grown up in a rural West Texas town, sat comfortably on his horse. His friend Victors struggled atop the saddle and wobbled uneasily in the cramped wooden frame. The 8 Americans, led by Dostum and a dozen of his men, struck along the riverbed south, toward a trail climbing up from the valley to the battlefield on top, headed for the south rim of the Darya Suf Gorge. Their job: survey the battlefield in preparation for the November 5 attack. Victors yanked back and forth on the horse's reins and confused the animal. It reared and shot down the trail, with a frightened Victors whooping and clutching handfuls of the horse's mane. Victors raced past Dostum, calling over his shoulder, "I don't know how to ride a horse," and galloping further, finally stopped the animal. Homer rode up and patted Victors in the back and said, "Nice." They rode across harrowing switchbacks. The rugged terrain astounded Mitchell. Soon the entire U.S. force was spread along the trail, so much so that when Mitchell crested a rise, he had to look ahead and scan the horizon for the bobbing, charging silhouette of Dostum, riding still farther forward. Mitchell was having slightly better success than Victors on his horse. Mitchell's hiking boots slipped out of the narrow stirrups, and he was constantly forced to lean and jam his boot back in, worried he'd lose his balance and fall off the horse, and continue falling until he hit the valley floor far below. He watched as Bert Docks wended his way along the 3-foot-wide mountain trail ahead of him. At a sharp turn, Docks's horse slipped and sent him tumbling from the saddle and off the edge of the cliff. The horse regained its footing and galloped ahead. Mitchell shook his head, horrified. "We'll never even find his body." He peered over the edge, expecting the worst. He saw Docks lying on a narrow ledge a few feet down from the trail. Docks was white as a sheet. Mitchell laughed as they pulled him back up to the trail. And then the situation worsened. Mitchell discovered that the horses, all stallions, fought constantly. Dostum's horse bucked and shot out a heavy rear hoof, which struck Bowers, who was following close behind on his horse. Mitchell couldn't believe the sound of the impact. He thought somebody had snapped a baseball bat in half. Bowers grimaced and doubled over the saddle, grabbing his shin. "Sir, are you all right?" asked Mitchell. "Yes," gasped Bowers. "The general's horse," gasped, "kicked me." Mitchell admired the lieutenant colonel's self-control when he knew he wanted to scream. Any sign of agony might have raised suspicions in Dostum's mind about the American's steadfastness. Bowers rode upright and silent in the saddle. After that, he kept a respectful distance from Dostum's rearing steed. They all did. On November 5, to kick off the final coordinated assault on Baluch, Stu Mansfield, positioned with Atta at the warlord's mountaintop compound, ordered the drop of a bomb called a Blue 82, which Mansfield called the motherfucker of all bombs. A few minutes after dawn, barreling toward Earth, was the largest non-nuclear explosive device in the United States arsenal. Brian Lyle was walking outside Atta's compound, scanning the treeless terrain, looking for a place to relieve himself, when he saw a flash in the eastern horizon, followed by a long sonic bath of crunching thunder. Lyle thought they had come under nuclear attack. A gray, angry mushroom cloud filled the sky. The bomb, weighing 15,000 pounds and measuring about the length of a VW Beetle, had been rolled out the back end of a C-130 and plummeted thousands of feet before a chute deployed and gently carried it to Earth. Armed with a pressure fuse, the steel, barrel-shaped container exploded above ground and vaporized any plant or animal within 250 yards of ground zero. The concussion created a flash of overpressure totaling 2,000 pounds per square inch, the same amount of pressure one would feel standing on the floor of the sea a mile underwater. No one, though, was killed by this explosion. By design, the bomb had been dropped on an expanse of empty desert, solely to terrify the Taliban before the day's battle. A half hour later, another one of the bombs slid from the back of another C-130, and this explosion also shook the ground beneath Lyle's feet. Lyle looked in the direction of Akkupruk and saw several pickup trucks with their headlights on, racing out of the village. It looked like the bastards were on the run. 16 days after Nelson's team had stepped off the helo at Dehi and started fighting, all of them, Nelson, Mitchell, and Dean, wondered if victory might be within reach. The nearly several dozen soldiers who made up the American force were spread over 60 square miles of desert and mountaintop in a U-shaped formation. The center of the U was the village of Baluch, the assault's objective. Diller, on his mountaintop in the west, formed the top end of the U, and Sergeants Milo and Essex and Combat Controller Mick Winehouse, sitting 30 miles across the valley, formed the eastern tip of the U-shaped formation. Several miles southeast of Diller, Dostum, Mitchell, and Bowers were overwatching the battle from the south rim of the Dar Yusuf Valley. Captain Mitch Nelson, demoted from his position of official influence alongside Dostum since Bowers' arrival, was riding with the secondary commander named Ahmed Lal and 100 of his horsemen, positioned in the center of the U. 5 miles to Nelson's east, Combat Controller Sonny Tatum, Weapons Sergeant Patrick Remington, and Commo Sergeant Fred Falls were riding with another sub-commander named Ahmed Khan, leading 150 horsemen of his own. Situated about a half-mile behind Khan, Cal Spencer and Scott Black were running the log train and aid station. In all, this force of 3,000-plus men was facing 20,000 Taliban soldiers, arrayed in hundreds of bunkers dug into the surrounding hills. Yelling, screaming their battle cries, weapons raised, the Afghan horsemen spurred their horses and charged the Taliban lines. By mid-afternoon of November 5, after several hours of furious gunfighting, Milo, Essex, and Winehouse suddenly found themselves in a fix. They had been anxious to push north of the rest of the fighting force, well past the village of Charsu. With them were some of Dostum's soldiers. Now they were about to be surrounded and overrun. Milo had looked over the berm, and there they were, the Taliban, coming up the hillside, their white robes flapping in the wind as they ran at them. 1 minute they hadn't been there. The next minute they were firing at Milo and his crew, tucked in their trench. Rounds zinged overhead, hitting the dirt around them. Sergeant Pat Essex pressed his cheek to the stock of his rifle, squeezing off shots, yelling at Winehouse to stay on the radio and talk to the pilot, because they needed to drop some bombs, quick. Milo counted 50 Taliban in all, running up the hill at them, their AKs held at the waist, firing at full auto. Milo wished they had been carrying mortar tubes and heavy 50 cal machine guns. They had left those weapons behind at K2 because they had thought they'd be traveling by foot to Mazar. The Taliban were about a half-mile away, running from the bunker on the left in the west. Milo had the soft lamb perched on the trench's lip, and he was pulling the trigger with the laser. The bunker squatted in the dry earth about 1 mile away. Milo was talking to the laser, even though he couldn't actually see it. It was invisible to the naked eye. What he did see were the crosshairs of the viewfinder, which resembled a rifle scope's, and he zeroed those on the wooden crossbeams of the bunker doorway. He'd spent hours going through the designator's manuals, making sure the device was correctly adjusted. He was confident it was. "Come on, you son of a bitch. Blow the fuck up." He could feel the steady pump of the Zeus as it threw rounds at them. They exploded around the trench, in front, behind, off to the side. The Taliban had elevated the gun and were lobbing them in Milo's direction, hoping to get lucky. The pilot came over the radio and said he had dropped the bomb. Milo started talking to the bomb as it fell and latched onto his laser, sailing toward the bunker. "Hit that damn thing, hit that damn thing," he muttered. When the bomb hit and the Taliban bunker blew up, Milo impulsively jumped up and cheered, and a fusillade of machine gun fire from the Taliban's position erupted around him. He could hear the bullets snapping overhead. He stood shouting at the smoking hole, "You pissed my wife off, and you pissed me off." And then he gave the smoking hole the finger. Essex looked up in astonishment. "Milo, what the hell are you doing up there? Get down!" He grabbed Milo's arm and yanked him into the trench as the machine gun fire increased in intensity. Milo sunk down, and it dawned on him that the situation was getting worse. Essex was popping up and firing at the Taliban coming up the hill, while behind them, Winehouse was on the radio, yelling, "Drop again! We are being overrun!" Rocket-propelled grenades were exploding around the trench. Essex yelled that he was running out of ammo. Milo started firing too. Essex ordered the Afghans with them, terrified men dressed in suit coats, sandals, and turbans, to spread along the trench and return fire. They peeked over the lip and started shooting reluctantly. Essex heard Winehouse on the radio, still talking to the plane. Essex was squeezing off rounds methodically, pausing to relay to Winehouse the advance of the Taliban up the hill. Milo had his M4 in one hand resting on the trench and the trigger grip to the soft lamb in the other. He was painting a group of men, about 150 Taliban, with the laser, and shooting at them at the same time. Essex picked out what he thought was the leader of the Taliban assault, a man in a flowing white robe who was running along the hill about halfway up from left to right. The soldier was trying to flank their position. Essex started shooting at the guy. His M4 rifle was accurate at a little over 550 yards. The target was still 800 yards away. Essex elevated the barrel and tried lobbing his shots. As he was looking through his scope, the Taliban soldier turned and looked directly at Essex. Essex was struck by the confused, nearly comical look on his face that said, "I know I am being shot at." And he dropped suddenly to the ground and started rolling down the hill. Essex began shooting more rapidly as the man rolled. He knew he could never hit him, yet he kept shooting. And then he lost track of him. The man had rolled out of view. When he lifted his head from the scope and looked at the hill with the naked eye, he was shocked to see a Taliban fighter crouched down about 100 yards away, ready to fire an RPG. He watched the grenade spiral toward him and explode in the dirt about 50 yards from his position. Essex squeezed the trigger, and the round hit at the guy's feet. The Taliban jumped straight up in the air, at least several feet, and Essex laughed. More of the Taliban were rushing up the hill. The pilot's voice cracked over the radio that he had dropped. The explosion rocked the ground, and Milo saw that nearly all the men were dead. He turned around to relay this information to the Afghans. They were gone. They had fled the hill. They had taken everything, the horses, the rucksacks, all the spare ammo inside them. Milo had just what was in his vest, a couple dozen rounds. Essex and Winehouse yelled out that they were running low too. Essex was shocked that of the Afghans, only their security chief remained. The frightened man was yelling, "Let's go! Let's go!" Essex wasn't leaving until the aircraft arrived with its load of bombs. The Taliban had to be slowed so that they would have time to get off the hill. He looked at the security chief and said, "I ain't leaving." The man ignored him and bent to pick up the Americans' rucksacks. "No!" yelled Essex. The man next picked up his rifle and threw it on the ground. He picked it up and repeated the frantic gesture. He did this several times until the gun broke in two pieces. Essex couldn't believe his eyes. The man had lost his grip. Essex had thought they could hold off the Taliban until more planes dropped more loads and blew everything up. Now he wasn't sure. "Just keep shooting," he said. He yelled to Winehouse, "Where are those bombs?" They needed time to get off the hill. They needed to blow the hill without getting killed themselves. Winehouse was on the radio, arguing with the pilot. He was refusing to drop bombs so close to friendly personnel. They would hit less than 200 feet from Milo, Essex, and Winehouse. Anyone within approximately 900 feet was likely to be killed. Milo peeked over the ridge. The Taliban were walking steadily up the hill, firing their AKs from the hip. Milo ducked back down in the trench. Thousands of rounds were hitting the berm. Dirt was flying everywhere. "Tell him to drop now," Essex yelled to Winehouse. "Listen, we're in trouble here," said Winehouse, real calm. The pilot said he would drop. "Get ready," Winehouse screamed, done with the call. The three men ducked down, hands over their heads. Milo opened his mouth and kept it open to lessen the overpressure that the concussion of the blast would create. Otherwise, his eardrums would burst. And then the bombs hit. 7 of them. Milo felt the air leave the trench. He couldn't breathe. His head drained of all sound. Silence. And then they stood up, covered in red dust. And the sound returned as the hard rain of dust and rocks fell around them. Essex madly scooped up the radios, his binos, all the gear, and stuffed it in his bag. Then he started running, with Milo in tow. Winehouse was still on the radio. And then he closed it, stuffed it in his knapsack, and jumped up and started sprinting down the backside of the hill. "Come on," he yelled, catching up with the other 2 guys. "I just called in a hell of a strike." Behind them, the Taliban reached the trench just as the men scooted down the hill behind it. The Taliban stood at the top, firing at Essex and his crew as they ran. And then the bombs hit around the trench, 6 of them. Essex felt the shock wave pursue them down the hill. Then it tumbled them, head over heels. They rolled and stood up and kept going. It was hard running through the loose scree. Essex felt like his legs were barely moving. To make better time, they dropped to their butts and started sliding. Milo sat jouncing over large stones as he slid, sputtering in a cloud of dust. They slid for about 20 seconds down the 200-foot incline, and got up and started running again. They were headed to the ridgetop they had vacated earlier that morning. Essex was calling out, "Clear on the right! Milo, clear left. Winehouse was still talking on the radio to the pilot overhead. Drop, 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 he kept saying. He wanted to bomb the trench some more. Each man had a sector to scan as they ran. At one point, Milo yelled, "Bad guys out front!" and he dropped and fired. He didn't know if he hit anything. The Taliban had ducked back down behind a hill. They kept running. When they passed the hill, the Taliban were gone. After 10 minutes, they made it back to their previous position on the ridge. Milo was suddenly weary, more tired than he'd ever remembered being in his life. He looked through the binoculars at the ridgeline they'd just vacated. He watched as a Taliban soldier bent down and picked up an MRE and started eating the Skittles inside. Milo recognized it. That was the MRE he had just opened when they were attacked. He's eating my fucking lunch, he thought. Winehouse announced that they had to replot and blow the hill. About 30 Taliban soldiers now milled around the top. "We got the coordinates already," said Milo. "We do?" "Yeah, on the GPS. I punched them in when we were there." Milo looked again at the guy munching on his MRE. He was mad. He thought, "Eat up, brother." Winehouse picked up the radio and called in the coordinates off the GPS. "Can you set the fuse to proximity?" he asked the pilot. The pilot said he could. Winehouse, Essex, and Milo sat and waited. On proximity, a bomb blows up at a preset height above ground, vaporizing anything within a 500-foot radius. Milo watched the bomb streak in. Gone was the man eating his lunch. Meanwhile, 10 miles to the west, Lieutenant Colonel Bowers watched through binoculars as Commander Lal and Commander Khan's soldiers massed on the plain for a horse charge. Hundreds of horsemen were gathering in ranks behind the cover of small ridge lines. The Taliban were well dug in around the village of Baluch. All day, the fighting and air campaign had been intense, but with little effect. The Taliban had taken key positions in the avenue of approach to the village, and the Northern Alliance couldn't get past them. Nelson got on the radio and told 2 of Dostum's sub-commanders to get ready to charge the line. This was meant to be coordinated with a bomb strike. The bombs would hit the fortified Taliban positions, and then the horsemen would swoop through and attack. In fact, as Nelson relayed this plan to Dostum's sub-commanders, the pilot was overhead, getting ready to drop. And then he did. At the same time, however, Nelson saw that something was going terribly wrong. The sub-commanders had mistaken his order to get ready for the charge as an order to charge immediately. Nelson couldn't believe it when he saw the first rank of riders shoot ahead. They were heading straight into the strike zone, with the bomb set to fall any second. There were some 400 riders, in groups of 100 riders each, reins in one hand, rifles in the other, as they charged. Nelson feared they'd all be killed by the bombs when they hit. Dostum, in the heat of the moment, was on his radio yelling, "Charge! Charge! Charge!" as his men galloped across some 1,500 yards of grassy ridgelines. Almost immediately, from the Taliban positions, erupted blasts of tank fire and the rattle of machine guns. Dostum's radio crackled with the excited cries of his commanders pounding over the field. Nelson saw that the riders had less than a half-mile to go before reaching the Taliban lines. He realized again that the bomb might hit the line, just as the horsemen approached it. Seeing hundreds of screaming Afghans galloping at them, some of the Taliban soldiers, in groups of 10 and 20, started jumping up and running away. The charging horsemen disappeared behind a last hill. Nelson held his breath. And then the bomb landed. The riders climbed back into view, and rode through the debris cloud just seconds after the explosion, leaping over trenches and landing behind the line. Miraculously, they had escaped injury. Nelson watched as some of the riders disarmed a truck with a machine gun mounted in the back. They circled the vehicle, firing their AKs and killing everyone in the back. The rest of the Taliban who hadn't been killed by the strike were in full flight. Some of them turned to fire at the riders. The horsemen shot them as they passed. Mitchell thought it was a slaughter. He also understood that this was a turning point in the offensive. His job now was to keep pressing the enemy. That night, Atta's forces, with the support of Dean's team, would continue their assault on Ak-Kupruk and capture it. The demoralized Taliban forces would begin to fall back almost as fast as the Northern Alliance could advance. Despite reinforcement by thousands of volunteers from Pakistani madrasas and contingents of al-Qaeda forces, the Taliban were soon in headlong retreat for the Tiangi Gap. The following morning, November 6, Milo, Essex, and Winehouse hit the command bunker again that they'd won and lost the day before. When they went up to inspect it, Milo saw one thing he knew he'd never forget. A Taliban soldier was lying face down in the dirt, his legs mangled. Milo bent down to study the strange sight of the man's foot. It had no bones inside it. It was just skin and toenails. No bone, no meat, no ligaments. It lay flopped over like a boot. From that point on, realized Milo, they'd beaten the Taliban. The day after Essex and Milo were overrun, Sam Diller was trapped in an ambush at his position 20 miles across the mountains to the west. He and his men were riding across a hillside when a Taliban gun, positioned about 800 yards on their left, on the opposing hillside, fired. Between them lay a valley, or draw, a half-mile long, speckled with grass. Diller was pissed. The day before, his Afghan intel officers had informed him that the bunker was empty. Diller had wanted to level the place, but he'd left it alone. He had thought he was sneaking successfully through Taliban country. Now he wished he'd bombed the place. They had only one escape route available to them, and that was up the hill they were crossing. Diller studied the rocky path, about 2 feet wide. They couldn't charge up the path en masse. Somebody would likely step on a mine. And they couldn't cut across the hill and ride down it, as had been Diller's plan. Small arms fire started pecking at the hillside behind them, light at first, but gathering like rain. "Get down!" Diller shouted. And then came the spiraling whoosh of rocket-propelled grenades. They launched from wooden portals in the bunker and swam speedily across the draw and smashed against the hillside. The fire was not accurate, but if the Taliban got lucky, it could be deadly. Diller next heard the ugly, jacking sound of a big 50 cal machine gun open up. The big round started knocking bucket-sized divots out of the hill. Diller reasoned they had to climb up the hill to safety. He ordered everyone to take cover behind the scattered tall boulders along the path. And then in groups of 2 and 3, the Afghans and Americans began leapfrogging up the hill from boulder to boulder. It took 10 minutes for everyone to make it to the top. Diller was last. He was carrying the 80-pound satellite radio in a pack, and he couldn't move quickly. Bennett and Haji Habib ran behind him, pushing him along. Diller expected that at any minute he'd get shot in the back. "Run, damn it," urged Bennett. Diller realized that his friend was saving his life. He was out of gas when they reached the top. He didn't know how much farther he might have been able to run. He sat on the far side of the hill, out of view of the Taliban bunker, and caught his breath. He turned to Haji Habib. "All right, get those son of a bitches. Get your men down there and charge that bunker." Diller, Coffers, and Bennett crawled to the lip of the hill with binoculars and began calculating the bunker's position. Diller was personally going to call this strike in. He was pissed that he'd been ambushed. He had no margin for error. He was low on ammo and food again, and he had at least 40 miles to march through hostile mountains to reach Mazar. They were still a long way from home. Through the binoculars, Diller saw that the Taliban had constructed the bunker poorly. They had limited fields of fire. Because of the size of the firing ports, they could not tilt their gun barrels easily. They could shoot across the draw, but not down the hill. Diller realized that if the Taliban had any gumption, they could charge and overwhelm his outnumbered force. Habib and his men erupted down the path, the Afghans shooting over their horses' heads as they rode. The Taliban soldiers fired their AKs and machine guns, but kept missing. Diller figured the Taliban were shocked by the audacity of the maneuver. He waited for Habib's men to slump off their saddles to the ground. None had so far. By the time they reached the bottom of the draw, they were safer. The Taliban guns couldn't reach them now. Habib's men spurred their horses, and the animals started climbing to the bunker. The machine guns fired impotently out the windows, still hitting the opposite hill. Diller could see Taliban soldiers inside the cramped ports, craning to aim their rifles down, but their movement was limited. Habib's men surrounded the front of the bunker and lobbed grenades through the ports and on top of its dirt roof. Then they shoved their rifles inside and fired on full auto. The firefight lasted a furious 10 minutes. And then they mounted their horses and rode down the draw and back up the hill, just as the bomb strikes came in. The bunker turned into a tornado of dust and wood. In the swirling cloud, Diller could see that nothing was left but a smoking hole. God damn you, he thought. I want to get home to my wife. And I will. They saddled up and kept riding north. As they made their way along the Darya Balk River, also headed north, Cal Spencer, Scott Black, Vern Michaels, and their Afghan interpreter, Chaffee, were driving one of the John Deere Gators brought in by Lieutenant Colonel Bowers on his helo. Black and Michaels were traveling in one Gator, with Spencer at the wheel of the other, Chaffee riding shotgun. Spencer, nursing the blown disc in his spine and an excruciating backache, had welcomed the chance to get off his horse and drive. The nearly 9-foot-long vehicle was stacked on the back with cases of MREs and the team's rucksacks. The tower of gear, lashed with rope, rose nearly 6 feet off the ground. Spencer marveled at how the buggy putted along, quiet as a garden tractor, over rocks, ditches, and up and down hills. As they rode, Chaffee kept a sharp lookout for the enemy. Tall, thin, easily worried, Chaffee was in his late 30s, a former industrial plant manager who had the annoying habit of repeating everything Spencer said. Spencer would say, "We're going to kick the shit out of the Taliban." And this would confuse Chaffee, who did not understand American slang. "Could you rephrase that?" he'd ask. "What do you mean, kick the shit? Where will the shit go?" Spencer realized he had finally met someone with as quirky a sense of humor as his own, albeit unintentional. As they drove, Chaffee fretted constantly about being attacked. "There are bad guys all around here," he told Spencer. "We can't see them because we are going up and down hills." Spencer handed Chaffee his M4 rifle. "You shoot the bad guys, because I'm driving." Chaffee looked at Spencer. "Oh no, I cannot do that." He didn't want to touch the rifle. He was afraid of it. "Well, why not? You earn your pay." Do you really want me to do this? Hell yeah. Okay. Chaffee cradled the rifle gingerly, sitting beside Spencer on the bench seat as they bounced along. Spencer grinned at the sight. He knew Chaffee was thinking, am I going to be able to shoot somebody? Along the way, they stopped and talked with Nelson, who was traveling north by horse. They met up alongside the river. Nelson wanted to know how they were faring. We're doing all right, said Spencer. Chaffee is guarding me. Chaffee broke into a satisfied smile. He slapped the weapon. Yes, I am doing a good job. Spencer was glad. He had accomplished his goal, to make Chaffee feel good, and to allay the Afghans' fears about being captured and tortured by the Taliban. Still, Spencer was worried. He knew they could be attacked. They were running low on fuel, maybe a few gallons left in the plastic cans lashed to the buggy. If they did come upon some Taliban, they would be able to outrun them for a while, but they wouldn't be able to scoot up into the hills, into the rough country, where the Taliban's trucks and tanks couldn't follow. They were driving a 21st century gas-powered vehicle, and it had its disadvantages. Part of him longed for his horse. This was especially true when they crossed the Darya-Balk River, after passing through the village of Shulgare. The water was wide, maybe 200 yards across, rushing in braided streams. Spencer couldn't tell how deep it was. Black and Michaels drove into the river first and started heading across. Spencer watched as the heavy, bulky vehicle lifted in the current and drifted downstream. Michaels jumped off and grabbed the back end, leaning on it to make the tires grab the river bottom. He howled when he hit the frigid water. Black gunned the engine, and the knobby tires spun and bounced on the gravel. Little by little, Black and Michaels made it across. Black powered the buggy up the riverbank and turned the vehicle, and they sat looking back at Spencer. Michaels stood dripping on the sand, freezing. It was near dusk, orange twilight blooming behind the distant mountains. Spencer looked at Chaffee. Okay, we're going to do the same thing, Chaffee. You're going to drive this thing. Chaffee nodded. I'm going to jump off and push. You got me? Chaffee nodded again. Whatever you do, don't stop. You hear me? Yes, sir. Don't stop on me now. You'll screw me up and I'll be pissed. Chaffee gunned the engine, and in the middle of the current, the buggy began to lift off the river bottom, and Chaffee, frightened by the fact that the whole vehicle might tip, decreased the throttle. No! Yelled Spencer. Damn it, keep going! Chaffee hit the gas, and the gator sputtered. The rear tailpipe was under water. When Chaffee had slowed, water had flowed into the engine. Cal jumped off and started pushing, and then the engine quit. Black and Michaels were laughing at him from the bank. Hey, what happened? Never mind about that, yelled Spencer. Get your ass down here and help. Spencer was out of breath from pushing the buggy, and he was cold, and he had no idea how they were going to budge the vehicle the rest of the way across the river. He was standing waist-deep in freezing water, hands on hips. He just couldn't believe how cold the river was. Just then, Michaels yelled out, "Behind you!" He jabbed at the air toward the opposite riverbank. Behind him, Spencer heard the clopping of hooves on the river stones, and he turned to see something that took his breath away. "My God," he said. "Look at that." On the far bank, thousands of horses were walking out of the printing press of the night, one after another, looking flat and dimensionless in the dusk. Without stopping, the riders turned the animals, and they trotted straight into the river, pushing white collars of foam before them, as Spencer, Chaffee, and Black watched them come. Spencer called out to Michaels, "Are they ours?" Meaning, were these Dostum's men? Michaels shrugged that he didn't know. There were so many horses. Spencer had a hard time believing they were fighting in the same war. Men on horseback wrapped in red and blue and green scarves, which he remembered were Dostum's signature colors, propping their rifles on their knees as they rode past where he sat on his dumb machine in the middle of the river. Spencer guessed there were over 4,000 horsemen passing by. They looked down at him and said nothing as they neared. Some of them laughed at the buggy. The stallions among them reared and paddled at the air and bared their teeth. Several of the men in the line whistled and threw Spencer ropes, which Spencer fastened to the handlebar of the buggy. Then the men on horseback kicked the horses, and the horses sunk low on their haunches against the strain and began dragging the buggy through the current to the other side. Spencer untied the ropes. The men didn't stop, and the ropes zipped over the handlebar and trailed in the dirt in a jerking motion as the riders coiled them sitting in their saddles and kept riding. Soon the horsemen were gone, riding into some shrinking aperture in the night. It was nearly dark. Michaels and Black towed Spencer's flooded gator several hundred yards to a 2-story mud house along the bank of the river, and they asked the man inside if they could stay while they repaired the gator. The man silently fed them dinner, boiled goat and rice, and some green onions from his garden, and they ate by the yellow glow of the lamps in the glassless windows of the house. Black had lost 20 pounds in the last 2 weeks. He hadn't felt this exhausted since training during Ranger School 15 years before. After dinner, they walked outdoors and flipped on headlamps, and Michaels and Black began taking apart the first gator's engine with a screwdriver on the Leatherman tool Michaels wore in a leather holster on his belt. They removed the engine's head and set it aside to dry, and covered the open cylinders with a tent made from a tarp they carried, so the pistons would be protected if it rained. They slept on the packed dirt floor in the house, wrapped in their poncho liners, and were up at dawn, putting the engines back together. They were out of food, and they had little water. But Spencer could feel it. Mazar was within reach. So said the voice of God. He was dressed in a white robe and skullcap as he walked the Irish streets, a mendicant. His father, wishing to spend some time with his teenage son, had taken him to Ireland on vacation. It was the summer of 1998. John Walker Lind was 17. On the street, school children stopped and asked John if he was in some kind of theatrical production. He laughed. He and his father passed a butcher shop and a sign advertising pork for sale. As a Muslim, John could not eat this. He stood and good-naturedly posed for a picture. His father snapped away with the camera. His father had once said to John, "I don't think you've really converted to Islam as much as you've found it within yourself. You sort of found your inner Muslim." They laughed about the picture. After the vacation, they returned to California. After that, in July 1998, John departed home for Yemen on the Arabian Peninsula. He planned to study at the Yemeni Language Center in the ancient city of Sana'a. He stepped from the plane wearing his robe, his cap, and a fierce fringe of beard. But in Sana'a, he discovered that some of the students, there were about 50, from various countries, including the United States, were not as serious about a spiritual life as he was. They missed their prayers. They dressed in jeans, not robes. They reportedly imbibed stimulants, and worse. The women wore shirts that left their arms exposed. This was annoying and insulting to John. Where were the pure souls to commune with? He grew unhappy. He told his classmates that he wanted to be called Suleiman al-Faris. Some of them laughed at him. They answered his request by instead referring to him as Yusuf Islam, which was the name adopted by the pop singer Cat Stevens after his conversion to Islam in 1977. John woke his fellow students at dawn so they would not miss their prayers. He prodded them to worship at midnight. He complained about their indecency. "Dear inhabitants of this room," he wrote in a public note, "please abstain from getting naked in front of the window. Our neighbors from the apartment across the street have complained." The school's director would later call John a pain in the butt. After 5 weeks of study, he withdrew from the school. That summer, August 7, 1998, it also happened that Taliban soldiers were marching into Mazar-e-Sharif in Afghanistan. They slaughtered thousands of citizens, principally Hazaras. The streets of the city piled with bodies. As many as 5,000 people lay dead. That same day, the U.S. embassies in Nairobi, Kenya, and Dar es Salaam, Tanzania, were bombed by members of al-Qaeda. 4 men would be convicted for taking part in the attacks. The Nairobi embassy blew up first, killing 213 people, wounding approximately 4,000. 12 Americans were killed. In Tanzania, a number of minutes later, the embassy there exploded. 11 people died. In Yemen, John Walker Lind, disquieted by the lack of piety among his fellow students, walked into a different mosque in Sana'a, a place barer, less adorned, more conservative, where he might be taken as seriously as he took himself. He had done some of his study about the Taliban, jihad, and Islam while trolling the internet at home in California, where ideas about sacrifice and martyrdom were little more than orderly collections of pixels on a computer screen. For some men, though, these were ideas worth dying for, ideas expressed by bloodshed. By November 2000, Lind had escaped the liberal atmosphere of his youth and arrived at one of the strictest madrasas he could find. Seated on a stool in his teacher's study, in the dusty village of Bannu, Pakistan, he often refused to discuss his life in California. The following spring, 2001, he wrote home, "I don't really want to see America again." Some 4 months after that, including military training at the terrorist camp Al-Farouk, he traveled by foot and taxi into Afghanistan. He would later say about the journey, "I went to Afghanistan with the intention of fighting against terrorism, not to support it." He wanted to help make Islam free from the corruption of warlords like Abdul Rashid Dostum and Atta Mohammed Noor. By the time he had arrived in Chichke in September 2001, he had passed a point of no return. He found himself surrounded by hundreds of men sworn to fight to their deaths in order to defeat infidels. He feared being killed if he showed hesitation in his allegiance to their cause. He feared being accused of being a spy. "There's a kind of paranoia in Afghanistan about spying," he later reported. "If I had spoken up for America, I would have stood out." He stayed put. Back in the States, as the men passed through Shulgare and prepared to attack Mazar-e-Sharif, Carla Milo, Ben Milo's wife, thought she saw her husband on TV. He was riding a horse across an expanse of what looked like prairie in the Dakotas. Does he look okay? Is he getting enough to eat? She got close to the TV to study the picture, and she couldn't tell if the man on horseback was Ben. Milo would later tell her that the person in the picture was not him. She wished he would at least call. She wanted to hear his voice. She promised herself that if he did call, she would not bother him with any of her problems, because he would feel guilty about not being with her. And if he was in Afghanistan worrying about her, that meant he wasn't worrying enough about himself. And that meant that he could get himself killed. As a Special Forces soldier, Ben had done only extended training missions overseas, and Carla knew that he'd never fired a bullet in anger, or in defense of his own life. She wondered how he would manage. For all of his bluster, Ben was a private man with a loud voice who wouldn't hurt a flea. After spending 14 years in the military, Carla realized that this would be her husband's first brush with death as a soldier. It scared her. In the days following the September 11 attacks, the phone had rung constantly, family and friends calling to wonder, "Ben's gone, isn't he?" Curious people, these relatives, and she could tell them nothing. Ben wouldn't even speak about where he was headed. In the weeks leading up to his departure, he had spread his clothes all over the house, a real mess. He tore the bedroom and basement apart, looking for his will. She also overheard him making phone calls to finalize his funeral arrangements. Her job was to make sure that the kids understood that Dad was leaving, but that he would be coming home as soon as he was done with his work. That had been almost a month ago. Now Carla had the task of moving the family and all their belongings from their house in Clarksville to less expensive Army housing at Fort Campbell, a split-level townhouse in a cluttered development called Hammond Heights. The lawns were strewn with tricycles, trampolines, and kids' plastic playhouses. Carla was on her hands and knees in the kitchen, a scrub brush in hand, dripping over a bucket of spick and span, when it finally sank in that Ben was really gone. She was suddenly angry that she had to do all this cleaning by herself. She wrapped the brush in the bucket and scrubbed even harder. "I can't believe you did this to me," she muttered. And then she felt stupid. Nobody, she knew, had forced her to marry Ben Milo. She knew she would never tell him about these feelings, if and when she talked to him on the phone. She'd save this for later, when he returned, after wisdom had replaced anger. Diller rode off Al-Matak Mountain into the valley, headed for Shulgare. It had been 10 days since he'd said goodbye to Nelson at the Chobaki outpost. He'd lost 30 pounds, and except for the feast of sheep, he hadn't eaten anything except scraps of bread, nuts, raisins, and cheese in 3 days. He and Bennett and Coffers rode upright in their saddles, solemnly nodding at the passing countryside. The exhausted Afghans sat stonily atop their stumbling horses. It took 2 days of riding to reach the town. After the first day, the horses had given out. Diller's horse lay down and rolled over on top of him. He didn't have the heart to beat it back to its feet. He could barely sit any longer in the saddle. He could feel himself bleeding through the seat of his pants. He was glad to walk. His legs had been contorted for so long in the ill-fitting saddle and stirrups that the latent arthritis in his ankles flared, a painful souvenir of hundreds of parachute jumps. Diller gripped the reins in one hand and walked upright, stiffly. To lighten the mood, Bennett suddenly belted out, "It just keeps getting better and better." Here they were, living on fried sheep and filtered ditch water, talking on expensive radios, and calling in GPS-guided bombs on bunkers built of mud and wood scrap, surrounded by Taliban fighters. "It just gets better and better," Diller chimed in. He cracked a grin, and they plodded ahead. Several hours later, they stood at the outskirts of Shulgare, beside the tired horses. Diller looked down the crowded main street. He held up his hand, and the men behind him stopped. "Keep your guns up," he said. And then they led the horses through town. The single main street was lined with thousands of people. They obviously had been awaiting the Americans' arrival. Some of them clapped. All of them stared. They didn't seem to know what to make of these pale, filthy Americans riding out of the desert. Diller smelled piss and shit. They had to walk around the sewage flowing in the dirt street. They kept moving, looking neither left nor right, but scanning both directions with peripheral vision. Diller decided he could not walk any more. He got on the radio and called Nelson. "Dude, where are you?" He gave Nelson his position. Nelson, traveling north of Diller, was shocked to hear his friend's voice come over the radio. "We are a mile from you. Stay there," said Nelson. "I'm sending somebody down." Diller was standing by the side of the road when he saw a 6-wheeled buggy approaching, one of the gators he'd heard about. He smiled when he saw Spencer at the wheel. They hugged, and Diller and his men slid on board, and Spencer gunned the buggy. After his days spent on horseback, Diller felt strange sitting in a vehicle, watching the road zip past. He had to fight to stay awake. In the early pre-dawn hours of November 9, Sergeant Pat Essex had bedded down for the night near Shulgare when the cell phone of one of the Northern Alliance guards rang. Dostum was calling. He needed Americans to help clear the enemy from the Tiangi Gap, 5 miles up the road to the north. Essex, along with Milo and Winehouse, grabbed their gear and crammed into a tiny Russian jeep. They were driven through a cold, steady rain to a staging area at the base of the gap. General Dostum was waiting for them with a map spread before him. In their best pointy talk, Essex didn't speak Uzbek, and Dostum didn't speak English. Essex figured out what the general wanted. He asked the Americans to climb up the heights to the top of a mountain ridge, about 4,000 feet above them, overlooking the Tiangi Gap and the Darya Balk River flowing through it. From there, Essex and Milo's job would be to bomb Taliban artillery hiding in wait on the north side of the gap. The Tiangi Gap is about a mile-long cut through the mountain ridge that divides the country's wilds from Mazar and its more civilized metropolis, 20 miles to the north. Over the millennia, the Darya Balk River had carved its bed through the 6,000-foot wall of rock, which runs for several hundred miles east and west. The cut through the mountain wall was a natural choke point. Whoever controlled the heights around the gap controlled passage through it. Essex, Winehouse, and Milo left the warlord and began to make their way up the slick rock face. It was tough going. Their heavy night vision goggles wouldn't stay on during the bruising ride, and Essex clung to the saddle as his horse navigated the steep switchbacks. Finally, the incline got too steep, and the 3 men got off their horses and walked them to the top. All the while, they could hear bullets zinging by them, Taliban soldiers shooting wildly in the dark. They worried that the Taliban had already taken the ridgetop. They expected a fight at the top. They finally reached the summit at about 3 a.m., and Essex was shocked to find that the Taliban had made no effort to occupy this rocky outlook. This told him that they were in even greater disarray than he had imagined. One of the first rules of war was, always control the high ground. The rain slowed to a drizzle. Ben Milo climbed into his sleeping bag wearing a fleece jacket and long underwear, and lay down in one of the rock trenches dug into the mountaintop. 5 Afghans, Northern Alliance soldiers who reached the top earlier, had simply wrapped themselves in tattered blankets and trash bags and curled up on the cold ground. Others were making do with cellophane that had been used to wrap the Special Forces' airdropped supplies. Milo felt pampered in his expensive cold-weather gear. He and Essex were concerned they'd wake up and find the Taliban just several hundred feet down the mountainside, on the slope facing Mazar. They spread landmines around the perimeter and sat listening to the tick of the rain and the wet wind moving through the rocks. Even at first light, around 6 or 7 o'clock, Essex couldn't see anything off the mountain. The mist was too thick. And then around 9, the sun appeared and burned away the cover. Daylight revealed a landscape that Essex thought resembled Colorado. The cliff face, some 2,000 to 3,000 feet high, dropped straight to the river below, which formed the Tiangi Gap. No grass, a few trees sprinkled like matchsticks in the distance. A bomb-cratered road hugged the green, chalky current of the Audiobook and followed it north. In places, the rock walls closed in, and the passageway was only as wide as a 3-lane road. Essex looked down and saw a series of 4 enemy trenches dug in on the tops of gentle hills. He started calling in the bombs immediately, but it was tough. He would identify a target, a Toyota pickup truck, for example, and the pilot would radio back, "We can't strike that." "Look, buddy," said Essex, "that's a personnel carrier." "Personnel carrier? Well, it looks like a truck." Nelson, listening in, got on the line and told the hesitant pilot, "Any military vehicle on the battlefield, be at liberty to destroy." "Wait a minute, come on now," said the pilot. Nelson explained, "All friendlies are either on foot or they're riding horses." The pilot asked Nelson to repeat the part about the horses. "We're riding horses," Nelson explained. The pilot, obviously new to the conflict, couldn't believe it. "You guys are doing what?" Essex, Milo, and Winehouse called bombs on anything they could spot. Truck-mounted guns, vehicles, and Taliban troops. Milo identified at least 12 targets. They had blown up about half of them when they suddenly came under counterattack. Essex could hear a faint whoom, 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 and he recognized the sound from his stint in the Gulf War. Milo and Winehouse looked at him. "What's the matter?" And then the rockets hit. Down in the valley, Dostum and Lieutenant Colonel Bowers, along with several hundred of Dostum's men, had begun moving into the pass. Dostum had staggered the departure of his men to keep some fighters in reserve in case the Taliban attacked. After the rocket attack, Essex, up in his mountaintop perch, feared that Dostum, Bowers, and all the soldiers were dead. Nelson, meanwhile, was standing at the south end of the gap, about a half-mile from its entrance, when the Taliban rocket barrage started. The rockets ricocheted off the canyon's sides, spinning end over end and exploding. Molten skeins of shrapnel clawed at the rock walls. Nelson counted 21 rockets in all. He didn't think anyone could survive the barrage. After the first explosions, Dostum's men had scrambled up the rock and tucked themselves on ledges and hid behind outcroppings. They were unsure of what to do next. Some of them were out of their minds with fear. The rolling explosions had been terrifying. Nelson knew that these kinds of rockets, called BM-21s, landed in salvos. They were launched from a wheeled pad capable of holding 40 of the 9-foot-long projectiles. Nelson guessed the Taliban wasn't done with them yet. He worried about Dostum and Bowers. The canyon exploded again, driving even more men up into hiding in the nooks and crannies. Around them, horses lay kicking in the dirt, riddled with shrapnel. Men walked around holding their eyes, blinded. Arms and legs that had been blown high in the air landed with sickening thuds along the riverbank. Nelson, sitting on his horse, watched smoke drift out the canyon's mouth. He turned in his saddle and surveyed the remaining Afghans with him. They were scared. So was he. He turned back and faced the canyon mouth and tried to think what to do. He'd wait. He figured they were in for more salvos. After several minutes, none came. He knew that Diller was somewhere off to his right, in the east. He didn't know if he was dead or alive. Essex was also on his right, up on the ridge. Nelson tried raising Bowers and Dostum on the radio. Nothing. He then called Essex, up on the ridge. "I don't have comms with Dostum. Can you see him?" Essex said he couldn't see into the canyon. A ridge was blocking his view. Nelson worried that everyone was dead. About 1 mile west of Nelson in the Gap, Diller was skirting along the crumbling foothills and looking for a trail up and over the mountain when the rockets started landing around him. His job, after leaving Shulgare, was to keep moving east and hit the edge of Mazar not by the main road as Nelson was doing, but through the backcountry. The rest of his team, as well as Atta and Dean's men, were to travel through the Gap and enter Mazar by the main highway that led into the city. Along the way, Diller was to hunt for Taliban soldiers in hiding, who might circle and attack the approaching main force from its rear. He heard the rockets launch, just as he was getting on his horse. He froze, with his left leg in the stirrup and his right swung over the horse's rump. The rocket made a screeching choo sound and exploded about 100 yards away down a ridge. Diller's horse reared, and he was thrown backward and lay a moment looking up at the sky. He scrambled up and started running after the horse. Most of all, he was afraid he'd lose it and that one of the Afghans would claim it for himself. Sure enough, as Diller ran a short distance through the smoke, he saw an Afghan soldier, one of Dostum's men, reaching for the reins. Diller ran up and snatched them from the man and yelled, "No!" He then tried leading the frightened animal down the hill, but it wouldn't budge. Diller reared back and punched the horse in the jaw. He dragged its head down to the ground just as the second rocket barrage came in. The explosion threw him on his back in a ditch. The horse was standing over him, its feet straddling the edges of the deep depression in the ground. He looked up at the horse, silhouetted against the sky. The horse was looking down at him as the rockets crashed. Diller thought Bennett and Coffers were probably dead. They'd ridden ahead a few minutes before the rocket attack, and he didn't know where they were. He lay there listening for the telltale screech of a next launch. It was quiet. The barrage had come from the north and west, from the backside of the Gap, about a mile away. He figured the Taliban hadn't targeted him specifically. They were spraying the ground indiscriminately. He turned at the sound of approaching hoofbeats. Bennett and Coffers were riding up fast. They pulled to a halt, and Diller stood up and brushed himself off. They explained that when the barrage started, their horses had taken off, and they couldn't stop them running. They had laid out along the necks of the racing animals and held on. The horses ran maybe a half-mile, then stopped. Then they'd turned them and raced back to Diller. Commander Ali Sarwar, who had watched Nelson and his team get off the helicopter 3 weeks earlier at Dehi, was attacked by BM-21 rockets in the Gap as he moved the 25 soldiers under his command. He had been traveling and riding with Commander Kamal, attached to Essex Group. Ali had been fearless throughout the campaign, but the rockets falling around him were terrifying, totally random. The canyon rang with their explosions. He heard the whooshing sound of their launching, one after another. They started hitting his horsemen. When the smoke cleared, 5 rockets had hit in the canyon. Others had flown over and crashed on hillsides, near Sam Diller and Bill Bennett, traveling north on the east rim of the canyon. Ali could see about 65 men lying dead on the canyon floor. Their horses were in pieces around them. The blasts had split one horse in half, lengthwise, so the animal was laid out on a pile of its own guts, and its feet were spread in all 4 directions, as if staked to the ground. After leaving Shulgare, Ali and his men had moved up the road through the gap and found it littered with cars that had been bombed by American airstrikes. Some of the cars were charred and melted on the road. Others were perfectly fine. The Taliban drivers, terrified, had abandoned them with the keys still in the ignition and ran north into the hills to escape the Americans' bombs that seemed to haunt the road. As Ali rode through the canyon after the rocket attack, he spied something ahead on the road that scared him. His first thought was to flee. He squinted and saw about 50 cars and pickups racing toward him. The vehicles were still a half-mile away, but they were coming, that was for sure. And they were filled with Taliban soldiers. Ali and his men had fought for 3 weeks without rest. But here they were going to have another fight, a bad one. Ali looked behind him. He and his men could head back down the river valley. If we push ahead, he thought, we could be killed. He inched down in the saddle, jammed the magazine tight in the rifle, making sure it was there. It's either victory or death, thought Ali. If God is with me, I will go toward Mazar. Ali and his men rode into a furious firefight. They battled for 2 hours, and Ali lost several men. But they killed many Taliban. He watched as the survivors of his wrath scrambled back the way they had come in their pickups, heading north up the valley to Mazar. Nelson, sitting on his horse at the mouth of the gap, saw that the Taliban rocket attack had quashed the forward momentum of the Northern Alliance. Nelson felt this was a critical moment. Dostum's men had scattered into the hills. He knew he had to do something. He could see men lying up in the rocks like stunned lizards. You have to lead these men, he thought. If they stopped here, the Taliban might have time to regroup and attack again. He swallowed hard and spurred his horse ahead. Inside the canyon, Taliban vehicles were canted and burning. The drivers had been burned alive and spilled from the doors, dark as wicks. Nelson looked down to the river and saw more men and horses lying in the water. The Taliban had even mined the river. At the sound of his approach, Nelson saw men stand up on the rock ledges and look at him. They looked startled and watched him pass. And then slowly, one by one, he heard them scrabbling off the rock, the scrape and trickle of pebbles rolling downhill. He closed his eyes and thanked God. He was horrified by the sights around him, yet he felt exuberant. It was hard to explain. He had hoped the Afghans would follow him. If they hadn't, he would have felt that he'd failed as a U.S. Army captain. As a teenager in Kansas, he had always admired a particular painting of a Civil War battle. It depicted a general riding through a battlefield, and following him were his men, hollow-eyed, trusting, hopeful. He felt that whatever happened in his military career, for this moment, he was leading these men through a version of hell. He still had no idea if they'd be attacked again by more rockets. He kept riding. He looked behind him and saw that about 300 Afghans were marching with him, some carrying weapons, others walking empty-handed, their rifles having been lost in the explosions. About halfway through the canyon, he found Lieutenant Colonel Bowers and General Dostum. After walking about a quarter mile, Bowers had been caught in the barrage of rockets, which exploded about 25 yards from where he'd been sitting on his horse. All of the animals started to rear, threatening a stampede. Bowers ordered his men to dismount and hide in a nearby hillside, and they crammed into what looked like a crack in the rock, while Bowers stood before them, trying to shield them. One man tried containing all of the horses by grabbing their leads, but most of the animals broke free and started running up and down the canyon. Nelson hugged Dostum, who asked him where he'd been. The burly warlord had worried that Nelson had been killed in the attacks. "I got here as soon as I could," said Nelson. They rode back through the gap and met Essex, Milo, and Winehouse as they walked down from their observation post atop the mountain. When Major Mark Mitchell arrived in a truck, along with his team, the entire force was ready to move into Mazar. The gap was cleared. Dean and Atta stopped at sunset at the south end of the gap for prayer. Atta planned to spend the night here before heading to Mazar at dawn with Dostum. Dostum's men were picketed a half-mile farther south along the same road. Most of them were on horseback, while Atta's men were traveling by vehicle. Atta had either bought, stolen, or captured all the vehicles he could from the Taliban. Dostum, on the other hand, was overextended. His men and horses needed time to rest. They couldn't keep up with the speed of Atta's mechanized advance. The two warlords met and agreed that no one would leave for Mazar-i-Sharif until dawn. Victory would be theirs, as comrades in arms. Dostum didn't know that Atta had other plans. Atta already had forces inside Mazar-i-Sharif, holding select pockets, even though the city still crawled with Taliban and al-Qaeda fighters. He was eager to beat Dostum into the prized city. After the meeting, Dean watched as Atta sat on a carpet in the dirt, surrounded by different satellite phones, all jerry-rigged to run off car batteries, and began talking to different Taliban commanders in Mazar-i-Sharif. He was trying to arrange defections and increase his own troop strength with the newly surrendered soldiers. Dean admired his smooth and efficient diplomacy. Meanwhile, in Mazar, hundreds of Taliban vehicles, their headlights bobbing in the dark and visible for miles, were fleeing the city for Kunduz, 8 hours to the east over a bumpy road. The trucks were filled with retreating enemy fighters. Atta decided he couldn't wait any longer. He had to get to Mazar before any more Taliban fled for Kunduz. His prospective power base was slipping away from the city. When he heard the news that they were leaving early, Dean readily assented. He had immense respect for the bookish, pious warlord. Dean knew it was not his place to get between Atta and his rivalry with Dostum. He climbed into a jeep and took a seat next to the general. Crammed next to Dean was his senior medic, James Gold, while other members of his team were following behind on horses and in pickups. Dean's second-in-command, Warrant Officer Stu Mansfield, was jammed in the dusty cab of a large wooden-sided truck bringing up the rear of a caravan that measured a half-mile long. Atta's several thousand men, on foot, on horseback, and behind the wheels of trucks, wheezing ahead on the few last precious gallons of gas available to his army, lurched ahead through the dark. His men hadn't eaten in several days. This was an army on its last legs. Dean was amused, thinking that he would beat Mitch Nelson into the city. During the last week, the two young army captains had grown competitive each of them hewing closer to the psychological needs of their warlord. Dean looked over and saw that Atta was smiling. The war, it seemed to Dean, was ending. They'd roll into Mazar, clear the streets of any Taliban refusing to surrender, and begin rebuilding the place. Water and power plants, schools, a police department. The mechanics of daily life, badly needing repair. They'd scour the city for intel about the whereabouts of Osama bin Laden and other al-Qaeda soldiers. A recent report had placed bin Laden in the town of Balkh, 30 miles west of Mazar. The veracity of the report was doubtful. The teams were getting regular notice of these sightings, and most were wishful thinking by Afghan citizens hoping to collect the enormous reward for the terrorist capture. But still, the news excited the team. As they proceeded through the canyon, they drove with their headlights off. Dean didn't know if any Taliban had remained behind to snipe at them from the heights of the mountain wall, but they weren't taking chances. Through his night vision goggles, Communications Officer Brian Lyle, sitting in the large truck, could see that the gap was about a half-mile wide and that the road was narrow and gouged by explosions. It was also littered with blown-up Taliban pickups that loomed suddenly out of the night. The driver kept wrenching the steering wheel to veer around these charred obstacles. The road was cut high into the canyon's side, and down several hundred feet below lay the Darya Balkh River. Lyle figured that it'd be easy to sail straight off the edge. He tried crouching lower behind the truck's wooden sides, but this was impossible. Lyle's back was still sticking above the flimsy wood. He thought that it would be hell to get shot in the dark, not even knowing where the deadly round had come from. The team's rucksacks were piled so high that all of the men had to lie on the equipment, and none of them could find good cover. Lyle lay with his rifle poking through the slats. He hoped to hell the Taliban hadn't hung around. About halfway through the canyon, they began to pass the bodies of the Taliban and Afghan soldiers killed in the fighting earlier in the day. Lyle saw severed arms and legs jutting from the ground as if they had been planted there. It was as if they were driving through the unearthly garden of a macabre giant. Lyle thought it was amazing the way the explosions had severed some of the heads cleanly from the bodies, which often were nowhere to be found. One head watched the men as they approached. Like a painting whose eyes follow you across a room, it tracked them as they passed. Some of the men laughed nervously and snapped pictures with digital cameras. Others turned away in disgust at the sight. After 30 minutes, they drove out of the cooler canyon into the dry air of the plain. The first light of dawn was seeping above the crumpled edge of the horizon, and ahead lay the dark hump of Mazar-e-Sharif. Through his goggles, Lyle could see hundreds more trucks with their headlights on, racing from the city, headed to Kunduz. Lyle had received reports that the Taliban were preparing a final battle there, which was now barricaded by thousands of Northern Alliance soldiers. All the roads in and out were cut off. It was a place under siege. Hardcore al-Qaeda soldiers from Saudi Arabia and Pakistan had taken to executing the local Taliban in their midst. These men had only wanted to surrender, walk back to their villages, and return to their lives with their families. Seeing now that Mazar-e-Sharif was so close, the men atop their horses sat up and spurred their reluctant animals and began galloping across the plain. The men in trucks raced their engines and shot off in pursuit. Those on foot began running, swinging up to one of the passing trucks if they could. They were in full flight toward the gates of the city. Near the outskirts, still several miles from the city center, the first crowds of welcoming Afghans appeared. Hundreds of men, women, and children stood and watched as Atta and Dean passed. They clapped and cheered. They stepped to the trucks with outstretched hands to touch the Americans as they passed. They asked the soldiers to take their pictures. Scott Black had 2 disposable cameras with him, and he did the best he could. The truck was moving briskly as he snapped away. He couldn't figure out why the kids wanted him to take their pictures, since he would never see them again. And then he thought that maybe they just wanted someone to remember them. From his carpet shop, Nadir Sinhab spotted the American soldiers as they entered the city. They came trotting by on horses and zipping past in trucks. They wore scraggly beards and long hair, longer than most American soldiers, and he thought they looked half dead. He noticed, however, that they were gripping their rifles over the tops of their saddles, and that they only looked asleep. They wore sunglasses, and he saw that they constantly scanned the crowd for any sign of trouble. Some of them had wrapped their faces against the dust with long scarves, and there were wet, dark holes where their mouths were. Nadir was on the verge of tears. He thought, from now on, Afghanistan will be free. I will be free. Part 4. Gates of Mazar. Mazar-e-Sharif, Afghanistan. November 10, 2001. Thousands of people, many clutching paper flowers and candy as gifts for the Americans, were soon rushing past Nadir Sinhab's carpet shop, raising clouds of dust as they ran, shouting, "The Amriki are here! They have taken the city!" Sinhab watched as one man ran past. Unlike the others, there was a frantic look in his eyes. This man, he guessed, was a Taliban policeman, or had been until about 5 minutes ago, when he'd probably ducked behind a building, removed his black turban, torn off his black smock, and started running, hoping to blend in with the rest of the inhabitants of Mazar-e-Sharif. And now the people whom he had tormented as a Taliban policeman wanted to kill him. Soon enough, several men rounded a corner, carrying knives, shovels, and clubs. They pressed him against the wall of a fruit shop and beat him, swiftly. 1, 2, 3 blows. He slid down the wall, leaving a vertical red stripe as he dropped, then slumped to the ground, dead. It is over, thought Nadir. It is finally over. News of victory in Mazar raced through the cities of Afghanistan, borne by walkie-talkies and radio news reports. Only 2 days before, on November 8, Osama bin Laden had been granted Afghan nationality by the struggling Taliban government, led by Mullah Omar. "Now he is not just our guest," announced the Taliban spokesman. "He is a citizen of Afghanistan, and we will not hand him over to the U.S." When people heard this news, they wondered when their country would be free of monsters. Young men and women in places as far away as Kabul, 200 miles to the southeast, now knelt close to their small TV screens wired to bootleg satellite dishes, and watched as Dostum, Nelson, and Dean entered Mazar amid the cheering crowds. This was thrilling. They had feared the powerful weapons of the United States, but they had also prayed the Americans would bomb their country back to a new beginning, so it could be rebuilt from the ashes. After more than 20 years of war, this had seemed the only way to start over. A return to zero. Up the road from Nadir Sinhab's carpet shop, still on the outskirts of the city, Atta's pickup truck had broken down. His men pushed it to the roadside. Dean was worried about Atta's safety amid the crowd. Atta assured Dean that his bodyguards could fix the truck, and he would soon be driving again. He urged Dean to continue on without him. He would follow shortly. Atta, meanwhile, was worried about something else. The sudden rumor of several hundred Taliban holdouts barricaded in a school located in a neighborhood of cinder block apartments. The buildings, 2 to 4 stories high, were within sight of the Blue Mosque, a little over a half-mile away. These Taliban, he told Dean, were hard men. Soldiers from Saudi Arabia, Pakistan, Chechnya. They were refusing to surrender. Atta said they would fight to their deaths. He warned Dean to be careful, trust no one, and make sure none of the fighting harmed the Blue Mosque, the city's most sacred religious site. The Taliban had shut it down when they took control, believing its ornate domes and gilded walls were too flashy and inappropriate as a place of worship. Its beauty was an ugliness to them. Dean reluctantly drove on with his team. They had to get into town, fast. About 500 of Atta's men had already entered the city. The streets were empty and strewn with trash, the curbs stacked with dead bodies. The air rang with the cellophane buzz of flies. Most of the Taliban soldiers who'd occupied Mazar had abandoned it just several hours earlier. In some houses, cooling tea still sat in cups, untouched. Articles of clothing, scarves, smocks, sandals, lay scattered. The Taliban had left in a panic. The city, the men knew, was akin to a giant chessboard, where the opponent was simultaneously losing, resisting, or even advancing, depending upon which square or neighborhood he inhabited. You had to be careful. There were still pockets of frightened fighters hiding in houses, on rooftops, in barricaded storefronts throughout the city. These were men who had been left behind when the majority of the force fled. Upon entering Mazar, half of Atta's men raced in their Toyota pickups to the airport on the western edge and claimed it for their leader. A message was sent out over the radio. Atta has captured the airport. This made Atta an immediate player in the city. Anyone wanting access to the airport was now going to have to deal with him. Dostum was traveling through the Tiangi Gap when he heard the news. He was not happy. He was still several hours from entering the city, leading a tired string of some 1,500 men on horses and on foot. He decided not to dwell on the loss. He would redouble his efforts to get to the enormous fort known as Kala-i-Jangi. From there, he would rebuild his own power base. At the height of his control in the early 1990s, he had printed his own money, operated his own commercial airline, and even programmed his own TV station. He had funded schools and insisted that women attend. Children had flocked to movie theaters on weekends to watch the latest love story, pumped out by India's Bollywood movie studios. The city had one of the few sanitary water systems in the country, and residents found themselves supplied with electricity 24 hours a day. Dostum had supported a burgeoning middle class, liberal by Afghan standards, and the city of 300,000 souls had been a thriving, if backwater, metropolis. Those were the good old days. Dostum was convinced they would return. While Dostum schemed and fretted in the gap, Atta's men continued to probe the heart of the city, street by street. Firefights broke out, carried out around corners, small arms fire raking the sides of buildings. The families who lived inside hid in closets, under beds, praying the Taliban were finally gone. The gunfights were furious and deadly. Atta lost 30 men over several hours of shooting, but they had the Taliban and al-Qaeda soldiers on the run. The enemy had retreated to a girls' school, a plain-looking 4-story structure built of gray steel with tall walls of classroom windows. Students hadn't filled its hallways for at least 3 years. The Taliban didn't believe in educating girls. They had taken knives and scratched out the eyes on all the photographs and pictures hanging in the building. They believed the Koran prohibited the display of such images. In the late morning, Atta's men snuck across the sparse grass bordering the front. They looked up and down the building, about 100 feet in either direction. They were standing in the middle. They planned to go inside and confront the men, who were suicidally refusing to surrender. Suddenly, a group of Taliban soldiers rushed out of the doors. Both sides opened fire. When they reached Atta's men, the Taliban soldiers pulled the pins from grenades and blew themselves up, taking some of their enemy with them. More Taliban poured out the door, and Atta's men opened fire again, trying to drop them before they drew close. Atta's men quickly retreated a safe distance to nearby houses and carried on the firefight from there. The Taliban shattered the windows within the school and started firing down at the street. The neighborhood popped and rattled with gunfire. As the shooting raged around the school, Dean's convoy entered the town and made its way through the cheering crowd. The team was shocked by the hundreds of men, women, and children clapping along the road, the women peeking shyly over the men's shoulders through the eye slits in their blue burqas. Children ran along the street kicking soccer balls. Others stood in nearby fields, flying kites. "What are the people saying?" Dean asked Wasik, one of the translators Atta had provided the team. "They're shouting blessings," said Wasik. "They like you." The carpet shops, the tire repair stations, the innumerable food stalls selling lamb kebabs. These and every other establishment had been shuttered in anticipation of a final battle with the Taliban. Now shop owners were reopening them, sweeping the doorways. Barbers moved their wooden chairs out into the street, and men lined up impatiently to have their Taliban-required beards shaved off. Dean watched as the smiling men stepped fresh from the chair, rubbing their smooth chins in wonder. He could hear Indian pop music being played on a boombox carried along the street. He would later learn that a commercial radio station had begun playing music as early as 3 a.m. that morning. The day before, the purveyors of this entertainment would have been imprisoned. Dean stopped the convoy, and the team stepped out to shake hands with the people. One of the children ran up and hugged James Gold, who swung the child up in his arms and held him to the sky. Gold was filled with a longing for his own children back in Tennessee as he put the child down, tears in his eyes. Gunfire suddenly broke out, and the team scrambled back into the vehicles. Dean scanned the crowd, looking for the shooter. He saw a man with his AK raised in the air. He had been firing off harmless rounds in celebration. Dean breathed a sigh of relief. From his second-story office on Mazar's main street, Najib Qureshi, 21 years old, saw that the rumors of the Taliban retreat were true. The streets were empty of the usual grim, sanctimonious policemen twirling their leather batons, members of the city's Truth and Prevention of Vice Squad. Certainly the policemen had been less bold these past several days, as the fighting intensified in the mountains south of the city. Good riddance, thought Najib. Najib had always found sport in making fun of the overly serious Taliban. When he was a few years younger, he'd had the legs to outrun them when they chastised him for cutting his hair in the wildly popular Titanic hairstyle, named after the haircut worn by Leonardo DiCaprio in the eponymous movie. "Why do you have the Titanic hair?" the Taliban policeman had pestered Najib. "Because I like it, damn you." And then he'd run away, taunting them over his shoulder. Najib had learned English by listening to the BBC and conversing with any foreign NGO worker who happened to come through Mazar during its war-torn years. This meant that he spoke with a slight British accent, in a reedy voice verging on sarcasm. He'd grown up in Mazar during the long Soviet occupation and the civil war that followed, and he'd witnessed nearly every manner of savage misanthropy. Yet he maintained in his jaunty step an irresistible joie de vivre. He had never been happier in his life than now, when the Taliban were leaving. Earlier that day, his father, the mayor, had told him that their home had been chosen as a safe house for some American soldiers. The chance of a lifetime. Najib dreamed of being a TV news correspondent. He dreamed of visiting America. What better way to practice his English than by making friends with American soldiers? He jumped on his motor scooter and, borne along the stream of celebrating neighbors, hurried home. Amid the continuing celebrations, General Dostum and Captain Mitch Nelson rode into Mazar several hours after Atta. Following close behind were Major Mark Mitchell and his team, led by Lieutenant Colonel Bowers. Mitchell and the team had turned their horses over to Dostum's men at the south end of the gap. Bert Docks, Mitchell's combat controller, could barely walk from his horse to the 2-ton truck that was to carry them through the gap. He winced as it jounced over the road through the canyon. Doc's teammate, fellow combat controller Malcolm Victors, looked around at the dozen Afghan soldiers riding with them, and because they couldn't speak English, he thought they were dumber than him. He knew they weren't. He knew this was an ignorant thing for him to be thinking, but he couldn't help judging them. One of the Afghans, standing at the front of the truck bed and facing ahead, yelled something Victors couldn't understand. A translator told him the guy wanted everyone to keep their arms and legs inside the truck. Yeah, right, thought Victors. What's this guy talking about? A few minutes later, Victors looked up as the truck passed between 2 rock walls with only inches to spare on either side. Holy smoke, I've got to pay attention. Cal Spencer, wearing his son's student baseball cap, the bill now frayed, embroidered with a maroon FC for Fort Campbell, was overwhelmed by the crowd's reception. He couldn't believe they had captured Mazar so quickly. He was driving one of the Gators, loaded with the team's rucksacks. General Dostum approached, having stopped his truck up ahead and walked back to Spencer. "Take me for a ride," he said. Spencer understood that Dostum wanted to be seen riding alongside the Americans as they entered the city. "Hop in, General." Dostum waved to the crowd as they sped along. He suggested that they hoist an American flag on a pole attached to the buggy. Spencer and Nelson thought it was a good idea. Max Bowers disagreed. "This is their victory," he said. He explained that the Afghans shouldn't perceive the Americans as victors. Both Spencer and Nelson realized that Bowers was right. Dostum, after a short ride, returned to his vehicle. His security detail worried that the crowd had grown too large, nearly 5,000 people. It would be too easy for a Taliban soldier still lurking in town to take a shot. Up ahead loomed a strange building, a towering fortress made entirely of mud. It resembled something out of Arabian Nights. "What's that?" Spencer asked, pointing down the road. "Our new home," shouted Nelson. The convoy of victors rumbled through a tall gate and entered the fort. Spencer asked if the place had a name. Someone in the group, an Afghan, answered, "Kala-i-Jangi." He explained that in English it meant House of War. Leaving his carpet shop, Nadir Sinhab started running like everyone else to welcome the Americans as they passed through the gates of the city. Nadir remembered the first time the Taliban appeared at his house in 1998, looking for his father. The elder had been an officer in the Northern Alliance Army, and the Taliban suspected that he was still a loyal soldier after his retirement, which he had not been. Nadir had heard a Toyota pickup pull up in the dusty street, and several Taliban policemen got out and walked to his house. Nadir waited for the knock, then swung the door open. "Is your father in the house?" asked one policeman. His father had warned him to bite his tongue and not criticize these men. They had killed neighbors who lived nearby, and then had the audacity to move into their house. Every day with them was like waking in a land of ghouls, only you were never sleeping. "What do you want with my father?" "We need him to talk." Nadir called his father on his cell phone. "They are here. They want you to come home." "We're supposed to search your house," the policeman told Nadir's father when he arrived. "What are you looking for? Guns? Ammunition? We don't have anything." The Taliban soldier raised an axe and started smashing their closets. He threw their clothes in a pile in the street and set them on fire. Then he barged out of the house and returned shortly carrying a shovel. He announced that he would find weapons buried in the dirt floor, weapons that Nadir's father was hiding as a favor for the infidel General Dostum. He drove the shovel into the dirt and started digging. He found nothing in the kitchen, nothing in the bedrooms. He walked from room to room, leaving piles of dirt everywhere he went. Finally, he left. Nadir and his father stood in the house and surveyed the damage. Then they retrieved shovels of their own and started filling in the holes. Life was like that, thought Nadir. Somebody keeps digging holes in your life, and you keep filling them in. A week later, the Taliban policeman returned. He told Nadir's father, "You said you don't have anything, but someone has told me that you do." He started digging again. "Oh, brother," Nadir's father cried, "we do not have anything buried in our house." After the man had dug several holes, he walked up to Nadir's father and slapped him across the face. "We know you have ammunition. We will take your car and your money." Nadir's father was silent with rage as the Taliban police officer lectured him on being a proper Muslim. "Do you want to scandalize Islam? Do you want to discredit your family?" The officer said to Nadir, "Brother, tell your sister not to go to school. Otherwise, we will kill her." The man was serious. Recently there had been a chilling message broadcast on the radio in Mazar. "There are only 2 places for an Afghan woman," the radio announcer had said. "In the husband's home, and in the graveyard." Nadir had studied English at Najib's language school in Mazar-e-Sharif, and he was proud of his education. And he was proud of his sisters. "We must study," he told the policeman, "because this country needs the educated person. Tell your sister, if she goes to school, we will kill her." Nadir just shook his head. One day he was walking down the street when he felt that he was being watched. He spotted a Taliban soldier who was pointing an AK-47 at him, holding it at waist level. "Boy, come here," the man barked. "What is the matter, sir?" "Don't talk. What did you do with your beard? Why have you shaved?" Nadir considered his answer carefully, but he could not help himself. "My beard?" he yelled. He pointed at his clean-shaven chin. "This is my beard. It is not your beard." The Taliban wrapped Nadir's wrists with a scarf and hauled him off to a jail in Mazar, where the guard beat him with a rubber hose. Nadir yelled at them, Islam doesn't depend on only the beard, you know. Islam says, don't kill the person, don't kill the human. A human is a creature of God. He was in jail for 3 days. The Taliban called his father and told him, "We have your son." Then they arrested Nadir's father and carted him down to the jail. His father tried reasoning with the Taliban. "What is wrong with my son? He doesn't have a beard. He's young. Besides, it is his choice whether he grows a beard." The Taliban raised a rubber hose and struck the old man on the shoulder. He held up his arms to ward off the blows. "My son has done nothing wrong," he yelled. "Be silent." They kept hitting him. "He is in violation of God's law." "He will grow a beard. Will that make you happy?" The Taliban threw his father into the same jail cell. They beat him in front of Nadir. It was all the young man could do not to cry out. He was amazed and proud of his father's courage. When the Taliban were done beating him, his father agreed to buy their way out of jail. He gave the Taliban some money, and father and son hobbled out, blinking in the sunlight, walking home arm in arm. Dostum and his security convoy didn't stop at the fort, but continued into Mazar-i-Sharif, to the Blue Mosque. Dostum had triumphantly arrived to reopen it. The rooms had been shuttered during the Taliban's occupation of the city. He stepped from his jeep and looked up at the sparkling minarets. They seemed to float overhead in the midday sun. His muddy boots rang across the tiled courtyard, so peerless that it appeared he was walking across the sky itself. Dostum entered the mosque. He removed his boots and knelt to pray. Beneath the mosque's stone floor, in a sealed crypt, lay the body of Muhammad's son-in-law and cousin, Ali ibn Abi Talib, the fourth caliph of Islam. After his death, in what is now present-day Iraq, the holy man's followers buried him in Baghdad. But later, fearing desecration of the grave, they dug up and bundled his remains onto a white camel, who was set to wandering for days across miles of desert, before collapsing here, on this spot, in Mazar-i-Sharif. Dostum had never been a religious man, but now he prayed. He prayed for Captain Nelson, whom he cared for as if he were a son. "I have been at war my entire life, and I have killed many men, and yet I am alive." He climbed back into his jeep and motioned for the driver to take him to his headquarters. By day's end, all of the teams had arrived in Mazar-i-Sharif except Diller's. He finally appeared outside Kale-i-Jangi in late afternoon, starved and filthy. In the last 12 hours, he and his team, along with their contingent of Afghans, had marched 30 miles to reach the city. He had been powering up his radio just long enough to raise Nelson and communicate his position before shutting it off. He was low on battery power and conserving every volt. The day before, they'd marched 20 miles. Now, standing in the road 200 yards from the immense fort before him, his legs were numb. He couldn't feel them. He was bleeding down his pant legs, the result of painful saddle sores. After his horse had collapsed from exhaustion on the stony trail, Diller had led it the last 10 miles. Diller looked at the fort ahead, and then he looked at the horse. "Now I know you don't want to," he told the tired, patient animal, "but goddammit, I rode a horse out of Dehi when I started this fight, and I'd like to ride one in." Diller put his foot in the stirrup and sat gingerly in the saddle. He gave the horse a kick. Every bounce was excruciating. Diller grinned like an idiot to avoid crying out in pain. Soon he drew up to the 4 men standing at the fort's entrance, pulled on the reins, and stopped. Standing there were Nelson, Spencer, Essex, and Milo. Diller sat and just stared at them. It sunk in. He was here, in Mazar. He slid from the saddle with a groan. His teammates rushed forward, shaking Diller's hand and hugging him. It had only been 2 weeks since the entire 12-man group had left K2, and 11 days since they'd ridden out of Dostum's camp in the mountains. Not that much time, really. But for most of it, they had expected to die at any minute. Now they were together again. This feels good, thought Diller, flopping down on a cool strip of grass in the fort's shadow. Soon he was fast asleep. As Nelson and his team settled into the fort, Dean sat down to a feast in Atta's safe house. The men passed around platters of goat, rice, and fruit, washing the mouthfuls down with lots of instant coffee. The house was bordered by gardens and a pond, an oasis within scarred metal security walls. A chubby, dark-haired young man with doleful eyes introduced himself to Dean as the son of the owner. He spoke perfect English and said his name was Najib Qureshi. Dean's interest in meeting an English speaker and possible interpreter was dampened when Najib started asking questions. Do you have a family? Where do you live in the United States? What kind of military training did you go through? Dean wondered, incorrectly, if Najib was some kind of spy for the Taliban. If this hadn't been Najib's home, he would have kicked him out to the street. Dean resolved that they had to move to a new safe house as soon as possible. There was, in fact, much more to worry about. Local citizens were walking up to the gate outside with news that suicide bombers had targeted Dean and his team. How did they find us so quickly? He wondered. Dean instructed Brian Lyle to send news of the threat up to K2. They set up a security perimeter around the house and went over an escape route in case of attack. This was called their go-to-hell plan. Operation Sergeant Brad Highland placed a large orange panel on the roof. Now if they had to be extracted by helicopter, the pilot could easily find them. They also made up a go-to-hell signal, a word that any one of them could utter, if they had to leave the house immediately. This word would mean only one thing: get out now. The word they chose was Titans, after the Tennessee Titans NFL team. As Dean listened to gunfire erupt across the city, he received more bad news. Several of Atta's men had just been gunned down as they walked up to the Sultan Reza's girls' school. Dean told the team to check the situation at the school and radio their report. He would remain at the safe house and direct operations from there. The Taliban were firing from the windows when Stu Mansfield and Brian Lyle rolled up in a truck a few minutes later. Mansfield backed the vehicle behind a corner out of the line of fire. By standing in the bed of the pickup, he could see the entrance to the school, enough of a vantage to get a sense of the situation. The school building was a drab glass and metal complex. Now its rooms were filled with refuse, firewood, weapons, and feces. Atta had been convinced he could get the enemy fighters inside the school to surrender. They were militant al-Qaeda soldiers, Pakistanis mostly, who'd been abandoned by the Taliban during their retreat. Atta's thinking was guided by the school's proximity to the Blue Mosque, several blocks away, and to the hundreds of mud and cinder block houses in the surrounding neighborhoods. He couldn't attack the school without casualties or collateral damage. It was a sticky situation, requiring a light touch, the warlord's genius. Back at the safe house, in a meeting with Atta, before the team had left, Dean had suggested laser-guided bombs could be dropped on the school. Dangerous, but possible. Atta had disagreed. He explained that 9 more of his soldiers were already in the building, trying to negotiate a surrender. This news surprised Dean. "Well, sir, what do you want to do?" he had asked. "I want to wait." They decided they would give diplomacy a second chance, and if it failed, Dean would level the building. Mansfield now looked at Atta's 2 envoys, lying dead on the grass outside the school's front doors, and wondered if diplomacy really was an option here. The envoys had walked up to the doors, carrying the Koran opened before them, the pages facing outward at the fighters inside, a sign of peace. The bullets that killed them had passed through the books and riddled their bodies. When he heard news of the siege at the school, Dostum, in his office at Kala Ijangi, had decided he wanted to bomb the building immediately. Around him, his workmen were already hammering, sweeping, and painting, repairing the damage caused during the Taliban occupation. Electrical wire hung from the ceiling, ripped out by the fleeing fighters. But then Atta had called and informed Dostum that the school had been surrounded by his men, and that the people of Mazar would object to a bomb being dropped in their neighborhood. It would risk lives and jeopardize Atta and Dostum's support among Mazar's citizens. Dostum grunted, reluctantly agreeing. About this time, Mitch Nelson was standing in the courtyard of the fortress with Lieutenant Colonel Bowers. Neither had been privy to the discussion between Dostum and Atta, nor to Atta's insistence that he was in control of the situation. Dostum told the Americans that a cleric had been killed in a gunfight at the school, and that the enemy fighters inside had refused to surrender. Dostum explained that he wanted to bomb the place and quickly end the siege. Nelson and Bowers questioned Dostum about the wisdom of such an attack. Dostum reminded them that he had seen how accurate Nelson and his men could be with bombs. Bowers, nonetheless, felt Dostum wanted to act too quickly, and both he and Nelson worried that hundreds of civilians could die. However, after talking over the situation, they decided to send a team into the school. Sonny Tatum, Fred Falls, Patrick Remington, and Charles Jones pulled up a block from the building. With them was CIA officer Mike Spann. While the others stayed at the truck, Tatum and Spann moved forward several hundred yards, dashing from corner to corner, looking for a building from which to watch the school. To blend in, Tatum had changed into jeans and a dark buttoned shirt. Tatum picked a nearby building, and he and Spann climbed the back stairs. At the top, Tatum unpacked his laser gear and radios and set up an approach for 2 F-18 jets on station overhead. Using the rangefinder, he measured the distance between himself and the school at 300 yards. Close. Too close. He and Spann would be in danger of being blown up. He also didn't have a clear line of sight. Too many of the buildings in the neighborhood were the same height. But to get a straight shot with the laser, he'd have to get even closer. He was screwed. Tatum aimed the green, box-shaped softlam at the schoolhouse and pressed the trigger. The device chirped as it shot out the laser, but he couldn't get a good bead on the building. Only one corner and part of the roof's southern edge. He needed to place the laser in the middle of the roof in order to ensure an accurate drop on the target. This left a final option, most dangerous of all. Tatum turned to Spann and said, "We need to get to the schoolhouse." They would need the GPS coordinates of the building's position. Tatum had a plan. They made their way back down the stairs and dashed from building to building, right up to the school. They stood against it, backs pressed to the east wall, near the corner. Tatum pushed the button on the face of his GPS, logging in the latitude and longitude coordinates of his position. They next dashed down the wall to the west corner, and Tatum pushed the button again. They ran to another corner and repeated the process. You couldn't get more perfect coordinates, except by climbing atop the roof. Tatum thought that at any minute they'd be spotted by one of the Al-Qaeda soldiers inside. Overhead on the second floor, most of the windows had been busted out. Tatum could hear voices, angry voices. Pushing off the wall, they sprinted a short distance to a nearby building and caught their breath. No gunfire followed them. Quickly, they ran back up the stairs to the Overwatch building and set up the strike. Over his radio, Tatum asked the two pilots, "See that raggedy-ass house with the boarded windows? Now look to your left." And here Tatum was careful to visualize himself inside each pilot's cockpit, orienting himself from above as the pilot was oriented. From the air, the school was T-shaped. The lead pilot said he could see the T-shape. Now they had a visual ID. Tatum then relayed the GPS coordinates as well. Tatum and Spann crouched down on the roof and waited. Inside the school, the men who had entered as Atta's envoys, after the first group had been attacked, were in the middle of negotiations with a group of enemy soldiers. They had managed to escape being gunned down, so far. At the same time, Remington, Jones, and Falls were positioned around the block inside of the school, but out of sight of Mansfield and Lyle. Each team had no idea that the other was there. Standing in his pickup, Brian Lyle was trying to reach Nelson's team at Kalai Jangi, but for some reason his radio malfunctioned. He couldn't get through. He wanted to let Nelson know that he and Mansfield were at the school. Lyle had no idea that Nelson was already aware of the siege. Back at Atta's safe house, Dean was also trying to connect with Dostum and Nelson. It was dawning on Dean that the teams had entered the city so quickly and at such different paces that they hadn't updated each other with their locations. Dean wasn't even sure if Dostum had arrived in Mazar yet. The situation was fluid. Too fluid, Dean thought. Curious about the unfolding events, he and Brad Highland were ready to drive over to the school when they heard the explosion. They looked up. Dean was shocked to see how close the mushroom cloud was, just 3 or 4 blocks away. Who dropped that fucking bomb? Dean wanted to know. And then, Atta's men just got smoked. How was he going to explain to Atta that the United States of America had just killed his men? Up on the rooftop overlooking the school, Tatum checked back with the pilots. Olive 31, this is Tomcat. Request a second drop. The bomb, guided by the GPS inside it, had hit the center of the school's roof, just as Tatum had planned. The back wall and east side of the building had collapsed. A handful of enemy soldiers had stumbled from the building and disappeared down the street. The second jet pilot announced he was ready to drop. Tatum ducked, just as the projectile streaked in. The earth moved beneath him, beneath the building. Thunder rolled down the city streets. 2 blocks away, the explosion rocked Stu Mansfield and Brian Lyle. Mansfield, the radio still in his hand, was furious and confused. The Afghans with them, Atta's men, glared at Mansfield and Lyle, equally uncertain of what had just happened. Mansfield didn't know how many of Atta's men were in the building, but he knew they were dead, and that wasn't good news. He held up the radio. "I didn't do it," he told Atta's soldiers. I didn't call in those bombs. They didn't seem to be buying the protest. Mansfield and Lyle agreed they should leave the area immediately. Mansfield felt terrible over what just happened. Dean could have been in that building. What then? They started the truck and sped away, back to the safe house. From his position, Tatum surveyed the damage of the second airstrike. Half the school was a smoking heap. The bomb had entered through the same hole in the roof made by the first bomb, a perfect hit. More Taliban and al-Qaeda fighters ran from the jagged reefs of concrete, firing their weapons wildly through the smoke at the surrounding buildings. Tatum worried that they would escape into the city. He radioed the pilots overhead. "Look, we just stirred up a hornet's nest. You guys are going to have to drop another bomb." "Ready for immediate re-attack," said one. "Requesting clearance." "Clear." More of the remaining steel and concrete walls blew outward, shattering the trees surrounding the school. Only the front wall facing the street and random portions of remaining walls were still standing. Tatum saw more men stumble from the rubble, faces striped white and red with blood and dust. He was amazed anyone was still walking. Chain-link fence surrounded part of the school, and some of the dazed survivors jumped over it and ran into the neighborhood, darting between houses. Tatum watched as the locals and Afghan soldiers chased them. Most ruthless among them were the Shia Hazaras. The Taliban had slaughtered them by the thousands when they seized the city in August 1998. Now it was the Hazaras' turn. They beat the fighters with shovels and rocks. Back at the school, about 30 Taliban and al-Qaeda fighters had survived the strikes. They retreated into the rubble and hid in a corner of the building that hadn't collapsed. They would stay there for the next 2 days, exchanging gunfire with Atta's men, before finally surrendering. Hungry, exhausted, somehow at the last choosing life instead of death. Dean was pacing the safe house, waiting for Atta's return. The warlord was traveling somewhere in the city, meeting with tribal elders and rekindling relationships that had been cut short 3 years earlier, when the Taliban captured the town. Dean felt terrible about Atta's men killed at the schoolhouse, but he also felt he had lost face with Atta. And if this was true, the mission could fail. Even though he hadn't bombed the schoolhouse, he was linked to it as an American soldier. Back at the school, Atta's men were dragging the dead men out of the rubble and loading them into a truck. Soon the truck showed up at the safe house. Dean watched as some of the bodies were placed in simple wood caskets. Others were laid in the dirt under the trees. One of Atta's men bent low over the bodies with pliers and heavy wire, and bound the feet and hands together so the men would harden in rigor mortis positions that would fit in a coffin. Dean's heart sank at the sight of the dead boys, 15, 16 years old. He had traveled with some of these fighters. He knew them. He resolved to make this right somehow with Atta. The pensive, graying warlord appeared at the safe house later in the day, looking weary. Dean could tell he'd already heard the news. Dean couldn't tell if he was upset. He approached Atta and apologized profusely for the deaths of his soldiers. Atta stood listening and stroking his beard. Dean walked over and shook hands with the commanders of the dead men and gave them a hug. He kept saying how personally sorry he was about the deaths, trying to communicate his contrition with every ounce of body language. Atta asked to talk to Dean privately. They stepped away from the other men. Atta looked him in the eye. He could see Dean was upset. "These things happen in war," he said. These 9 people will not change the outcome of the war. It is very sad, but we understand." Dean stared at him in disbelief, realizing what might have seemed cold-heartedness on Atta's part was instead wisdom. After that, Dean felt a little better. That night, some Mazar locals brought to Dean's door 2 Pakistani soldiers who'd been wounded in the aftermath of the school bombing. Somehow, after running from the rubble through the city streets, they had escaped death at the hands of Mazar's angry citizens. Now they were Atta's prisoners. Dean looked at their hands, loosely bound with turbans. He wondered why anyone had even bothered to tie them up. The prisoners glared at Dean and told him they had come to Afghanistan to wage jihad against Americans. Dean thought, "Roger that, and you'd kill me if you had the chance." Medic Jerry Booker went to work, cleaning the prisoners' wounds. The first one was in his late teens, short and skinny. He had a page-boy haircut, thick and heavy. The kid reminded Booker of the movie actor Johnny Depp. Booker asked him questions about the whereabouts of al-Qaeda operatives in the city. The kid said nothing. Like Dean, Booker saw hate in the kid's eyes. He tapped his chest and heard a dull thud. He realized the boy's pleural cavity was filling with blood and air, and that this was putting pressure on the lung. He laid him down on an old wool blanket on the floor and picked up a pair of forceps from the duffel at his feet. The kid grew wide-eyed, as if he thought Booker was going to hurt him. One of Atta's junior commanders waved Booker away. "Don't treat this piece of human crap." But a senior commander told Booker to operate. The bullet had entered the left shoulder and exited out the chest, also on the left side. The kid was panting, and he looked pale. Every breath magnified the pressure on his collapsing lung, a true sucking chest wound. Booker had never treated one, but he knew what to do. In Special Forces medic training, he'd been told that in a pinch, he could use an endotracheal tube, normally meant for insertion down the throat during surgery, to allow a patient to breathe. But first he had to drain the chest cavity of some of the air and blood. He numbed the left ribs with lidocaine, made an incision between them, inserted the forceps, and spread the bones. He then inserted a catheter into the chest. Booker could hear the trapped air rushing out of the tube with a small whistling noise, followed by blood flowing out onto the floor. Atta's men were holding down the kid, who was screaming in Urdu. Wasik, Dean's translator, told the Americans what he was saying. "They are trying to kill me." He yelled out that he wanted Allah to strike the Americans down. And even though the rib area was numbed, Booker knew the incision had to hurt like hell. To fully drain the blood, he had to insert a larger tube in the kid's back. Again, he numbed the skin before shoving the forceps through the muscle. After the air and blood drained, he capped the hole in his chest with an Asherman chest seal, a dressing that works similarly to the seal on a bag of coffee. The seal lets out air, but it doesn't let any back in. Little by little, the kid's face relaxed as his breathing grew easier. He had finally realized the Americans weren't going to kill him. Booker turned to the other prisoner, an older, bald man in a flowing blue smock and sandals. Blood was running down his face. His scalp was split, probably by the butt of an AK rifle. He was even more defiant than Johnny Depp had been, looking as if he would spit on Booker. The man's eyes darted about nervously as Booker studied his wound. Without provocation, the man erupted in a flurry of epithets. He shouted that he had also come to Afghanistan to kill Americans. Booker, ignoring the outburst, debrided the scalp wound and carefully sewed it up. Afterward, he stepped back and looked the guy square in the eye. "By the way, dude," he said, "I'm an American." When this was translated, the man studied Booker and grunted thanks. Then he was led away. Booker had no idea what would happen to him. Atta's men told him that the younger prisoner would be taken to a hospital. When one of the senior Afghans in the room winked at Booker about this news, Booker thought, "Crap, why did we even fix these guys if they're going to take them out and slaughter them?" A few days later, though, while touring a hospital, Booker spotted Johnny Depp, shaved and handcuffed to his bed. Booker was thankful he was healthy and alive. The day after the bombing at the school, Dean and Nelson turned their attention to building peace in a shattered city. Still annoyed by Najib Qureshi's persistent questioning, Dean ordered the team to move out of the Qureshi household and into another safe house. It was a propitious move. The new place was practically a palace by Mazar standards, with running hot water, working showers, and flush toilets. Dean set up guards on the roof and a secure perimeter. The team next started conducting what they called bug hunts in the city. These involved driving through the city and visiting with locals, asking them if they were aware of enemy activity in their neighborhood. Each night when Dean climbed up to the roof of the safe house, he heard less and less gunfire. He wondered when they might be able to return to Fort Campbell. The question was increasingly on the minds of all the men. As peace broke out, news reporters started rolling into the city. Alex Perry, who'd been hired by Time as a travel editor, had been trying to enter Afghanistan from Uzbekistan for nearly a month following the attacks in America. Perry had guessed early that the U.S. military would respond by invading Afghanistan, and he had waited out his chance to enter the country in a $25 a night guest house. Perry had worked his satellite phone, calling Dostum, Atta, Mohakik, and their subcommanders as they rode north on their horses with Nelson, Dean, and Mitchell. Perry filed his stories from an internet cafe in Tashkent, increasingly eager to see the war firsthand. "Are the Taliban leaving Mazar-e-Sharif?" ran the headline of a dispatch he published on November 7, 2001, 2 days after Essex, Milo, and Winehouse were overrun in their trench. No one in the press exactly knew the answer to the question. Reporters had been absent from the battlefield. The teams were operating in near total secrecy. The following day, November 8, Perry filed another story that described his plight as covering a war that nobody wants journalists to get to. Not the Taliban, not the Americans, not the Uzbek border guards, and not, one suspects, the Northern Alliance propaganda chiefs. Hour after hour, Perry would reach wrong numbers and facile explanations while placing calls to contacts in Afghanistan, such as, "Sorry, Commander X is in a battle right now. Can you call back later?" The odd thing was that the person on the other end was sometimes telling the truth. Commander X really was in the field, fighting. Satellite phones and email had multiplied and accelerated the lines of communications. As Nelson, Dean, and Mitchell used horses to ride up the Darya Balk River Valley, theirs was the first war to be fought in an age of cheap, ubiquitous, and instant communication. This irony had not been lost on Nelson when he watched Dostum power his portable Thuraya satellite phone with a car battery he carried in a saddlebag. Perry was frustrated by the ability to make easy contact, while simultaneously being unable to make sense of the situation. Reporting at night from Tashkent was especially hard, because his Afghan interviewees, often low-level commanders and Northern Alliance soldiers, were bombed out of their minds on hash and opium, the drug of choice among the Afghan lower class. The upper class drank vodka, lots of it, His phone interviews often threatened to squib off into drunken blather and stoned silences. He had spent hours trying to arrange safe passage into Mazar-e-Sharif, when finally, a Tashkent press chief invited several hundred journalists to the Uzbekistan border town of Termez on the Amu Darya River. Across the half-mile-wide current lay Hairatan in Afghanistan. The press chief was desperately buttering up reporters to write about Uzbekistan's fabulous generosity in opening its border to deliver humanitarian aid to Afghanistan. He put a dozen reporters on the first barge of food aid, with strict instructions to return with the ship. When they arrived in Hairatan, Perry watched his fellow journalists dutifully filming the unloading of food from the barge. Perry himself quietly slipped out of the port and caught a taxi that took him straight to General Atta's safe house in Mazar, 30 miles south. Perry, although a seasoned reporter, had never worked in a combat zone. Yet he was surprised to find that he had become one of the first journalists to enter Mazar-e-Sharif after its fall. He felt he was on to something big. As he sat at dinner with Atta, rice, raisins, onions, carrots, and boiled mutton, he met an enterprising and eager young man who spoke excellent English and harbored dreams of becoming a correspondent for CNN. Or so he had told the last guests in his house, gruff American soldiers who moved out abruptly. Perry hired the young man on the spot as his translator and fixer or guide. The young man introduced himself as Najib Qureshi. The day after his arrival, Perry visited the Sultan Raza School. 5 days after the bombing, Red Cross workers were still engaged in the grim chore of collecting the approximately 400 bodies of Al-Qaeda and Taliban soldiers. Perry wrote, "The stench of death hung across the ruins. The team concentrated on intact bodies that could be lifted by the arms and legs. Elsewhere, fire had reduced everything, furniture, clothing, people, to ash." When Dean learned that reporters were in Mazar-e-Sharif, he took immediate, if simple, measures to avoid detection. Men and women toting laptops and cameras were pouring into the city, on the hunt for a story about the lightning-quick victory of a group of mysterious American soldiers on horseback, armed with lasers. Because the soldiers had left the state secretly, and because no reporters had been embedded with them, a concept that wouldn't come to the fore within Pentagon public relations for another 2 years, there had been a virtual news blackout. Nothing concrete was known about Nelson, Dean, and Mitchell. Certainly neither their names nor their faces had been published in any kind of public media. But the reporters were still largely stymied in getting a story. They spent their days hanging out in Mazar's only working hotel, talking mainly to each other about what might be happening in the street. It's difficult to imagine now, but in 2001, few reporters had any connection with locals on the ground. No ready-made network of contacts and translators. The same kind of supply lines the soldiers relied on to stay alive. For Dean, whose modus operandi depended on his ability to blend in with local citizens and operate behind the scenes, the media was a new kind of digital-age meta-enemy. Within minutes, his face could be broadcast around the world, accessible to anyone with a television or an internet connection. The thought horrified him. At the least, this disclosure could give the larger jihadi world the impression that the Americans had invaded and captured Afghanistan, creating ill will toward the entire post-war rebuilding of the country. At the worst, publishing his name, face, and location could get him killed. There was still a bounty on all of the soldiers, $100,000 for the body of each dead American soldier, to be paid by bin Laden's al-Qaeda network. Another scenario haunted the men. They feared some wannabe al-Qaeda nutjob might show up outside their homes in the States. The possibility was too chilling to consider. In short, having a reporter take your picture was like posing for your own wanted poster. On bug hunts, the teams moved quickly and decisively through the city, keeping watch for anyone pointing a camera at them. If they were spotted, they left that area. They hid behind wraparound sunglasses, scarves, and pakul hats to avoid being recognizable in any pictures. Several days after they'd moved into the new safe house, Communications Sergeant Brian Lyle and Weapons Sergeant Mark House were spotted in the bustling market area by a group of what looked like photographers. Dean was at the safe house pulling security duty when his radio crackled to life. Lyle reported that the men were toting serious-looking cameras. Lyle and House had jumped in their truck and peeled away, but they couldn't shake their pursuers. Dean could hear the panic in their voices. The photographers were swerving over the road, barely missing kids playing in the streets. Lyle told Dean they were afraid somebody was going to get run over. "Drive by the safe house," said Dean. "Don't look at it. Just drive, and we'll see how many there are." He saw their pickup race past, followed by a yellow sedan driven by 3 men pointing cameras out the windows. Dean got back on the radio. "All right. Lead them to an isolated area and box them in somehow. Stop the car, get out, and then bum rush them. Tell them to stop photographing you, and that if they continue, tell them you're going to destroy their car. And lastly, explain to them the whole Massoud incident," Dean added, recalling how the Northern Alliance leader Ahmed Shah Massoud had been assassinated 2 months earlier by al-Qaeda operatives posing as photographers. Lyle and House turned down an alley, came to the end, wheeled around, and started driving back out. They let the photographer's car pass and complete the same maneuver, and when it was behind them, Lyle wrenched the wheel and turned the truck across the road, blocking the path. He and House stepped out and ran at the photographer's car. The men inside looked as if they might piss their pants. "Don't take our picture," Lyle said calmly. "It'll endanger us, and it endangers our families." The photographers sputtered and cursed in French. "Fuck you! What about freedom of the press?" But Lyle remained calm and repeated again what he had said. He saw that they were buying it. He knew that if he stayed calm and friendly, they would have little to react to. The photographers talked over the request and told Lyle they wouldn't take his picture, at least for now. "Thank you," said Lyle. He and House sped away, as anonymous as when they had left. As Dean's and Nelson's teams ran bug hunts in the city, Mark Mitchell oversaw post-war operations from a second-story office in Kala Ijangi. The office was part of Dostum's spacious headquarters, which opened onto a long balcony overlooking the rose garden, placid groves of trees, and the cold, narrow stream flowing through the northern courtyard. Across the courtyard, about 150 yards from the balcony, stood the 60-foot-high mud wall that separated the fort in two. In the southern courtyard, on the other side of the tall wall, several mysterious buildings sat among the stones and thorns, relics of the Soviets' occupation of the fort when they'd used it, like Dostum and the Taliban later, as a headquarters. One of the buildings was painted a startling pink, the flesh of the faintest rose, in stark contrast to the beige and gray of the fort's dry mud walls. None of the Americans knew exactly what the pink building had been used for. Dean and Nelson believed it must have been a school, because the floor measured about as much as a one-room schoolhouse in the States, about 75 feet on each side. But it was the basement, that gave one the willies. You entered by means of stairs standing about 50 feet off the side of the building itself. The doorway was made of stacked brick, with mud steps leading down 75 feet into darkness. The basement might have been a storeroom for ammunition, as the walls and ceiling were several feet thick and reinforced with metal bars. Not one of the Americans, or even the Afghans, knew for sure. All stories seemed apocryphal, especially the one that the basement, which was dark and silent as a grave, had been a dungeon. The Americans had simply started calling the building the Pink House. The rear wall of Mitchell's office, in the northern end of the fort, had been painted as a mural of an undersea fantasy land, with green fans of coral and exotically colored fish. Mitchell surmised that the Taliban hadn't destroyed the painting because it did not depict the faces of people or animals. Fish, he guessed, were A-OK with the Taliban. Soon after moving into the fort, nearly everyone on the teams grew deathly ill. When fresh water had failed to arrive on a resupply drop, they'd taken their chances drinking from the local tap, and now everyone regretted the decision. Ben Milo was struck with a case of diarrhea that he felt would kill him. It would last 9 days. He and the rest of his team were camped in 3 miserable rooms in the northern end of the fort, on the 2nd floor. At one point, Milo grew so sick that he had to sleep in the bathroom, hurriedly scuttling between his sleeping bag and the dark hole in the floor a few feet away. The very air in the fort seemed diseased. The men explored its maze of dank rooms and dark passageways, the halogen beams of their flashlights passing over rough mud walls that sprouted tufts of animal hair and straw, crude building materials, and revealed odd sights. Some rooms were filled floor to ceiling with small sticks. Others were piled high with shoes. Some seemed to have been the scene of horrific struggles, the floors tracked with heavy boots and dried pools of blood. After a half hour of wandering, the men would step out of a doorway and into another part of the fort, without any idea of how they'd arrived there. The Magic Castle, some of them called it. As part of post-war operations, Mitchell was busy preparing to dispose of the immense weapons and ammunition cache that the Taliban had left behind. 6 Connex trailers hulked in the weeds in the southern compound. The rear doors of the trailers swung open with a screech. Inside lay hundreds of rifles, rockets, ammo, grenades, mortars, and BM-21 rockets. Enough materiel to outfit an army. These were the Taliban's spoils of war after 3 years of occupying Mazar. Mitchell marveled over the World War I rifles of French extraction, the Russian long guns, and the World War II-era machine guns. He picked up a British Enfield and admired the glint of its bayonet in the stormy half-light of the metal trailer. A bayonet. It was stamped with a date, 1913. On the day he was to cart the weapons away to a distant stretch of desert where they would be blown up, the ammunition cache started exploding on its own. The racket was incredible. At first, Mitchell wondered if they were under attack. He ran from his office to see what was the matter. Mitchell would never discover the cause of this spontaneous explosion. It took about a minute to run from the north balcony to the southern courtyard. Passing through the tall gate in the middle dividing wall, he heard the small arms ammunition, crack, 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 and then the mortars, shwoom, followed by BM-21 rockets. The rockets banged around inside the metal trailers and sailed out the open doors, smashing into the interior walls of the fort, or sailing cleanly over and exploding outside in a surrounding field. Mitchell retreated immediately. The fireworks lasted several hours. When he reconned the trailers, he saw that most of them had blown up and been incinerated. The insides were a cooked mess, consisting of twisted gun barrels and charred hunks of steel. Several trailers were more or less intact. Mitchell wanted to take care of these, too, and he made a note in his green hardback notebook to have this done as soon as possible. If by some fluke the fort was attacked and fell into the hands of the Taliban, well, Mitchell didn't even want to imagine that. 2 days after they arrived in the city, the Americans received good news that the battle in other parts of the country was also going well. Northern Alliance soldiers had captured Herat, 60 miles west of Mazar, and Kabul, 150 miles to the south. Soon other villages, Taskurgan, Hiratan, Pulikumri, Talokan, Bamiyan, fell too. From Kabul, the Taliban had headed south to Kandahar, their spiritual base. In the north, they retreated to Kunduz, 60 miles east of Mazar. The Taliban government was collapsing. In Kabul, young men like Raki Bahari, an amateur boxer and schoolteacher, were ecstatic to see the Taliban leave the city. After the Taliban took charge of Kabul, at the height of the Civil War in 1997, there had been fewer robberies by highway bandits, fewer explosions in the middle of the night. But Rocky had discovered that the security the Taliban had brought to the country came with a heavy price: one's very freedom. Rocky did not understand why the Taliban made religion seem like a jail. They didn't let women go to school or work. If a woman's husband died, she had to beg on the street. For the sake of God, give me money. Often she and her children would starve. In defiance to their rule, Rocky had refused to grow a beard. One day he was arrested on his way to the university, where he was scheduled to take an exam. Rocky ended up spending a week in jail because he was clean-shaven. It had almost seemed humorous. The Taliban executed women in the soccer stadium for sleeping with men who weren't their husbands. They cut off the hands of robbers. White-coated doctors would anesthetize them on the warm grass on the soccer pitch and do the operation in front of thousands of cheering people. This was disgusting, beyond human comprehension. He believed that the future had to be brighter than the darkest past. Rocky had lost his father, sister, and brother during the fighting with the Soviet troops. They had been riding in a taxi when it crashed with a Russian army truck. Rocky had to go to work selling milk to support his family after that. With the Soviets gone and Afghans fighting each other, there had been little work in the city for any man, except to join the Taliban and fight the Northern Alliance. Rocky sat in his small food shop all day, waiting for life to change. One day, he was walking down a street in Kabul when he saw a jet from one of the warring factions' air force streak overhead. Rocky saw the jet drop a bomb on a nearby house, and he watched the house's roof fly off and go twirling across the street and crash. He heard a rubbery sound, plop, and looked down at the ground. At his feet was a woman's hand. It had fallen out of the sky. It was lying with the fingers extended in the dirt, palm down, as if gripping the earth. What Rocky noticed were the woman's fingernails. They were painted red with nail polish. She was wearing a ring. She was somebody's wife, he told himself. She had been somebody's mother. Back at Kala-i-Jangi, Mark Mitchell heard stories about Taliban soldiers who'd punished children by cutting off their arms and legs to avenge their parents' attempted escape from the city of Talokan, 25 miles from Kunduz. The stories horrified him and made him think that any battle in those cities would be enormously challenging. In fact, as the Taliban's control of the rest of the country collapsed, it did appear that Kunduz would be their last stronghold, which they would defend to their deaths. On November 13, the British media reported that Osama bin Laden had a videotaped statement claiming responsibility for the attacks on American soil 9 weeks earlier. "History should be a witness that we are terrorists," he said. "Yes, we kill American innocents." Despite Pakistan's diplomatic reassurances that it was America's ally, al-Qaeda's ties to Afghanistan and Pakistan were increasingly clear. The CIA was picking up intelligence that approximately 35 al-Qaeda members, based in Pakistan, were planning to blow up the U.S. consulate in Peshawar. Moreover, it appeared that al-Qaeda planned to use Pakistan's nuclear capability for further attacks. This news reminded Mitchell that the war was far from finished. 4 days after arriving in Mazar, Bowers convened a series of meetings at Kala-i-Jangi with Dostum, Atta, and the Hazara general, Mohammad Mahakik, hoping to lessen tension among the three warlords. He wryly referred to these as the Paris peace talks after the 1972 ceasefire discussions between North and South Vietnam. Bowers realized that he needed to unite these men, bound together by the war, in common cause, or risk a repeat of the tribal warfare that had erupted when the Soviets left. "This is your country, not ours," he began. "We will help you all we can. We have no desire to take anything or to be responsible for your government." By the end of the meetings, the warlords had decided who would run the electric plant, the water system, and humanitarian efforts, the critical miscellany of daily life in a 15th-century town of shopkeepers, doctors, and teachers, struggling in the 21st century. Next, Bowers and the warlords turned their attention to Kunduz, 60 miles away, in the country's eastern corner. Kunduz was a city under siege, a place of hellish spectacle. As intel reports trickled in, indications were that the city of 220,000 was boiling over with Taliban and al-Qaeda soldiers. The streets seethed with bandits, freelancers of no political stripe taking advantage of the chaotic situation. Soldiers broke into restaurants and stores looking for food. Families were killing their burros and eating them. Refugees were fleeing the city to camps outside of Mazar, or trying to. Men were shot in the back at checkpoints as they ran beyond the city limits. Those who escaped spoke of atrocities committed by the Taliban, of citizens forced to run across minefields to the amusement of Taliban soldiers looking on. To prevent soldiers from abandoning their ranks, Taliban leaders ordered that the suspicious among them stuff their shoes with thorns. Those citizens who managed to make it to refugee camps found conditions that were not much better. Alex Perry, the Time reporter, discovered thousands of people living in stick tents draped with black garbage bag tarps on the outskirts of Mazar. Families of 8 or 9 were forced to share one blanket through the increasingly cold nights. Perry saw that the refugees owned nothing except a few pots and pans. When the American soldiers pulled up in their pickups, men, women, and children swarmed the vehicles saying, "Thank you, thank you," and making a hand-to-mouth gesture, "I'm hungry." Stu Mansfield, on Dean's team, gave one of his guards a pair of new boots to replace a pair of worn slippers. The guard thanked him profusely, and then gave the boots to a young boy who ran downtown, sold them, and returned with some money, which the man pocketed. Mansfield could only shrug, thinking that he had still done the right thing. in an attempt to make the Taliban and al-Qaeda soldiers surrender in Kunduz. B-52s trolled overhead, dropping bombs on fleeing trucks and tanks. At night, Spectre AC-130 gunships pounded the hillsides where the enemy forces were camped in trenches. In the dark, the specially outfitted planes flew at high altitudes and remained invisible to the enemy on the ground. The Spectre could shoot thousands of bullets per minute from Gatling guns and could fire artillery shells, barrels poking from the side of the plane. The enemy soldiers on the ground, believing they were concealed by darkness, often didn't know where the deadly fire was coming from. On board each gunship, a weapons officer tracked enemy movements on a video screen. Human bodies resembled glowing grains of rice. The engines of trucks appeared as intense hotspots in the plane's heat-sensing optics. The weapons on board were aimed by means of a joystick. The torrent of fire from the plane was relentless and accurate. Dostum had been delighted to discover that one of the Spectre's crew members was a female. He had been listening to his radio when he heard her voice amid the pilot's chatter. Dostum, who was standing alongside Nelson as the night attack unfolded, turned and asked, disbelieving, "Is that a woman?" Even though he professed an egalitarian streak, Dostum had met few women in positions of power in his lifetime. "Ha!" he chortled into the radio, talking to the Taliban soldiers. "The Americans think so little of you that they have sent a woman to kill you." The Taliban shouted into their radios, cursing Dostum and the Americans. "I will call her the Angel of Death," Dostum kidded the Taliban. The Taliban were apoplectic. After several days of daily and nightly bombardment by B-52s and Spectre gunships, all roads in and out of Kunduz were sealed. For the Taliban and al-Qaeda soldiers trapped there, they had one choice to make: surrender or die. The trapped fighters fell into two camps. The Afghan Taliban, who, if they did surrender, were allowed to join the alliance or else return to their villages and pick up their lives. A man's newly sworn allegiance was his bond. These conscripts weren't even searched when they switched sides. The other camp was comprised of foreign Taliban, soldiers from Chechnya, Pakistan, and China, and their hardcore brethren, al-Qaeda, with whom the Taliban had allied. Surrenders by these men were rare, and often perfidious. An enemy soldier would walk up to a member of the Northern Alliance and blow himself up with a grenade hidden in his clothes. "We are going to be martyrs," one of the hardcore fighters announced to the press. "We are not going from Kunduz." The Northern Alliance soldiers decided they had no choice but to shoot foreign Taliban soldiers on sight. There were approximately 3,000 of these committed soldiers in Kunduz, and Bowers knew that his team's next move would be to rid this city of would-be martyrs. Meanwhile, a faction of these otherwise suicidal fighters did entertain surrender, if they could keep their weapons and were offered safe passage from the city. When he learned of the proposal, Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld in Washington, D.C., refused to accept it. He warned that if these particular prisoners were allowed to go free, they'd live to fight another day, and that this wasn't a palatable outcome. "My hope," he told the press, "is that they will either be killed or taken prisoner." In preparation for the battle in Kunduz, Bowers and Mitchell's team moved their headquarters out of the squalid conditions of Kala-i-Jangi to some place more hospitable. Over the previous 10 days, Mitchell, like everyone else, had grown ill in the fort, and he was glad to settle nearer downtown Mazar, into a modern 5-story building known as the Turkish Schoolhouse. The new headquarters offered a commanding view of the city. From the roof, Mitchell could see the Blue Mosque, located less than a mile to the west in the middle of town. Traffic streamed steadily past on the road fronting the school, piercing the air with the screech of brakes and the braying of car horns. The Turkish government had built the boys' high school in the 1970s as a gift to the Afghan government. It had once been a gleaming monument to bureaucratic elegance, with its rows of small tinted windows and decorative concrete facade. The Taliban had ripped the plumbing and electrical fixtures from the walls during their hasty exit 12 days earlier, and now the building was a mess. But in comparison to Kala-i-Jangi, the place was clean and well lit. At the same time, Nelson's team moved to a safe house owned by General Dostum, located several miles from the fort. Spencer and his team hired local workers to paint the walls, fix the plumbing, and tile the floors. As if a spell had been broken, the health of all the men improved once they moved out. Mike Spann and Dave Olson moved into the 5th floor of the Turkish schoolhouse, along with several other paramilitary officers. Mitchell, Bowers, and 8 more Special Forces soldiers lived on the 3rd floor, with the local interpreters on the 4th. The 2nd floor became the Operations and Support Center, occupying what had been, when the Taliban lived in the building, a mosque. Sensitive to the fact that he was using a religious space for other purposes, Mitchell was savvy enough to ask local Afghan clerics for permission to do so. Permission was granted, and his Afghan colleagues in the building appreciated the gesture. Brains before bullets, thought Mitchell. Outthink 'em, so you don't have to outshoot 'em. The ground floor consisted of a tiled foyer, a large cafeteria, and a functioning kitchen that had running water and heat. Workers taped cardboard over the windows that had been smashed by the Taliban. Electricity was provided by gas-powered generators that broke down on a regular basis, but were repaired by Afghan workmen using, it seemed to Mitchell, little more than a hammer and a piece of duct tape. He marveled at their good cheer in the war's aftermath. Life in Mazar, it seemed, might begin to assume predictable rhythms. Sergeant Brad Highland of Dean's team sketched a diagram of a barbecue grill on a piece of scrap paper, and Atta's men built one from spare metal they scrounged in the city. They butchered a cow, and Highland next taught them how to grill hamburgers, which they'd never eaten. Chief Warrant Officer Cal Spencer of Nelson's team enjoyed watching the antics of the local children as they teased Garful, an aged Afghan who'd been assigned as one of the team's bodyguards. Wherever Spencer went in the city, the children often trailed close behind. Spencer had to tell them that he was busy and that they should leave him alone. He was trying to be stern, but this was hard. The kids wanted to shake his hand. Garful was less tactful. He would charge at the kids, waving a stick. "Leave the Americans alone. They have things to do." The kids would jump away and laugh, and Garful, looking over his shoulder, would wink at Spencer and smile. Holy cow, thought Spencer. Garful's like us. He's making a joke. Spencer and Garful started laughing. But this familiarity aside, increasingly out on the city streets, the teams found themselves thrust in the middle of family blood feuds that had been left to simmer during the Taliban occupation. And there were larger, more violent ethnic battles to contend with. 6 of Atta's men were killed in a gunfight when they tried to prevent some Hazara soldiers from stealing a taxi driven by a Pashtun man. Even though the driver had done nothing to the Hazara soldiers, he happened to be a member of the same ethnic tribe as the Taliban, and this had awakened the Hazara's bloodlust. Atta's men had prevented the robbery, but at great cost. Such incidents were becoming more frequent. One faction of fighters kept asking Dean and Nelson to bomb individual dwellings, claiming that each was a Taliban safe house. Without exception, the men would discover that the house did not belong to a Taliban soldier, but to an old enemy of the group that had requested the airstrike. Dean started calling this attempted assassination by bomb. It was clear to both him and Nelson that the sooner they put the city back together, the sooner the Afghan soldiers might lay down their arms and re-enter civilian life. Amid the ongoing conflict and the wreckage of war, however, there were other signs of life, including desire itself. Wherever he went on the city streets, blonde-haired and blue-eyed Sergeant Brett Walden managed to draw a crowd among the women in their veils. They walked past him in their burqas, upright and stiff as giant thumbs, faces hidden behind a fabric screen that fluttered in and out with their breath. Walden was shocked when one woman beckoned him with a wave. "Come here." He walked over, and she lifted her veil, just a peek. Her beauty stunned Walden. He realized that he had stupidly assumed all the women were ugly, just because he couldn't see their faces. This woman would have been stoned by the Taliban for this very behavior. Walden tried discouraging it. The team prided itself on being culturally sensitive, and it was inappropriate for him to see any Afghan woman's face. But the problem only grew worse. Some of the women started removing their veils completely and making eyes at Walden when they passed him on the street. Dean nicknamed him Casanova. Walden blushed whenever he heard the word. He also began to fear something bad would happen, either to him or to the women he met in the street, if he was caught looking at their uncovered faces. At the same time, the experience made him appreciate the plight of these women, many of whom had been beaten by their husbands simply for being female. He guessed this was their form of silent protest, a flirtation with a man from the outside world. From his new office, Mitchell oversaw the rebuilding of the hospital and its water and electric plants, and supervised the disposal of unexploded bombs and landmines that still littered Mazar's airport and streets. Working alongside him was his friend Major Kurt Sontag, who had helicoptered into Mazar from K2 after the Americans had ridden into the city. Major Steve Billings, who'd been running the team's operations from the comfort of a desk back at K2, arrived too, his worst nightmare realized. The war had gone on without him. With Billings was his buddy Sergeant Roger Palmer, who was equally glad to be entering the war zone, and an eager young captain, Paul Severson, 30, from Lake Zurich, Illinois. None of these men had lately fired a weapon in a battle, if at all, and all of them were glad to have escaped the monotony of K2, which in the preceding weeks had grown by several thousand men. It was now a tented city, populated by soldiers from all branches of the U.S. military, and they had been waiting for Mitchell, Dean, and Nelson to capture Mazar. Over the coming weeks, they would now enter the country in follow-on maneuvers. Just as they had planned, Mazar was a base from which the rest of Afghanistan could be controlled. The battle to win Mazar had proven decisive, but Mitchell, Dean, and the others all knew that the Taliban were still at large by the thousands, and that Mazar could be lost almost as quickly as it had been won. With such uncertainty in mind, Sergeant Betts, who had also flown in from K2 to staff the new headquarters, began fretting about the schoolhouse's security. The building was approachable from all sides. Betts worried about its close proximity to the busy street, an easy target for would-be car bombers. Such an attack could deliver a devastating blow. Mitchell's feeling was, don't relax yet. With the temporary cessation of major military confrontations, came the sudden yet murky game of strategic brinksmanship, with men, weapons, territory, freedom, and American dollars as the chips on the board. And soon, Dostum made a move. Ever the wily diplomat, he lured a Taliban arch-rival, Mullah Faisal, deputy defense minister and commander of some 10,000 Taliban troops, into Mazar to negotiate the terms of his own surrender. If Dostum could achieve this surrender, he would decrease the enemy force he'd otherwise face in Kunduz and add more soldiers to his own ranks. He had set the date for his movement to Kunduz as November 25, so time was of the essence. On November 21, 11 days after he'd driven the Taliban army from Mazar, a gloating Dostum welcomed the defeated Faisal back to Kala-i-Jangi. Faisal roared through the fortress gate in a convoy of about 40 vehicles and 500 men, all of them heavily armed. They pulled into a parking lot inside the fortress walls, and Dostum's men instantly surrounded them. As each side stood with its guns trained on the other, the portly Faisal, his head wrapped in a black turban and dressed in a brown sport coat, marched up to Dostum's chambers to discuss the terms of surrender. He was trailed by several dozen of his own gunmen, who took up positions around the room. The room was tense. As a show of Dostum's strength, helicopters from the U.S. 160th SOAR, the same unit that had delivered Nelson and Dean into the country, patrolled overhead as the two warlords talked over tea and biscuits, with Bowers listening quietly in the corner. Dostum leaned on Faisal to order the al-Qaeda soldiers in his midst to surrender. Many of the local Taliban were already eager to give up. At all costs, Dostum wanted to avoid urban combat in Kunduz. Like the al-Qaeda fighters who'd been trapped at Sultan Reza, the enemy soldiers inside Kunduz were fanatical and opposed to surrender. Subduing them would mean another bloody slaughter. For his part, Faisal wanted passage from Kunduz to Herat, about 60 miles west of Mazar, where pockets of sympathetic Taliban still had not surrendered. The usually defiant mullah had a proposition for Dostum. He would pay the Uzbeki warlord $500,000 if he and his fellow Taliban were allowed to travel safely to Herat. After some discussion about the overall plan, the enemies looked each other in the eye and shook hands. They were agreed. The two men emerged from Dostum's quarters and announced to the Taliban and Afghan soldiers gathered below that nearly 13,000 Taliban would surrender in Kunduz. The fighting of the Taliban is finished in Afghanistan, Dostum happily proclaimed. They are preparing to surrender to us. Ever the diplomat, he carefully described the surrender not as a moment of defeat for the Taliban, but as a chance for all warring Afghans to be reunited. Dostum realized he was about to vastly enlarge his army, as long as he could convince the enemy fighters to join his side. The Taliban in Kunduz owned valuable tanks, weaponry, and a fleet of beat-up Toyota trucks. That he would be $500,000 richer for the deal had to seem a bonus. The Afghan Taliban would be allowed to join the Northern Alliance or return home to their farms, businesses, and families, as long as they didn't have an affiliation with al-Qaeda. The fate of the approximately 3,000 Arabs, Pakistanis, Chechen, and Chinese, the foreign Taliban, would be decided later. Dostum would eventually sort them out, he announced, deciding who was an al-Qaeda terrorist and who was not. But for now, they would be safe. Faisal and his men loaded up in their Toyotas and delivery trucks and shot off from the fort in a cloud of dust. Bowers watched them go. He didn't like the feeling he had about the meeting. Dostum, it seemed, was suffering an attack of hubris. Bowers would later be surprised to learn that Dostum also believed he might convince al-Qaeda and foreign Taliban fighters to surrender to him. During the meeting, Bowers had found Faisal to be vague about his plans to carry out the surrender in Kunduz, and he distrusted the warlord. Bowers was also unaware of Faisal's cash payment, but there was nothing he felt he could put a finger on. And besides, there was the pressing matter of Kunduz to turn to. Upon returning from his meeting with Dostum, Faisal informed his soldiers that any Taliban who put a picture of Massoud or Dostum on the windshield of their vehicle would be allowed safe passage into Mazar and on to Herat. Faisal didn't mention that at first they would be held as prisoners, and that the local Taliban would be freed, while the fate of the foreign ones was as yet undecided. The foreigners were also led to believe that they likely would be allowed to continue to Herat. Faisal misled them in order to get them to comply. His double cross went further, in the later estimation of Max Bowers. With Dostum pacified by the surrender, Faisal planned an attack on Mazar itself. His payment of money to Dostum had bought him the time and space to accomplish this. Taliban fighters located in Balkh, to the northeast of Mazar, were awaiting word from Taliban command when to attack. Further attacks would come from Taliban soldiers in Kunduz and from those still hiding in Mazar. While Bowers believes that Faisal was an architect of the Taliban's perfidious surrender, he also suggests, as do other U.S. soldiers, that other rogue actors in the Taliban organization had a hand in the double cross. If they could retake Mazar, then the Americans' battle for the North would be lost, and with it, the battle for Kabul, and thereby the rest of the country. The Americans would soon be mired in conflict through a long, bitter winter. Without Mazar, they wouldn't have access to the Mazar airfield and nearby Freedom Bridge to Uzbekistan, with which they planned to bring humanitarian and military supplies into the country. Without Mazar, they would lose everything. While the surrender negotiations were underway, Diller had worried that he'd be left out of the fight in Kunduz. Bowers, again, seemed to have a sore spot for Diller's team. Sam Diller wondered what kind of action he himself would see if he had to stay behind in Mazar. Not much, he guessed. He couldn't imagine sitting out a fight. To remedy the situation, he knocked on the door of the ranking officer on the ground, Admiral Burt Calland, who had arrived in mid-November as a high-ranking liaison with alliance forces. The ultimate decision about who would be going to Kunduz would be Calland's. Diller knew he was going over Bowers's head. The move could end his career. Calland was looking through some papers when Diller entered. He looked up. Yes? Diller removed his boonie cap and said, "Sir, there's a fight coming up in Kunduz, and we want to be there. I've heard that we might not get to go." "Nobody put me up to this," he went on. "Captain Nelson didn't ask me to talk to you. So if there's going to be any heat, I'll take it." Calland, obviously impressed with Diller's initiative, smiled and thought a moment. "You won't be taking any heat, Sergeant. I'll see what I can do." After that, Diller and the team were placed on the list to go to Kunduz. That night, Sergeant Dave Betts drove to a helicopter landing zone north of the city to pick up some soldiers newly arrived from K2. These men would help form the support staff at the schoolhouse. Betts was relieved to be receiving more men to supplement the skeleton crew. He was looking forward to seeing his buddy Captain Kevin Leahy. Leahy had been riding out the war back at K2. Now he walked up and slapped Betts heartily on the shoulder. "Old Sarge, how the hell are you?" The two men had worked in adjoining offices back at Fort Campbell, and Leahy remembered the day the news of the attacks in New York City had come over the radio, when he had worried about his brother, who worked for a brokerage firm on Wall Street. Betts had been a steady presence as Leahy waited for the news that his brother hadn't been in the World Trade Center when it collapsed. Not everyone could fit in the van, already stuffed with gear and weapons, so Leahy volunteered to stay at the landing zone with 8 other soldiers, while Betts drove 8 British SBS, Special Boat Service, soldiers back to the city. The Brits had arrived to help Mitchell secure the Turkish schoolhouse in the aftermath of the war. Betts was glad to see them, too. About an hour after Betts left, Leahy watched red tracers streak across the horizon, maybe a quarter-mile away. That was odd. Leahy had been told when boarding the helicopter that he shouldn't expect to meet any resistance when he landed. He ordered the other men to don their night vision goggles and find cover among the ruined walls of some nearby mud buildings. U.S. Army Staff Sergeant Jason Kubinek hadn't been part of an active combat team, like Newman's or Nelson's, but he was hungry for a fight. Maybe now, he thought, he was going to get it. Leahy heard the angry roar of a vehicle approaching, tires skidding to a stop at the edge of the landing zone. 3 men in desert camo, Leahy could see they were Special Forces soldiers, jumped out. Captain Paul Severson and Sergeants Andrew Johnson and Gus Forrest had been ordered by Betts to come back and pick up Leahy and the remaining men. "They started firing at us at a checkpoint," yelled one of the soldiers. "That was an ambush. They're coming after us right now." That explained the tracer fire, thought Leahy. "Let's move the vehicle to the buildings," said Leahy. "If we do that," said one of the soldiers, "somebody could see we're here because of the taillights." "Okay," said Leahy, "then break the taillights." He waited, and nobody moved. Then he realized that some of the guys were hesitant to take a swipe at the truck. Like it was war, but you couldn't break anything, Leahy thought. "Like this," he said, and he raised his rifle butt and smashed one of the lights. Somebody quickly smashed the other. These guys were staff people, not warriors who had recently seen battle, Leahy reminded himself. In fact, he counted himself among them. But he could feel his own fear as he reminded these guys of the seriousness of the situation. "Can somebody get comms with the schoolhouse?" he asked. "Sir," said blue-eyed, blonde-haired Ernest Bates, a 35-year-old sergeant from the Midwest who was fiddling with a radio he'd drawn from his rucksack. "Sir, I can't raise the schoolhouse." Leahy knew he had to get a message to Betts, explaining why they hadn't returned already. Bates pulled another transmitter from his bag. "Sir, using this, we can send a distress signal to K2, he suggested. Leahy considered it. "Nah, 'cause we're not in distress yet. Listen, everybody has got to relax." Back at the Turkish schoolhouse, Betts was in fact wondering why Leahy hadn't yet returned. Impatient, he grabbed another sergeant, Bob Roberts, and they jumped into a vehicle, Betts driving like hell for the HLZ. Shortly, Leahy looked up from behind his pile of rubble and watched as a van ripped over the desert road, heading toward him. "Is it ours?" he shouted out. "We think it's Betts," one of the men answered. "Keep an eye on it," said Leahy. He told everybody to be ready to hammer it with automatic fire. The door flew open, and a stout man, silhouetted by headlights, bounded up, sputtering. Betts. He walked up to Leahy. "Hey, sir, what the hell? What are you guys doing?" Leahy snapped. "What the hell? I'm out here and we got guys getting shot at." And then they heard something falling toward them from overhead. Around them, the ground thudded. An airdrop, thought Leahy. We're standing in a supply drop zone. They scattered to the edges of the gravel field and listened as the night erupted with shouts. There were people out there, scurrying around in the dark, tearing at the bundles of food and blankets. "Does anybody know who those people are?" asked Leahy. "Locals," said Betts. "They've been raiding our supply drops." "We're going to recon the crowd and see," Leahy decided. He turned to Sergeant Roberts. "Get in and drive, and put the headlights on." Leahy, Betts, and Roberts drove toward the crowd. Leahy watched as the looters stood up, arms laden with bandages, blankets, and boxes of MREs. He stepped out into the headlights and held his hand up in peace. "Salam alaikum," he said. "Peace be with you, brother." Leahy could see the looters were nervous, fingering beat-up AKs. Betts couldn't figure it out. These were local citizens, with some Northern Alliance soldiers in the mix. What was making them so nervous? Leahy decided that he and Betts and several others would make a run for the Turkish schoolhouse. They would have to leave the rest of the group behind until daylight. Leahy wanted to get word to Mitchell that they had arrived and were all right. He wanted to know, what in hell is going on? Part 5. Ambush. Mazar-e-Sharif, Afghanistan. November 24, 2001. Probing close to the city limits, but unseen, unheard, and completely unexpected, a force of 600 armed Taliban warriors, tired, filthy, and wavering on the verge of total physical collapse, had halted in the cold desert sand about 2 miles from Leahy's position at the ruins. It was these men who had made the local Afghans so nervous. They had walked and driven several days from Kunduz. These were some of the foreign soldiers who had been tricked by Mullah Faisal into believing that General Dostum would afford them safe passage to the nearby ancient city of Herat, east of Mazar, one of the Taliban's remaining strongholds. 6 large trucks sat idling on the highway. Among the Taliban fighters was a young American, so tired he was unable to speak. He squatted in the dust and made a fireless camp, waiting for dawn. Through the night, the Americans in the city could hear gunfire erupting, growing in intensity, as if there were a battle brewing that no one had told them about. At about 3 a.m., Betts and Leahy, back at the schoolhouse, were still trying to sort out why the locals at the landing zone had been so jumpy. At the same time, Dean was fitfully dozing in his safe house when a team member burst in and shook him awake. The team member had gotten up to go to the bathroom and had seen a light on in an office often used by Atta in an adjoining room. The man had thought it was unusual that Atta should be there so late. Dean jumped up from his sleeping bag, which was laid out on a large pillow on the floor. He dressed and pulled on a brown army t-shirt and his hiking boots, and rushed across the courtyard to the general's makeshift office. Atta looked up in surprise as Dean entered. The usually dapper warlord had also apparently dressed quickly and hurried to his office. His brown smock was misbuttoned at the neck, and his trademark hat was askew over one eye. Dean saw the stricken look on the man's thin face and asked in pantomime, "What's wrong?" Atta had unrolled a map of northern Afghanistan on a table, and he bent over it, pencil in hand, and traced a line along the road from Kunduz to Mazar. "Taliban and Al-Qaeda," Atta said. He ran his finger over the road, leading from Kunduz. He then tapped the map with a pencil around the city of Mazar and said again, "Taliban and Al-Qaeda." "Here?" asked Dean, pointing at Mazar. Atta shook his head. "Yes." Dean stood up. "You're shitting me, sir," he said in English, forgetting for a moment that the warlord couldn't understand him. "You mean the Taliban are here? In the city?" said Dean, pointing at the map. "In Mazar, yes," said Atta. Dean's worst nightmare, the nightmare of all the teams, had come true. After arriving back at the schoolhouse, Leahy bounded up the stairs to the operations center, where he met Major Kurt Sontag. He explained the ambush and nervousness of the looters, and that his remaining men were back at the HLZ, waiting for pickup. He asked Sontag why the friendly Afghans should be so nervous. Sontag said he didn't know. No one at the schoolhouse knew what was unfolding outside the city's limits. Leahy saw CIA paramilitary officer Garth Rogers walk down the cement stairs from his office on the 5th floor. He did not look happy. "We got some Taliban at the wire." Leahy and Sontag shook their heads, not understanding. "About 600 of them," the grizzled officer said. "They want to surrender. They're out by the airfield." Leahy and Sontag also immediately wondered how they would maintain control of 600 Taliban when most of the American combat fighters and Northern Alliance soldiers were in Kunduz. Dean's and Nelson's teams, accompanied by Atta and Dostum, were scheduled to leave for Kunduz within several hours, while Leahy had been assigned to stay at the Turkish schoolhouse. Major Sontag would oversee the schoolhouse staff, while Major Mitchell would coordinate the movement of the soldiers patrolling the city. Leahy set aside his worries for a moment and asked if there was any danger in driving back to the landing zone. No, the CIA officer told him. He should be safe. The Taliban had confined themselves to the area near the airfield. In fact, they were asking to be taken prisoner there. Sontag, Leahy, and Betts headed out the door. Leahy jumped up in the back of the pickup, and Betts gunned it. The news of the Taliban had unnerved Betts. Suddenly, the war seemed incredibly close. Leahy had to grab hold of the .50 caliber machine gun, mounted on a tripod on the truck's bed, to avoid being whipped around as Betts tore out of the drive. As they approached the landing zone, Betts saw a roadblock up ahead, a handful of men with weapons standing in his headlights. He slowed the pickup, tires crunching on gravel. Leahy stood in the back, manning the machine gun, as the truck glided ahead. The events of the last 6 hours were untangling themselves for Leahy. He realized that the Northern Alliance had known of the Taliban's arrival earlier in the night, and that this news had spooked them. They had started seeing demons in every shadow. That's why they had fired on the second truck that had come to pick him up. At the same time, the Americans hadn't realized they had just run a checkpoint during a curfew imposed to keep the Taliban off the streets. The fact that news of the Taliban's arrival hadn't been passed on any earlier to anyone at the Turkish schoolhouse, including the CIA officers on the 5th floor, reminded Leahy of how volatile his new world was. The intel had become trapped in some eddy in the rapport between Dostum and Atta. It was impossible to tell how. Betts rolled down his window so the kid at the checkpoint with the AK-47 could see his face and that he was an American. "How you doing?" said Betts. The kid was fingering the rifle trigger, looking uneasy. Betts still hadn't stopped the van. They were already rolling past. Betts was ready to stomp the gas. His eyes locked with the kid's. The young soldier finally waved them through. It was at that moment that Betts knew that something was going wrong with the war as they had been fighting it. The kid seemed to know something he didn't know, and couldn't know, and wouldn't know, until it was too late. What he'd seen in the kid's eyes was fear. When Betts arrived moments later at the HLZ, the men still hiding behind the mud walls were drained from the stress of standing the whole night with guns popping off around them. Staff Sergeant Jason Kubanek realized that the rock his foot was resting on was actually an unexploded artillery shell. He looked around and saw ordnance every 5 feet. They'd been standing all night in a huge field filled with explosives. It was a miracle no one had been blown up. Now it was safe to get in their vehicles. Kubanek was relieved when they pulled up to the schoolhouse in Mazar. He could now rest easy. At Atta's safe house, Dean marched next door to Mark House's room. "Hey man, get your ass out. We got Taliban in town." House rolled over. "What?" "Wake up," said Dean. "We got bad guys in the city." House dressed in seconds. The day before, he had played a game of bouzkashi at the Mazar field with some local riders. The game involved 2 teams on horseback attempting to drag a headless goat into the other's goal. House couldn't believe that just hours before they had been playing a game to celebrate their victory, and now the Taliban seemed to have returned. He grabbed his rifle and loaded into a truck outside the safe house door. House had pointed to the stock of his weapon with his daughter's name, Courtney, written with white paint. He patted the gun and said a prayer as they sped to the surrender site. John Walker Lind had left Kunduz so quickly, clinging to the splintered side of a truck, that he'd taken no food, water, or adequate clothing. The desert nights had been cold and black, the days dry and blistering. He was afraid he was dying. As the hours ticked by, the memories must have pulsed in his head. Of reading the Koran in a madrasa near a shopping mall in California. Of his mother and father and their divorce. The divorce had changed everything. The family had dissolved. His feelings about his father were complicated. There were men in this camp who would call his parents infidels. His father had announced about a year earlier that he was gay. Abdul had left the permissive environment of Marin County, California, and traveled to one of the strictest madrasas in Pakistan, where the 6,666 surahs of the Koran had been like iron in his mouth, sure and unbending. He had memorized half of them. Sitting in an internet cafe in Peshawar, Pakistan, he had written, "I am Suleiman Lind, eater of much wheat crop, drinker of much buffalo tea." And then he had packed his sleeping bag and left for Afghanistan. That was 5 months ago, another life. Now Abdul Hamid had come to surrender in Mazar-e Sharif. He wanted to go home to California. He did not want to die. When he learned that airplanes had been crashed into buildings in the United States of America, he was dismayed. Why had innocent people died? Abdul feared men like Dostum as much as he did the hardcore Al-Qaeda fighters surrounding him. After his surrender, he hoped that Dostum wouldn't line them all up and shoot them. Following behind General Atta in his convoy of 6 trucks headed to the surrender site, Medic James Gold pulled his vehicle to the side of the highway, parking beside a primitive wooden arch spanning the bombed-out blacktop. Next to the arch stood a rough-hewn guard shack. Dean, sitting beside Gold, studied the shape-shifting mass of Taliban through his binoculars. They were about a mile away, across the red tabletop of sand. Some of the men's turbans flashed in the sun, shiny and black. That's a lot of bad guys, thought Dean. Dean wondered if there were Al-Qaeda fighters mixed in the bunch. He studied the men and saw various ethnicities: Pakistani, Chechen, Arab, and the grimace of what he imagined were Afghan farmers, shopkeepers, and doctors, conscripted to fight the jihad. Dean knew that these last soldiers hated the foreigners, and given a chance, they'd probably gun them down. Dean got out of the truck and started following Atta up a trail cut into a dune, about 100 feet high, overlooking the plain and the prisoners in the distance. "Walk where I walk," said Atta, turning around. "This place is mine." At the top, Dean could see that the desert stretching before them was littered with the rusted hulks of Russian tanks and jeeps left over from the Soviet war with Afghanistan. He asked Atta what this section of Mazar's outskirts was called. Atta said it had a colorful name: the Grave of Snakes. The hilltop was dug with fighting positions. These, too, had been left behind by the Russians, from which Dean saw you could easily defend the guard shack. Next to the shack was a bent piece of metal that could be lowered across the road as a gate. Dean figured the road around the gate was mined as well, and that whoever controlled the hilltop controlled traffic on the road. Atta called one of his men over. He touched the courier by the shoulder and gave him instructions. The man took off, trotting down the dune to the pickup. He fired it up and drove toward the Taliban. Dean watched him drive for maybe 30 seconds through his binos. The man carried no white flag, only a beat-up AK-47 with some cartridges slung across his chest in a battered leather belt. Dean watched as several Taliban fighters moved forward to meet him. The men talked for several minutes, and then Atta's courier started driving back. He trudged back up the dune, out of breath. "They want to keep their guns," he announced. Atta shook his head. "No, they may not." The man headed back down the dune to the waiting truck. Atta turned to Dean. "This may take a while," he said. Dean was standing on the hilltop overlooking the highway when he heard Lieutenant Colonel Bowers at the Turkish schoolhouse on the radio talking to Dostum as the warlord drove to the surrender site. Dean believed that someone needed to figure out what to do with these prisoners in Mazar, and then get to Kunduz as soon as possible. The problem was, it seemed to Dean, that no one was in charge. Dean believed Atta now had control over the surrender, as he and his men had arrived first at the scene. Dean also expected Dostum to demand an equal share in the spoils of the negotiations, principally any of the local Taliban soldiers willing to give up and switch their allegiance. Dean picked up the radio and called Stu Mansfield back at the safe house, saying, "We've got to get the guys together out here." Dean told Mansfield they would need more guns on these prisoners once they turned themselves in. He then tried raising Bowers on the radio to report the situation as he saw it, with the hope that he would relay this news to Dostum and tell the warlord to back off. But as he was talking, the radio went dead. Dean rapped it with his hand. Nothing. It had suddenly malfunctioned. Now he was cut off from both his command at the Turkish schoolhouse and his team at the safe house. At about this time, Bowers piled in his vehicle and headed for the surrender area. Everybody was about to converge. Chief Warrant Officer Stu Mansfield had been at the safe house cooking a turkey of all things when he'd gotten the call to meet the anxious captain. He'd reluctantly left the bird in its roaster pan and got into a truck and started driving. Mansfield, who back in Tennessee ran a real estate business out of his home and lived a quiet life fishing and golfing when he wasn't soldiering, wasn't easily rattled. He was a bit rattled now. The idea that all of these Taliban had showed up in Mazar was bad news. Riding with Mansfield were Sergeants Walden and Lyle. Lyle had an extra radio. Dean used it to call Mitchell back at the schoolhouse and told them what Atta had explained to them, that he had these Taliban who wanted to surrender, and they were located on the highway, about 12 miles east of the city. From the hilltop, Dean watched as Dostum and his entourage of vehicles appeared on the horizon and roared to a stop at the bottom of the hill. Atta explained to Dean how this Afghan surrender would work. "These men are not going to surrender right away. You cannot surrender," Atta snapped his fingers, "like that. If you do, you will lose face." Dean watched as Dostum and Lieutenant Colonel Bowers got out of their vehicles. Behind them were more people, with cameras and notebooks. Oh my God, Dean realized. It was the press. Dean saw about 100 reporters in all. They were following Dostum. Dean and his team were trapped on top of the hill. Dean was convinced his face was about to end up on the front page of a dozen newspapers. Seeing this, Atta announced that he wanted to meet with Dostum and tell his rival that he had the situation under control. Dean decided he had better follow the warlord, making sure any friction between Atta and Dostum didn't develop into a fight. With trepidation, they descended along the narrow road down the dune, careful to avoid the landmines that Atta warned were planted alongside. When they reached the bottom, Dean pulled his scarf up around his nose and stood apart from the horde, hoping that no one was taking his picture. He watched Atta and Dostum conferring, each of them gesturing to the other, "I'm in charge." Dean realized that there was no way to ensure that there weren't any Taliban fighters in the crowd, men who had stayed behind in Mazar in hopes of slipping back into civilian life unnoticed. Now would be a perfect time for someone to whack two warlords at once. Dean understood the surrender as a complete security nightmare. He could hear the swarm of cameras going off. Click-clack, click-clack. Locusts, thought Dean. Little metallic mandibles just chewing at his anonymity, his safety, his mission. Dean was relieved when the meeting ended without a dust-up, but he was sorely disappointed when he saw that Dostum was going to come up the hill after all. One of the reporters shoved a camera inches from Dean's face, and he batted it away. He heard a cacophony of voices, French, German, Spanish. Everybody in the world was here to report this surrender. Dean and Gold hurried back up the hill. Dean watched as Dostum followed and occasionally stopped to point in the direction of the surrender, which nobody could actually see with any clarity with the naked eye, as the cameras clicked and whirred. Dean thought, he thinks he's General George S. Patton. Part of him marveled at the general's savvy. Dean looked up at the B-52 circling lazily overhead, sketching a hairline contrail. The bomber had been called on station by Air Force Combat Controller Malcolm Victors, who had set up his radio gear on the hilltop. The Taliban sitting on the highway could look up and see the jet, and know that they were being watched by some very serious firepower. Victors had plotted the Taliban's position, and was ready to call in a strike at a moment's notice. Now, thought Dean, the only thing remaining was to get the Taliban to actually hand over their rifles and surrender. Dean looked at his watch. They had planned to leave for Kunduz hours ago. They were running seriously behind. 2 hours later, the surrender was over. Dostum had agreed to the Taliban's demand that they be held at the Mazar airport. While there wasn't a fence on the airstrip to contain the prisoners, they would have to run a half-mile in any direction before reaching safety, by which time they'd be gunned down by guards. From his hilltop lookout, Dean turned to Mark House, his weapons sergeant, standing beside him. You know what? They're not really searching these guys. When the Taliban told Dostum they were surrendering, this declaration was accepted as it always was in the battlefield, at face value, as inviolable. I don't like the looks of it, said Dean. What can we do? It's their surrender. Dean was right. The entire success of the campaign rested on the idea, and the reality, that this was the Afghans' war. To change gears now, in the middle of this confusing series of events, would be easier said than done. It appeared to Dean that about every fifth Taliban fighter was getting a cursory pat-down from a Northern Alliance soldier. Dean watched as the Taliban men's rifles were confiscated and piled on the bed of a large delivery truck. Soon there were hundreds of guns lying in a pile. Back at the Turkish schoolhouse, Mitchell had been listening to the negotiations on the radio. He hadn't thought using the airfield was a good idea. But on the other hand, there wasn't a jail big enough to hold all of these prisoners. And then his radio popped to life. More news was coming in. Dostum had suddenly changed his mind. The prisoners were now being taken to Kala-i-Jangi, where Dostum had decided they would be held securely within the walls of the fortress. No, thought Mitchell. He recalled the weapons, rockets, RPGs, and rifles, all that ammo, still stored at the fortress. He and his men had never finished blowing them up. After the Taliban's surrender at the airfield appeared to be complete, Dean and his team came down from the hill and got in their trucks, waiting to leave for Kunduz. It was now late, about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. They would now leave directly from the surrender site. Sitting in his idling pickup, Dean gazed over at the newly surrendered prisoners, sitting only about 50 feet away in their own vehicles. Dean was shocked to see the look in their eyes. They did not look defeated. 2 of the Taliban trucks pulled alongside Brian Lyle and Mark House, who also thought the detained soldiers looked like men prepared for battle. Atta ordered his men to load up. The plan was to get into positions around Kunduz, a half-moon perimeter around the eastern rim of the city, about 12 miles from the center. From there, they would receive prisoners and call in airstrikes to further convince the Taliban to surrender. A good plan, perhaps. But if they should be needed back in Mazar, where the 600 prisoners were to be housed in the fort, it would be a long trip back. At the Turkish schoolhouse, several hours after Dean and Nelson had left for Kunduz, Major Kurt Sontag was at his desk when he looked up and saw the newly surrendered prisoners drive by. Well, I'll be damned, he thought. That's a first. The prisoners were still driving their own vehicles, headed to the fort. Sitting beside each of them, though, was a Northern Alliance soldier with a gun pointed at the prisoner's head. It looked almost comical. Except, why had they stopped outside the headquarters? Sontag could see the prisoners staring at the schoolhouse, as if they were casing it, as if they were trying to memorize a way inside. Upon hearing that the prisoners were heading to the fortress, Sontag had not had a hard opinion one way or another, except that Major Mitchell had registered his displeasure about the plan. But both men knew that Dostum would be in charge of these enemy fighters, as they would be garrisoned in his quarters. Mitchell and Sontag would stand by on an as-needed basis. But Sontag hadn't counted on them stopping outside his building. He realized that he didn't know if the men with their AKs pointed at the drivers were really Northern Alliance soldiers. The whole thing could be a setup for an ambush. He called for Sergeant Betts, who flew into action. "Anybody who looks American, stay indoors," he ordered. A handful of soldiers took positions around the cafeteria, their M4 rifles pointed at the street. Mitchell came down from the second-floor office, worried. Why have these guys surrendered? You just don't turn yourself in. There were prisoners hanging on the sides of some trucks. The truck beds were piled high with men. Mitchell couldn't believe these men were being brought straight through town. He realized they'd have to drive past the Blue Mosque and the Market Square, where they could bolt from the trucks. The convoy was led by 2 Northern Alliance vehicles, and 2 or 3 more were bringing up the rear. But to Mitchell's way of thinking, this certainly wasn't enough to contain an outbreak, should it happen. As the truck sat idling, Mitchell watched as one of the prisoners was pulled from a truck by local men and disappeared behind it. There, on the ground, he was stomped to death by local citizens and Northern Alliance soldiers who'd come rushing to the scene. The trucks moved on. Mitchell and his men inside the Turkish schoolhouse breathed their relief. Later that night, a civilian truck roared through a security roadblock on the street outside the schoolhouse, and the nervous Afghan soldiers guarding it opened fire. The truck sped away unhit, as more gunfire broke out around the school. Mitchell's men ran for cover. Some of the windows were shattered as machine gun fire raked the building. No one could tell who the shooters were. The fire seemed to be coming from indeterminate directions, as if the attackers had been waiting to pounce. And then the shooting stopped. Mitchell learned that some of the fighting might have been between Atta's and Dostum's soldiers. He didn't know why they were fighting each other. The situation worsened even more when Mitchell learned that one of Dostum's lieutenants had been blown up in a suicide attack at the fortress. As the prisoners were unloaded from their trucks in the southern courtyard, a video cameraman, working under Dostum's direction, was filming the event for posterity. The man was nervous to be surrounded by so many enemy fighters. These scowling, filthy men did not look like they wanted to surrender. "This is a very bad situation," the man kept saying as he videotaped the scene. "A very bad situation." One of the Taliban soldiers beckoned Dostum's lieutenant over, and when he approached, the man pulled a grenade from his clothing and pulled the pin. The cameraman watched through his video camera as a small pop appeared in the background of his frame, followed by a puff of smoke. At least 2 men lay dead on the dirt. In retaliation, the guards quickly herded the prisoners into the basement of the Pink House. For good measure, they threw a grenade of their own down one of the square-shaped air vents in the brick foundation. The grenade came tumbling inside from overhead and exploded. When he heard this news, Mitchell feared that the city was spinning out of control. At the schoolhouse, Betts had already enacted the highest security alert, ThreatCon Delta, with soldiers posted on the roof and in the windows, guns poised. At one point, someone had pulled up to the schoolhouse in a van, and then the driver had leaped out and run away, not to be found. Betts and Mitchell believed the vehicle was rigged with explosives, and so they called in a team to dispose of the bomb. But after cautious study, the team discovered that the van hadn't been rigged with anything. It felt like a warning. Next time. When Major Leahy crawled into bed that night, he thought of the last phone call he'd had with his wife back in the States, several days earlier. "Please be careful," she had said. "I'm the support company commander," Leahy had said. What could possibly go wrong? The following morning, the prisoners were led by twos up from the basement of the Pink House and set in the dirt courtyard on the west side of the building. Their hands were tied loosely behind their backs with their scarves. The Arabs came first, followed by the Pakistanis, and then the Uzbeks. Spann and Olson hoped to methodically debrief each of these men, in hopes of mining a precious nugget about Osama bin Laden's whereabouts and al-Qaeda's plan for future attacks anywhere in the world. Before them were several hundred angry, filthy faces. As the CIA paramilitary officers marched up and down the ranks of seated prisoners, some of the men cursed the Americans. "We have come here to kill you." Spann bent down and looked at one young man, whom he suspected could speak English. He was wearing a British-style commando sweater. There was something about the kid that piqued his curiosity, and finally, his ire. The kid wouldn't speak. What Spann didn't know was that the young man was afraid that if he did talk, this would mean he could be singled out as a defiant foreign terrorist. In the basement the night before, many of the prisoners had at first worried they would be killed in the morning by Dostum's men. Even though one of his guards had thrown the grenade down into the basement, wounding several men, the prisoners had later received news that they would be able to continue their voyage to Herat, as had been agreed in the negotiations between General Dostum and Mullah Faisal. Still, the Uzbeks in particular were concerned. Because they shared Dostum's ethnicity, they believed he would be especially harsh with them. He would torture them and send them back to Uzbekistan, where the anti-Islamic government would execute them. As the Uzbeks saw it, they had nothing to lose. All of the prisoners also had shared the story of what they'd heard had happened to some Taliban prisoners when they found themselves trapped in a school in Mazar after Dostum captured the city. The place had been called Sultan Reza. The Taliban inside had been bombed and killed by U.S. warplanes. Many in the young man's group believed that the basement was as far as they would travel in this life. They fingered the grenades and pistols they had secreted in their clothing. It might be possible to attack their guards in the morning. They would probably be killed, but they would also be martyrs. Sitting on a carpet in the dirt, the young man facing Mike Spann wanted no part of this plan. He wondered who the fair-haired, blue-eyed man was. The officer yelled at him to hold up his head so he could take his picture. He might be a Russian. He appeared to be working for General Dostum. Neither the blond-haired man nor his friend, a tall, broad-shouldered man in a dark shalwar kameez, had protested when Dostum's guards kicked and punched at the prisoners. Any man who talked without permission had been beaten. No, he would keep his mouth shut, his head down, and pray that he would live. Spann bent close to the prisoner. He wondered if he was British because of his European-looking commando sweater. "What's your name?" Spann snapped. "Who brought you here to Afghanistan?" The young man stared at the ground. Spann gazed at him, looking for an angle, some way to get the kid to talk. "Put your head up. Don't make me have to get them to hold your head up. Push your hair back so I can see your face." Spann raised a camera and took a picture. "You gotta talk to me," he said. "I know you speak English." Nothing. Finally, Spann stood up. He would stop the questioning for now. His partner Dave Olson approached with a handful of passports he'd confiscated from the prisoners. Olson wanted to know what Spann had learned, if anything. "I was explaining to the guy we just want to talk to him, find out what his story is," said Spann. "Well, he's a Muslim, you know," said Olson. "The problem is, He's got to decide if he wants to live or die, and die here. We're just gonna leave him, and he's gonna fucking sit in prison the rest of his fucking short life. We can only help the guys who want to talk to us." Span addressed the young man. "Do you know the people here you're working with are terrorists and killed other Muslims? There were several hundred Muslims killed in the bombing in New York City." "Is that what the Koran teaches?" Span went on. "Are you going to talk to us?" "That's all right, man," said Olson. "Gotta give him a chance." He got his chance. Span decided that he was finished with the prisoner. A guard led the tall, frail-looking man back to the main group of prisoners, who were seated in orderly rows on the west side of the pink house. The prisoner sat. He had made it. He hadn't talked. And they hadn't killed him. Yet. A while later, an explosion suddenly rang out on the east side of the pink house, filling the tall, bricked entrance that led into the basement with dust and smoke. An Uzbeki prisoner started up the stairs when he'd suddenly produced a grenade from his clothing and tried tossing it up the stairs at a guard. He missed, and the live grenade rolled back toward him and blew up. He now lay in a heap, dead on the stairs. Out in the courtyard, hell had broken loose. Screaming, "Allahu Akbar, God is great," some of the prisoners jumped up and swarmed over the guards, killing them instantly with grenades or weapons they pulled from their clothes. Mike Span started running. He headed across the courtyard, east, as if trying to get inside the pink house itself, where he might take cover and fire at the prisoners with his AK-47. He had 1 magazine of ammo and 2 pistols, one of the handguns secreted in his jeans waistband. The firefight probably wouldn't last long, but he could take a lot of the prisoners with him, and maybe he could hold out long enough for fire support to arrive by air or by ground from the Special Forces soldiers back at the Turkish schoolhouse. It had all gone so wrong so quickly. 3 days before, he had called his wife in the States and told her he had new prisoners to process. He told her that he loved her. He missed their 2 daughters and their young son. He said he couldn't wait to hold the little boy. Shannon rarely expected to hear from Mike, if at all, and she was delighted to hear his voice. But this phone conversation had somehow, almost mysteriously it seemed, left her in tears. She had hung up feeling that something terrible was going to happen to Mike. Before falling asleep, she had prayed, "God, protect Mike from having to see too much craziness today." Now, as Mike ran, he felt arms tackle him from behind, and he fell in a storm of flesh. Fists and feet rained on him. He reached one of his pistols and managed to shoot several of his attackers, but still they punched and kicked. One of the prisoners walked up and fired twice, point blank, at Mike Span. Mike Span was dead. At the sound of the grenade exploding in the stairway, Dave Olson had turned to see what was the matter. After conferring with Mike about the prisoners, he had decided to return to Dostum's headquarters in the north half of the courtyard, and he'd reached the middle wall when he saw Mike fall under a crush of bodies, all punching at him. He turned around. He was shocked to see that all of his guards were dead. Olson fired his pistol as some of the prisoners ran at him. Others were running across the courtyard and picking up weapons that had been dropped by the dead guards. They started firing at Olson. One man ran straight at him until Olson dropped him with his pistol. He tried firing again, but he was out of bullets. So he ran. He sprinted across the courtyard, scanning left and right, seeing up on the fort walls that some of Dostum's and Atta's soldiers had scaled the heights at the first sound of gunfire. Now they were shooting down at the rioting prisoners. The volume of gunfire was deafening. Olson was joined by one of Dostum's soldiers, running alongside him, both of them pumping their knees high and straining for speed as bullets whizzed past their heads. Olson was worried they'd be shot by the men up on the walls if they mistook them for Taliban fighters. He relayed the fear to his new companion, saying they needed to get out of this courtyard quickly. They headed for a wall, hoping it might screen them from the gunfire. "Allow me," said the man, jumping over the barrier first and making sure that no enemy fighters were hiding behind it. "All clear," he yelled back. Olson couldn't believe the man's daring. He shuffled over the chest-high wall and continued running. Reaching Dostum's headquarters building, he bolted straight inside and up the stairs, where he ran smack into a short, wiry, blond-haired man who was standing on the stair landing. Arnim Stout, a German television reporter, looked up in surprise. He had taken cover on the landing when he heard the gunfire erupt several hundred yards away in the southern courtyard. He had no idea what was happening in the fort. He had driven to Kala-i-Jangi early in the morning from Mazar to film some International Red Cross workers as they monitored the well-being of the newly arrived prisoners. He looked at the tall, dark-bearded man now standing before him. He appeared out of breath, confused, dazed even. The man had been holding his pistol by the barrel instead of the grip, as if he'd forgotten how to carry it, and he kept trying to put it back in its holster and missing. Stout asked him what had happened. Olson answered in a dry, shaky voice. It was probably now that it occurred to him that his covert status as a CIA paramilitary officer had been suddenly and permanently blown. He explained to Stout that the prisoners had rioted in the southern courtyard, and he thought one American was dead. He wasn't sure. They moved to another room in the headquarters, deeper inside, where Olson surprised Stout by asking if he could borrow a phone. Stout guessed because the man was wearing a non-standard uniform, a long shalwar kameez, that he was a CIA officer, and he found it hard to believe that he wasn't carrying some means of communication. He offered Olson his satellite handset. Olson now had another problem. He didn't have a number to call at the Turkish schoolhouse. So he dialed the U.S. Embassy in Tashkent, Uzbekistan, which patched him through to U.S. Army Central Command at MacDill Air Force Base in Tampa, Florida, which then routed Olson to the Turkish schoolhouse. The urgent call had traveled some 20,000 miles before it arrived on the 5th floor of the CIA's makeshift headquarters in Mazar-i-Sharif. There, a gruff, bushy-bearded fellow officer named Garth Rogers received the news. The seemingly bulletproof shield that the CIA had been traveling under during the entire mission had been pierced. It was almost inconceivable that this could be true. Rogers hung up, shocked. Back at the schoolhouse, Mark Mitchell had been receiving reports throughout the late morning about steady but unexplained gunfire occurring somewhere in the city. Did he know anything about this? No, Mitchell said. All was shipshape so far as he knew. Earlier that morning, Admiral Burt Calland, along with U.S. Army medical surgeon Craig Doc McFarland, had been touring area hospitals and surveying their suitability. McFarland had been appalled by the conditions. The outdated X-ray machines were barely powerful enough for the simplest tests, and the anesthesia equipment looked to be 1950s vintage. Almost none of the officers had antibiotics or bandages. McFarland saw he would have his work cut out for him as the chief medical officer in Mazar. As they returned to the Turkish schoolhouse, McFarland thought he heard heavy gunfire coming from the vicinity of Kala-i-Jangi. He found this strange. He knew Mike Spann and Dave Olson had gone over there to question prisoners. As soon as he got to Mitchell's office, he asked about the gunfire. He told Mitchell that it had sounded like a real battle was going on at the fort. Kurt Sontag was getting the same kind of queries by radio from Special Forces soldiers traveling in the city. "Hey, there's gunfire out to the west. What's going on?" "Does it sound like anything?" "No, just a lot of intermittent fire." Finally, Sontag got a call from an officer at K2 in Uzbekistan. "We've got a report that there's, 2 Americans dead in Mazar." Sontag said he hadn't heard anything about this. He thought it must be some mistake. Just then, Mitchell got a message that he had an urgent visitor wanting to see him. Into the office burst one of Dostum's friends, a civilian named Alam Razam, dressed in an ill-fitting suit coat and tie. Razam was in a panic. "There's been a terrible incident," he said. "You must come. I think there are dead Americans. The prisoners have seized control of the fortress. You've got to come right now." Kurt Sontag had entered the office with Razam, and Sontag and Mitchell looked at each other, disbelieving. Mitchell and Sontag struggled to maintain their composure. Mitchell had lived in the fort longer than any of the new arrivals to Mazar, and he knew most of the maze of rooms and passageways. "Look," he said, "I'll volunteer to take some guys over there." He wondered if maybe just a few unhappy prisoners were causing a big, loud disturbance. Several minutes later, more bad news came, though this message was grimmer. Garth Rogers, the CIA officer, came down from the 5th floor and announced that Mike Spann was probably missing or dead. Mitchell saw Rogers had taken the news hard. Mitchell respected him. Rogers wore a Harley-Davidson ball cap and wrap-around sunglasses and resembled an outlaw biker more than a veteran CIA officer. Mitchell wanted him in the search and rescue team. Rogers readily agreed, suggesting they should leave immediately. Sontag interrupted him. "Let's make a plan," he said. "We have to be careful here." He saw Rogers was agitated and itching for a fight. Sontag dragged a chalkboard into the operations center, and he and Mitchell sketched out a floor plan of the fort. They marked Spann's last known position around the west side of the Pink House, set in the southern courtyard. They agreed their mission was to find Dave Olson, who was reportedly still alive, and to search for Spann and retrieve his body if, in fact, he'd been killed. After they were done, Mitchell squinted out the window. They had about 3 hours of daylight left at best. They had to hurry. Once darkness fell, it would be impossible to tell friend from foe in the fort, and the Taliban would likely take the opportunity to escape under the cloak of night. Sontag estimated about 50 Northern Alliance fighters were positioned at the fort, with maybe another 100 scattered in the city, who would be available for a fight. Among their own forces, Mitchell had 8 men he could count on as trigger-pullers. A thin string of men to confront a fortress filled with 600 enemy fighters. Mitchell rustled up the 8 British special boat soldiers who had arrived in Mazar the night before at the harried landing zone. He didn't even know these new soldiers' names, except for one, Stephen Bass, a U.S. Navy SEAL attached to the SBS in an intergovernment exchange program. Complicating matters, the SBS would not be allowed to fire their weapons at the enemy unless they were attacked first. This was because they had not received their orders for rules of engagement, which instructed them when and where they could fire at enemy fighters. Mitchell reasoned that self-defense would be a reasonable justification to shoot back, and he was pretty sure they were about to drive into a serious firefight. In addition to Garth Rogers, Doc McFarland, and the 8 SBS personnel, the 15-man rescue force included 2 Air Force lieutenant colonels attached to the Defense Intelligence Agency, who would happen to be visiting Mazar. Mitchell considered these men to be military tourists, a name given to officers who like to fly into war zones and sightsee, even though they are not officially part of the action. Now these Air Force officers were going to get a close-up view. Still, Mitchell was glad to have them along. One of the men spoke Russian, which could be helpful, All of the interpreters working at headquarters had left with the rest of the fighting force for Kunduz, and Mitchell realized he didn't have any other way to communicate with the locals. He also brought along 2 trusted sergeants, Pete Bach and Ted Barrow. He would need them both. Barrow was an excellent weapons specialist, and the steadfast, good-natured Bach would run communications. When he was in the regular army 15 years earlier, Bach had been stationed in Alaska, and he'd trained to get in shape for the Special Forces qualification course by asking his wife to drive him far into the wilderness and then running home for 20 miles through hip-deep snow. None of the men had worked with each other as a combat team, but they did share common training. Mitchell hoped this expertise would be enough of an edge to help them survive in the fighting. Having solved the problem of fielding a team, he then had to figure out how they would travel to the fort. In addition to interpreters, Nelson and Dean had also taken almost all of the headquarters' vehicles to Kunduz. Mitchell had to dig through a pile of car keys and, by trial and error, find a spare vehicle that would actually start. Finally, 30 frantic minutes after they had received the call that Mike Spann was missing, the team was heading to the fort. Mitchell drove at breakneck speed. The Land Rover's suspension was mushy, and the heavy vehicle drifted over the road. Mitchell had trouble shifting with his left hand and steering with his right in the European-style interior, and he felt that any minute he might careen out of control. The midday traffic in Mazar was heavy, and he was forced to weave in and out of lines of cars, honking the horn constantly and barely slowing down at intersections. Rogers rode in the passenger seat, calling out approaching obstacles. "Goat cart." "Mitchell, I see it." "Donkey cart." "Okay." "Man with load of bricks." "Got it." As Mitchell drove, he worried that they'd be ambushed by prisoners who'd escaped from the fort and who were lying in wait, parked in vehicles of their own at some intersection. As they approached the bazaar in downtown Mazar, a tractor-trailer pulled out in front of Mitchell, and he had to slam on the brakes. Traffic backed up behind him, and he nervously checked the rearview mirror. Rogers scanned the area in front of them. "This is it," thought Mitchell. "Now we're going to get whacked." After several tense minutes, the long truck finally pulled ahead, and Mitchell shot off again, tires squealing. As the urgent call went out about the fighting in the fort, Dean in Kunduz got word that Mike Spann was missing, and that Dave Olson was trapped somewhere inside the fortress walls. Dean's satellite phone rang. It was someone back at the Turkish schoolhouse in Mazar, asking him if he had all of his men with him. "Just checking," said the caller. He said that the details were sketchy, but definitely something bad was going down in the city. The call sounded like it was coming from the fort. Dean thanked the caller, and next got Brad Highland on the radio back in Mazar. He, along with teammates Martin Graves and Evan Colt, had stayed behind to run logistics from the safe house. "Listen, man," said Dean. "Get yourself ready to move to the Turkish school. Don't mess around. The city is heating up." Highland began packing up sensitive items, maps, radios, reports. Dean next got Mark Mitchell on the radio. Like Dean, Mitchell at that point was just grasping the enormity of the fight raging at the fort. "I've got guys inside Mazar," said Dean. "You need to know they're there before you get crazy." Dean meant that he didn't want his men getting fragged in a bomb strike aimed at enemy fighters. Then he asked Lieutenant Colonel Bowers if they would be redeployed to Mazar to take part in the fighting. Nelson, who was standing nearby, wanted to know too. The question was a reasonable one, given how closely the men had worked with one another. But Bowers, worried by the fact that the situation in Mazar had suddenly spiraled out of control, now feared that the same could happen to them at Kunduz. He reminded his men that they were about to take charge of thousands of angry, armed Taliban and al-Qaeda prisoners. No, they would not be leaving immediately for Kala-i-Jangi. Nelson wanted to get in the fight at Mazar. Mike Spann had been his friend. Now, he wanted revenge. Approaching the fort, Mitchell could hear the rat-tat of gunfire and the sonorous hiss of RPGs launching inside the tall mud walls. Smoke trails whizzed upward from the interior and corkscrewed overhead in the blue sky before smashing into the farm field around Mitchell's Land Cruiser. Several hundred prisoners had climbed out onto the walls and were firing down into the entrance drive. Rounds were hitting around the vehicle as Mitchell ran the gauntlet and came to a rocking halt inside the fort walls, next to a guard shack. Cowering near the shack were 40 Alliance soldiers, all of them terrified by the gunfire. Mitchell ignored them. They'd have to come to their senses and reorganize as a fighting force on their own. Time reporter Alex Perry had been driving near the Kala-i-Jangi fortress when he saw something out the taxi window that made him want to stop. He tapped the driver on the shoulder and said, "Let's drive over there." He pointed to black plumes of smoke drifting above some distant, towering walls. The fighting had been raging for 45 minutes when Perry arrived, pulling right up to the front gate, oblivious to the danger inside. He knew something bad was happening, something big. He was standing beside the taxi, listening to the gunfire, when a white Land Cruiser came up to the gate, running through a hail of fire, pouring down from a high wall above. A large group of armed men piled out, and one of them hurriedly walked up and asked Perry what he knew about the fighting inside. These guys don't know what's going on, thought Perry. He realized he was the first person to have arrived from outside the fort after the fighting had started. Perry told them that the greatest volume of fire seemed to be coming from the southern courtyard, which was to their left, on the other side of the 10-foot-thick mud walls. The soldier thanked him and trotted off. Perry was left wondering what he should do next. This was his first assignment as a war correspondent, and he understood he had hit the jackpot. He didn't know if this made him lucky or doomed. Inside the guard shack by the front gate, a set of cement stairs led up to the fortress wall. Mitchell ordered Stephen Bass and the rest of the SBS personnel to the top. He wanted them to spot where the Taliban fire was coming from within the huge southern courtyard. They charged up and set machine guns on tripods behind the long 4-foot-high mud wall. Swinging the gun barrels, they started raining fire into the southern courtyard. Mitchell saw they were killing a lot of the prisoners. However, the Northern Alliance soldiers who'd arrived at the fort and now lined the walls were another matter. They were firing into the courtyard by holding their battered AKs over their heads and doing something the Americans called praying and spraying. This method of fire was wildly inaccurate. It was difficult to tell if any of the rounds were hitting anyone. Oddly enough, that was the point of this method of fire. According to their beliefs, which Mitchell had studied, if one of the Afghans killed a man on purpose, that is, if he deliberately aimed and shot someone, then the dead man's soul would become the killer's responsibility. If, on the other hand, a man was hit by accident, by an errant bullet that had been fired wildly, then it was God's will that the man should have died. Mitchell hoped to hell God was looking down and urging the Alliance fighters on. Mortars kept popping up from some horse stables built against the wall below him, and Mitchell couldn't pinpoint the exact position of the launches. He considered jumping onto the stable roofs and creeping along them until he found the mortar position. He could chop a hole and drop a grenade inside. But he then realized that the jump itself would probably send him straight through the thick mud roof and land him in the stables, a clear suicide mission. Reluctantly, Mitchell called off the plan. Sontag at the Turkish schoolhouse had arranged for bomber aircraft to be over the fort by 4 p.m. Mitchell looked at his watch. He had only 1 hour to rescue Dave and look for Mike before finding cover in preparation for the bomb strike. Mitchell radioed to Sontag that he was moving along the north wall of the fort and heading to Dostum's headquarters, Dave Olson's last known position. He next told the communications sergeant to get comms up and track the status of the incoming air support. They were going to need those bombs. It was already clear to Mitchell that there was no way he and his 14 men could match the volume of gunfire pouring out of the fort. They were going to have to bomb the Taliban into submission. As they crept along the base of the wall, heading to Dostum's headquarters, Mitchell ran into one of the warlord's sub-commanders, a frazzled-looking man covered in dust, who had clearly borne the brunt of the battle's beginning. Mitchell didn't have a radio that operated in Dave's frequency. The man offered his walkie-talkie. "Here," he said. "I have been talking with Baba Dave." Mitchell called Olson, and soon he heard the CIA officer's voice. "They've exploded some kind of bomb," Dave said. "They killed the guards, and they control half of the fort." Despite the bad news, Mitchell was immensely relieved to hear Olson's voice. He was alive. "What about Mike?" Mitchell asked. "The last I saw him," said Dave, "he was fighting hand to hand." He paused. "I don't think he made it." "We're coming for you," said Mitchell. He and the team pressed ahead, wary of being shot at by Taliban who might be positioned above them on the wall. They hadn't gone far when the position they had just left exploded in a shower of fire and dust. A mortar had fallen directly on the spot. Mitchell didn't believe this was targeted fire, but that wouldn't matter much if you got hit. Sooner or later, however, the Taliban would likely get lucky. Mitchell remembered the piles of weapons in the open Connex trailers. Now he heard reports from the Brits at their machine gun position along the wall about 100 yards behind Mitchell that the Taliban had found the makeshift armory, as well as a garage-sized mud building located near the middle wall, and could be seen lugging all kinds of weapons, rifles, ammo, mortars, even BM-21 rockets, across the southern courtyard to intensify their attack. As fast as they could load the tubes, the prisoners were launching mortars, trying to bracket the long, broad facade of Dostum's headquarters. And they had started to hit the building. Chunks of plaster and concrete were careening off the wall and spinning into the northern courtyard. After about 20 minutes of scurrying along the base of the fort, Mitchell and Rogers now stood looking up at a 60-foot-high parapet at the northwest corner. The remaining team members had dispersed along the wall, with Sergeant Bach keeping in radio contact as Mitchell and Rogers moved ahead. At the base, Mitchell was joined by one of Dostum's trusted men, Commander Fakir, who had made his way to the fort shortly after the fighting had started. Fakir had ridden against the Taliban in horse charges during their battle en route to the city, and he faced this next challenge of breaching the fort wall with the same fearlessness. Digging the toe of his scuffed shoe into the mud wall, Fakir began scampering up, securing each toehold with a thrust of his leg. He nimbly made it up to and over the parapet that ran along the top of the walls of the entire fort, and stood. He then unwrapped his long green turban and threw one end down to Mitchell, who was standing about 30 feet below him. Fakir gave the cloth a shake. "Hurry, grab hold." Mitchell reached up and clenched the fabric, knotting it around his hands, and began climbing as Fakir hauled on the other end, bracing himself against the parapet. Mitchell would later recall that he felt like he'd entered a violent telling of the fairy tale Rapunzel. He quickly reached the top. Fakir repeated the process with Rogers, and the three men climbed the rest of the way, another 30 feet above, scrabbling on all fours up the crumbling wall. Getting down on his belly and studying the scene, Mitchell could see bullets peppering the front of Dostum's headquarters, which only several days earlier had been his home. He picked up the radio and called Dave Olson. "Where are you?" Olson and Mitchell figured out that he was somewhere in the offices directly below Mitchell, about 30 feet down through mud and timbers. "Are you hurt?" asked Mitchell. Olson said he was fine, but he said he was concerned about his security. RPGs were smashing into the balcony, rocking the place. The Taliban had figured out how to fire the long, heavy BM-21 rockets without the aid of a standard launch pad. They were aiming these like giant bottle rockets at the headquarters building. The explosions shook the fort's walls. Because of the volume of gunfire, Mitchell decided that he couldn't move any farther without risking getting shot. He would have had to dash about 150 feet across the hard-packed roof of Dostum's headquarters, run down a long ramp leading to the floor of the north courtyard, and then rush up a set of stairs to get inside the building itself. He thought the run would be too risky. About 300 yards away, in the south courtyard, he could see Taliban prisoners darting out from behind some blown-up vehicles to fire their weapons at the building. The prisoners hadn't spotted him, he hoped, but he was about to let them know that America's bombs had arrived. He scanned the fortress floor for any sign of Span's body, a glimpse of denim jeans or a black sweater, a shock of blonde hair among the dozens of dead bodies littering the southern courtyard. Mitchell didn't want to drop any bombs if Mike was still alive in the courtyard. But he couldn't see anything that resembled his friend. He decided to call in the airstrike. With any luck, this would quiet the enemy gunfire and allow them to reach Olson, still hiding inside Dostum's headquarters. As a large, well-armed group, they then could try to make their way safely out of the fort. Bach called Mitchell on the radio and informed him that he had an inbound F-18 jet ready to drop. Mitchell called Olson and told him, "When the bomb hits, get over the north wall. Use the explosion for cover." Bach then came back and informed Mitchell that the pilot was insisting that he drop at an altitude of 20,000 feet. Mitchell was incredulous. At that height, the pilot might hit anything. "We're danger close," he told Bach, meaning that he, Rogers, and Fakir were located within 300 yards of the target, in peril of being injured or killed by the explosion. He needed the pilot to fly as low as possible to minimize this risk. Bach came back on. "He'll go to 18,000 feet. Bach wryly explained that the pilot feared getting shot at by ground fire. "Shot at?" thought Mitchell. "I can tell him about that." News of the ongoing fight at Kala-i-Jangi continued to reach Nelson's team at Kunduz. Nelson was still itching to get back to Mazar. Diller was of a different mind. There was nothing they could do for Span. They couldn't help him now. But what boggled Diller was hearing that Dean's team members hadn't been asked to go into the fort and smoke these dudes out. Diller believed a trained-up team like Dean's would have been a useful asset. In addition, another team, run by a 5th Group Special Forces soldier named Don Winslow, had recently entered the city, ostensibly to link up with the Hazara warlord General Mohakic, a plan that hadn't yet taken effect. Winslow was hot for the fight. He had started carrying a camping hatchet on his pants belt as a sign of strength, explaining to Mohakic's violent, aggressive warriors that he used it in battle to hack men to death. The Hazaras thought the American carried some serious mojo. Yet Winslow wasn't going into the fort either. He was stationed at the Turkish schoolhouse as part of the defensive force protecting the headquarters. In fact, members of the other teams hadn't been tasked with fighting in the fort because the fight had erupted quickly, and as events kept rolling over Mitchell and Sontag, they believed that they were winning. Further, the connection between Mitchell's command and control unit and Nelson's and Dean's team had been ad hoc at best and non-existent at worst, as evidenced by the accidental bombing of Dean's men by Nelson's team at the Sultan Reza school earlier. In short, Mitchell correctly believed that he had under his command, in the faces of his own men, the firepower and experience to put down the insurrection. If he were to be forced to storm the fort, then he could call the reserve team members. But for now, he would try to kill the men inside with bombs, something far less risky than entering the enormous fortress and clearing it room by room, hand to hand, guns blazing. Looking at the Pink House, Mitchell figured that the building held the largest concentration of prisoners. Using his rangefinder, which shot a laser at an object and then displayed its distance in a viewfinder, he calculated the building's GPS coordinates. He relayed these to Bach, who then radioed them to the F-18 pilot. "Do you have a visual?" Bach asked. "Roger, I see the building," said the pilot. Mitchell cleared him to unleash the bomb. The explosion rocked the ground near Mitchell. When the smoke and dust cleared, he glassed the area with his binoculars and saw that the bomb had fallen about 100 yards away from the Pink House. Mitchell asked the pilot to correct the coordinates, and the second bomb hit the Pink House squarely, collapsing a portion of the roof and sending chunks of mud and concrete tumbling down the interior stairwell, suddenly illuminating a portion of the main chamber. Inside, the several hundred prisoners who had retreated to the building cowered in its corners. The room filled with smoke and dust. Even more prisoners were packed into the narrow hallway and on the stairs leading up to the outside. Terrified by the explosions, they braced for another attack. Some of them had begun to think of surrendering, walking out of the basement and turning themselves over to Dostum's men. They might be executed, but surely their chances were slimmer if they remained in the basement. The foreign Taliban in the group shouted at the huddled men that no one would surrender. They would fight in the fort to their deaths. Mitchell ordered 3 more bombs dropped on the building, followed by 2 others that exploded along the southeast wall, where some of the prisoners had sought refuge in the horse stable. Mitchell was dismayed by the effect of the strikes. The gunfire rising from the Taliban positions scattered around the courtyard only seemed to increase after each explosion. He realized these guys were not going to give up easily. In the intensity of the fight, he hadn't noticed that darkness was descending on the fort. The vastly outnumbered American team would have to leave soon or risk being ambushed by prisoners as they made their way back to the gate in their vehicles. Mitchell tried raising Olson on the radio, but this time he came up cold. Either he'd been wounded or killed by gunfire, or by the danger-close explosions of the airstrikes. Or maybe he was simply out of contact for less serious reasons. Either way, Mitchell now couldn't be sure of Dave's location. He realized he had to go find him. "We've got to get out of here," cautioned Rogers. Mitchell nodded. He called Bach. "Drop 1 more," he said. He ordered this one on the Pink House. They would make a dash over the wall under cover of the airstrike. As soon as the explosion went up, and along with it a scorching fireball, they slipped down the back wall to the desert floor. Once there, Mitchell and Rogers stripped off their heavy load-bearing vests. Keeping their pistols and M4 rifles and a radio, they were able to scale back up the wall to a window they discovered, leading into Dostum's headquarters. Mitchell slid inside and yelled for Dave, running along the hallway, swinging doors open as the wall started shaking under the impact of more RPGs. Mitchell shook his head, disbelieving. Even after all the firepower he had dropped on them, the prisoners were still able to pound at the building. In one hallway, he stumbled upon a group of frightened Afghan men who'd been trapped inside when the shooting started. Speaking in Dari and pointing frantically down the hall, they pantomimed that Olson had managed to get out down a back wall when the bombing began. Mitchell was relieved, but then decided that he needed to check for himself. He couldn't trust Dave's safety to second-hand information like this. He and Rogers searched more rooms, but still they came up empty-handed. At the main gate, they rejoined the rest of the team, where Mitchell asked if anyone had seen Olson. No one had. Mitchell still wasn't sure that his friend had made it out of the fortress alive, but at the same time, he could hear more gunfire growing in intensity inside the fort. The Taliban were standing just on the other side of the thick mud walls, about 150 yards away. Even the nearby village of Day-Dedi had fallen into chaos. Some of the homes abutted the fort's southeast quadrant, and the settlement had become a free fire zone, with Northern Alliance soldiers and escaped prisoners roaming from house to house, shooting at each other. Most of the village's inhabitants had fled to Mazar. Mitchell realized it was time to leave the area, and quickly. On their way back to the Turkish schoolhouse, Mitchell learned by radio that a quick reaction force, QRF, of 24 10th Mountain soldiers was landing at a dirt airfield about a mile away, nearby Day-Dedi. Mitchell thought the QRF's arrival was an excellent idea. These soldiers could provide extra security at the schoolhouse, and they had trained to act as a search and rescue team. Sontag had requested their deployment, when at one point during the course of airstrikes, he'd been unable to reach Mitchell by radio. Sontag worried that maybe he'd been captured or killed. In fact, Mitchell had only switched radio frequencies from Sontag's to a strike frequency, needed to talk with pilots. Believing that a majority of his security force at the schoolhouse might have been eliminated, Sontag had called K2 and asked for the QRF. Sitting on his cot in his cramped tent at K2, 10th Mountain Division soldier Eric Andreessen, 19, from Florida, had jumped up excitedly at first word that he and his buddies were going into battle. They'd hurriedly packed and soon were standing on the tarmac as Night Stalker Mission Commander John Garfield, who, a little more than a month earlier, had helped insert Nelson's and Dean's teams into the country, addressed the group of 24 young men. Garfield was concerned by the worried looks on their faces. These men were some of America's most eager, highly trained infantry soldiers, but they seemed unsure of being inserted in the middle of a raging firefight. Some of them, Garfield saw, were paralyzed with fear. Garfield, perpetually witty and affable, didn't help matters when he addressed the young crowd just before takeoff. He was keyed up and not thinking, he would later realize, when he said, "Many of you won't be coming back from this mission. We're going in hot, and there will be shooting." For Garfield, this was a way of mitigating the terror of approaching combat. He remembered what it felt like to be shot at the first time, when he was a young regular U.S. Army soldier, and then later as a covert Delta Force operator. The first time, all he could remember was being angry. And then he managed to focus on simply shooting his weapon. But for the 10th Mountain soldiers, Garfield's speech felt like a pronouncement of doom. Some of them already in the helicopter started throwing up. What have I done? Garfield wondered. He watched as one soldier broke away from the helicopter. Garfield could tell he wasn't running to anything. He only wanted to get the hell away from the bird. Garfield, who was maybe 15 years the kid's senior and out of shape, started jogging after him. He caught up with the tall, lean soldier, and still running alongside him, talked calmly. "Hey, where are you going?" The soldier looked around, as if finally realizing what he'd done. "Nowhere," he said. "Then do you mind if we walk?" Garfield laughed. "No, that's okay." The kid stopped running. Garfield was glad. He was out of breath. He put his arm around him. He knew the young man was not a coward. He was just scared, and he'd given in to that emotion. "Your men need you," said Garfield. "They need you to be with them." He pointed at the 3 large Chinook helicopters sitting on the tarmac, their long rotors spinning. "How about we walk back and take charge of this situation?" The soldier nodded. Once at the helicopter, he strode up the ramp and spoke confidently to his fellow men about the need for all of them to psych themselves up for the battle. He took his seat along the wall. Garfield was proud and relieved. This was going to be a hairy landing in an active combat zone. He needed these guys to be on their game. He still believed that many of them wouldn't make it out alive, including himself. Garfield decided he would go down shooting. Now, at the Day-de-Dee airstrip, Mitchell helped load the 10th Mountain soldiers into vehicles, and the convoy picked its way along the dark streets to the Turkish schoolhouse. News of the fighting at the fort had driven many of the city's inhabitants indoors, fearing that the Taliban would soon be returning. At about 6:30 p.m., Mitchell stepped down from the Land Cruiser before it had even stopped outside the schoolhouse. He still didn't know if Dave Olson had made it out of the fort alive. He feared the worst. He ran inside and asked the first soldier he met about the CIA officer. Just then, he looked up. Olson was coming down the stairs. Mitchell relaxed. Olson, it turned out, had arrived at the schoolhouse about a half hour earlier. Mitchell asked again about Mike Spann. Olson's face grew dark. "I don't think he's alive," he said. Mitchell felt a wave of exhaustion sweep over him. On the 2nd floor in the operations center, he and Sontag convened an emergency meeting to review the day and plan their next attack. They knew that about 50 of Dostum's men had been killed so far, and another 250 had been wounded. An estimated 300 Taliban, from the initial group of 600 prisoners, lay dead inside the fort. As Sontag pieced the situation together, he believed that the prisoners had rioted at Kala-i-Jangi in order to force the Americans to rush to the fort's aid, leaving the city unprotected and vulnerable to attack from the Taliban soldiers now stationed to the north. The American forces would be caught from behind and decimated. The Taliban forces would then join up, rearm themselves from the armory kept in the Connex trailers, and sweep east to Kunduz, trapping Bowers, Nelson, and Dean between the large Taliban and the al-Qaeda armies dug in at Kunduz. After the meeting, another frightening bit of intelligence came into the schoolhouse, this time from one of General Mohakik's Hazara soldiers. The news was that a gathering force of Taliban soldiers was preparing to attack the city. This information seemed to corroborate some intelligence Mitchell had received earlier in the day, that at least several hundred more Taliban soldiers had escaped from Kunduz and parked themselves northeast of Mazar, about 15 miles from the schoolhouse. When he'd heard this, Mitchell immediately radioed Sontag. Sontag was already on the case. he'd ordered an AC-130 Spectre gunship to fly above the enemy troops and lock them in place at their desert location. The plane's crew had orders to shoot if the enemy force moved on Mazar. Mitchell and Sontag could still hear gunfire and explosions coming from the western side of the city. Mazar-i-Sharif was no longer safe. All of them resolved that they would not retreat. The following morning, November 26, Mitchell was lying on his belly on top of the middle wall on the fort's eastern edge. The wall, dividing the fortress into its northern and southern courtyards, gave him an excellent vantage point. Looking down and to his right, some 200 feet away, he could see 3 Taliban fighters in ragged gray and green blouses, their black trousers flapping as they ran, firing their AKs and spraying the northern walls. One of them dropped a mortar down a tube set up on a tripod. Mitchell heard the thwoop sound and watched it launch. It landed wide, but pretty soon more mortars were dropping around him, and he feared the guy was going to get him bracketed and smoke him. Looking to his left across the northern courtyard, Mitchell saw Captains Paul Severson and Kevin Leahy, along with Sergeant First Class Pete Bach and Master Sergeant Dave Betts, 300 yards away, also taking mortar fire. This was coming from another position that Mitchell couldn't locate. Bach was on the radio talking to the F-18 pilot overhead, trying to get him to drop his bomb. Betts, Leahy, and Severson were crouched down and firing their M4s into the southern courtyard. Mitchell lowered his binoculars. These guys just won't die. He had no idea how any man could have withstood yesterday's bombardment. As he looked down into the fortress, at the blood soaking the dirt floor, he saw hundreds of suicidal Taliban al-Qaeda fighters firing rifles, rockets, throwing grenades. If these fighters escaped the fortress, if they broke through these walls and escaped into the scrum of Mazar-i-Sharif streets, it might take the entire winter to recapture the lost ground. If they escaped, Mitchell reasoned, it might be impossible to hold off the larger enemy force. He thought of his daughters, his wife, whom he loved to tell, "I may not be pretty, Maggie, but I'm dependable." He wanted to get home. Up on the northeast parapet of the fortress, Paul Severson heard the rounds hit the mud wall behind him, generating little puffs of dust, as if the wall were being stung by hundreds of invisible bees. The pilot overhead was demanding that Severson relay his position coordinates, which neither Bach nor he wanted to do. Bach keyed the mic so the pilot could hear the gunfire. "Hey, would you hurry this up?" he yelled into the radio. A mortar round landed not 50 feet away. The explosion was loud, and Bach yelled, "God damn it!" He keyed the mic again and said, "You hear that?" Both he and Severson were worried that if they gave their position to the pilot, he'd mistake it for the target's. "Repeat," said Bach. "You will not drop without coordinates?" "Roger," said the pilot. "I need your position before I drop." It had already occurred to Severson that they could be overrun. Down below in the southern courtyard, scurrying in the grove of poplar trees, were several hundred Taliban, bent on killing him. None of the enemy wanted to be taken alive. They had all decided to go down shooting. Severson had heard the stories about what the Taliban did to its prisoners. Being strung up by your guts from the barrel of a tank was not preferable to emptying your 9mm at some hardened Pakistani before he killed you. Severson finally nodded at Bach and said, "All right, give him the coordinates." Bach relayed their position. 10,000 feet up, the pilot typed into the keypad the target designation for the JDAM. The long, heavy bomb awoke, its electronic brain, a GPS, whirring with this newly inserted information. It dropped from the jet and began flying to its target. Mitchell heard the countdown over the radio. He closed his eyes and opened his mouth to relieve the overpressure that he knew the bomb would create on detonation. The mud floor shook beneath him. He felt the air being sucked out of the fortress. The noise was so intense that a thick silence draped over him. And in this quiet, he opened his eyes and was staring directly at the southern courtyard, where the mortar position had been. It was still there. The courtyard was untouched. Mitchell turned to see the mushroom cloud blossoming over Severson's position. At the last second, Severson had seen the bomb coming in, accompanied by a sound like the crack of dry kindling. The air flashed. The bomb flew straight into the mud parapet that he and the 3 other soldiers were sitting on, penetrated, and kept going. Buried some 20 feet in the dry, caked mud wall, it finally exploded, throwing a nearby Northern Alliance tank high in the air, flipping it. The tank landed on 3 Afghan soldiers, and they lay dead beneath its green iron turret, their thin brown legs sticking out from underneath. Severson himself had been thrown airborne, punching and kicking within a gray cloud of dust. He didn't feel himself land, but he heard it. A whoomph that set every bone in his body ringing with a hollow, angry tune. Sergeant Dave Betts shook his head after he landed, trying to clear his thinking. He'd been catapulted some 60 feet, and at the end of his arc, he felt he was falling down a cool, dark cave. He smelled the dead animal stench of burned hair, and realized it was his own. The blast had scoured his face. Miraculously, only his eyelashes and mustache were gone. His nose hurt, where his Oakley sunglasses had melted. They too had disappeared. He looked at Bach and laughed, and even that hurt. Bach's hair was sticking straight up. His face was powdered completely white with dust. Only the whites of his eyes were visible, wet, with blood running from the corners in thin lines. Bach's ears were bleeding as well. Betts reached up and touched his own, and found blood there too. Betts was amazed at the impact he had endured. He turned and looked back up at the parapet, where he'd been standing when the bomb landed. Then Betts looked down at his waist. The lower half of his body had disappeared. He panicked and started digging at the pebbles and sand. His legs emerged, then his knees. The blast had buried him up to his belt in rubble. He realized that even the shirt on his back had been blown off. Betts looked around and couldn't find Severson. He heard Leahy moaning. He turned and saw Kevin in a heap at the bottom of the fort wall, which had collapsed inward in a pile of pebbles and sand. Kevin was twisted like a doll. He looked as if 2 fingers had reached down from the sky and shaken him until he broke. Oh man, not Kevin. Kevin Leahy was his buddy. Betts looked after him like a mother after a wayward son. His father-in-law was the commanding general of all U.S. Special Operations Forces operating in the world. Who was going to make that phone call? General Brown, your son-in-law was blown up by one of our own bombs. In the errant bombing, 4 British SBS soldiers, with whom U.S. Navy SEAL Stephen Bass was deployed, were also wounded. At least 80 Afghan soldiers suffered serious injury. Betts wiggled out of the loose grip of sand and chunks and stumbled over to Kevin. Then he started screaming for help. Everything was moving in slow motion. He couldn't tell if hours had passed since the explosion, or minutes. He stood there screaming for someone to help his friend. It was nearly noon. Betts worried they were about to be overrun by Taliban soldiers who could use the chaos of the moment to easily charge them. In a matter of minutes, the military campaign that was America's answer to the attacks that had terrorized New York and Washington, D.C., had gone terribly wrong. Mitchell looked across the fort and tried to see through the towering cloud of dust just what had happened. Shrapnel and debris whizzed past his head as he stared through his binoculars. Okay, he wondered, where did this thing hit? The entire northeast end of the fort was obscured by the dust cloud. He grabbed the radio and called, "Severson, this is Mitchell, over." Silence. "Severson, this is Mitchell, over." Nothing. Mitchell began to think that maybe Severson had been so close to the explosion that his eardrums had burst, and he'd been deafened. He called again. "Severson, this is Mitchell, over." And then, more urgently, "Any station, do you copy? This is Mitchell, over." One of the 10th Mountain soldiers, located at the wall along the highway, replied, "Go ahead, Mitchell." Relieved, Mitchell asked, "What can you see? Do you have contact with anybody?" The soldier then delivered the devastating news. The bomb had hit Severson's position. About this time, the dust was clearing, and with his binos, Mitchell could see a couple of guys rising up out of the rubble. They stood and started wandering around, dazed. He swallowed hard at the sight. Then he picked up the radio and ordered everybody to rally at the main gate. He grabbed his gear and ran. Betts looked up through blurred eyes. Coming for him and the other wounded men were 9 soldiers from the 10th Mountain Division. They had been crouched at their position behind a wall along a nearby road when the bomb hit. As the gray cloud boiled upward, they'd been shocked to hear the cries, "Oh my God, we may have killed the wrong people," rise up among some other Special Forces soldiers standing there. "That was wrong. That was very, very wrong," yelled some of the Afghans. Wounded men, Afghan and some British SBS soldiers, were already stumbling from the fort's entrance, walking dazed like zombies, hair sticking up, faces white. Sergeant Jerry Higley, 26, looked up and saw the sky darken as the debris cloud drifted the several hundred yards toward their group. A loud, thwacking rain began to fall, as shrapnel and bits of the exploded building wheeled through the dusty air and hit around them. "It looks like we're in for a bit of a scuffle," joked Higley's friend, Specialist Thomas Beers, 22, from Pennsylvania. They quickly piled into a minivan and sped toward the fort, jumping out at the front gate and scaling a set of stairs leading up to the wall's pathway, where, after a breathless run through Taliban gunfire, they found the bleeding and broken Dave Betts. When they arrived, Betts didn't know where he was, or even who he was. The soldiers, having swallowed their earlier fears, scooped up stocky, muscular Betts and the others, and walked with them arm in arm, dodging the furious gunfire, along a narrow catwalk on the top of the wall. Their movement was slow-going. The Taliban prisoners were taking the opportunity to pound the blown-up position. Machine gun fire zigzagged across the crumbling dry walls. Private First Class Eric Andreessen, who the day before had been leisurely reading a novel in his tent back at K2, thought for sure they'd be shot. Dazed and in shock, the wounded men sometimes tried running away, heading back down the path to the bomb site. Andreessen and his buddies chased after them, ducking as bullets smacked the wall at their back. Andreessen found the roar of the shooting relentless. Yet he was suddenly bathed in a soothing calm. Finally, he and the others struggled down a steep set of stairs near the main gate, where Doc McFarland was waiting. Kevin Leahy was near death and had to be resuscitated several times. All of the men had broken bones and concussions, but miraculously, they were alive. Severson had suffered, among other wounds, a broken hip and back. Sergeant Pete Bach, blood still running from his ears and from the corner of his eyes, wandered away from the aid station and found a truck with the keys in the ignition. After fumbling with the door for several minutes, too dazed to figure out how to open it, he managed to get inside and drive himself back to the Turkish schoolhouse, where he walked into the lobby, shocking everyone with his macabre, cartoon-like appearance. Everyone at the schoolhouse, hearing of the errant bomb strike over the radio, had thought all of the guys had been killed. After fully recuperating from their wounds, all 4 men would receive the Purple Heart and Bronze Star and return to active duty. As he headed toward the wounded men, Mitchell struggled under the 60 pounds of gear he'd stuffed in his load-bearing vest. The endless rope climbs, bench presses, and gut-wrenching 20-mile runs back at Fort Campbell were paying off. Mitchell felt like collapsing on the ground, but pushed himself ahead, one stride at a time. He tried raising the bombers on the radio. He had to stop them from dropping any more bombs. "Shasta 1-1, he said, using the plane's call sign. No reply. And then in the melee's confusion, he couldn't remember the call signs of any other planes. So he blurted out, "Any U.S. aircraft, any U.S. aircraft, cease fire, cease fire. We have friendly casualties on the ground." Finally, he heard a voice on the radio. "Roger, this is Shasta 1-1. I understand that you have U.S. casualties on the ground. Ceasing fire." And then the pilot asked Mitchell if he wanted him to stay in a holding pattern overhead, ready for another airstrike. Mitchell considered this, then said sadly, "Negative. We are done for the morning." He had to gather everyone, including Betts, Leahy, Severson, and Bach, and retreat to the schoolhouse. There they would make a new plan to destroy the fort once and for all. Mike. He thought about Span, lying somewhere in the courtyard. We have to find Mike. Finding Span was now his mission. As the battle raged, Najib Qureshi caught a taxi in Mazar and rode out to Kala-i-Jangi to watch the mayhem. He stood outside the fortress on the main highway, along with several hundred other men, many of them armed. Every few minutes, another taxi would arrive from town, and another soldier would get out, leaning in to retrieve his long RPG tube from the back seat, pay the driver, and then trot off across the farm field leading to the towering fortress. Najib could feel the explosions of the bombs and mortars in his chest. The air crackled overhead with the passing of stray rounds, like 1,000 snapping whips. He wanted to go inside and see for himself what was happening, but knew it was too dangerous. He was glad to see the Taliban receiving so much punishment from the American bombs. Inside the city, Nadir Sinhab, who had been beaten severely by the Taliban, and whose father's house had been dug up by vengeful Taliban soldiers, had climbed to the roof of a friend's house and watched the spectacle in the distance, the sky flashing like lightning as the daylight faded. The sound of the bombs falling rattled the windows in his friend's house. The sky was filled with black smoke. He saw a big plane, a B-52, fly overhead, very high. And then it dropped its guided bombs, and the fortress exploded. After a while, he went home. Nadir was sitting in his own house when suddenly the walls exploded around him. A rocket had flown from the fortress, one of the hundreds that were exploding on their own in the fires burning in the courtyard, and crashed through the roof of his house, several miles from the fort. Nadir was the only one home, and when he regained consciousness in the rubble, he knew he was lucky to be alive. He was bleeding. He felt around at his back and found it wet. He tasted blood in his mouth. His legs were cut with shrapnel. He couldn't walk. He lay in the dust and fallen chunks of mud. Then his father rushed into the house and carried him outside to a car and drove off to the hospital in Mazar. The Afghan doctors bandaged him and sent him home later that night. Nadir smiled at the damage he knew the bombs must be inflicting upon the men who had tormented him during their occupation of his city. News of the errant bomb strike soon flashed across the airwaves in the United States. Carla Milo, Ben Milo's wife, heard it while she was up early, readying their 3 kids for school. She was standing at the ironing board in the living room when footage of the explosion flickered on the television. Almost simultaneously, the phone rang in the kitchen. It was a family friend of theirs, the wife of one of Ben's buddies from his days in the regular army, wanting to know if he'd been hurt in the bombing. Carla froze, standing there in her bathrobe, the iron poised in midair over the board. "I don't have a clue," she told the woman, and hung up. Then the phone rang again, and didn't stop, as the rest of the team wives called each other asking, "What have you heard? What do you know?" They didn't know anything. The wait over the next several days was excruciating. Usually, when something bad happened, when someone was killed or wounded in a training exercise or a training deployment overseas, it took at least a few days before anyone got an official account of what had happened. This was because the command wanted to positively identify who had been hurt, or who was now dead, before notifying the family. Not that the wives weren't able to figure out who was dead or hurt before this official confirmation. Carla just wished that Ben would call. The phone looked enormous as it hung in silence on the kitchen wall. After the errant bombing of Severson's position, Sontag and Mitchell decided to level the south courtyard with cannon fire from an AC-130 Spectre gunship. The 2 officers felt they were running out of time. The Taliban had to be smashed now. The enemy soldiers remained too sheltered in the various rooms, stables, and storehouses that dotted the courtyard, and they were able to rearm themselves too easily with the weapons and ammo lying around in the various nearby caches. The U.S. attack was planned for that night. Meanwhile, the Northern Alliance launched a daylight assault and began battling their way into the south courtyard, yard by yard. Often the fighting was hand-to-hand. Ali Sarwar and several other men had started from the secure north end and crept along the narrow path lining the fortress wall, engaging in vicious firefights along the way. At one point, one of Sarwar's men stooped to reload in front of a small 6-inch opening in a mud wall and was shot in the stomach by a Taliban soldier. The man looked up in surprise and went tumbling down the wall into the fort. He lay at the bottom, moaning. Ali had to leave him behind as they pressed ahead. He and his men spent the night hiding in a house in the nearby village of Deydedi, while the Spectre gunship pounded the fort. The Taliban's main store of weapons and ammunition was hit by one Spectre cannon shell, and it sent a fireball shooting several hundred yards in the air. The explosions could be seen by some of Sontag's men standing on the roof back at the Turkish schoolhouse, 11 miles away. The following morning, Ali and his men arrived at the southern end, behind the main parapet, the Taliban's remaining stronghold. They hacked their way through a mud wall into a small room, a makeshift guard shack that overlooked the wide parapet. They hacked quickly, because inside the room were Taliban soldiers who were firing across the fort into the north courtyard, and they wanted to take them by surprise. The Taliban soldiers turned to see Ali and his men standing before them in a hole that had suddenly opened in the wall. Ali's men gunned the Taliban down and occupied the position, eventually moving out to the lip of the parapet, where they had a clear view of the remaining Taliban forces below in the south courtyard. The fighting grew so intense that Ali and other alliance soldiers who joined them dragged the dead bodies of fallen soldiers in a pile and used them as barricades from which they could safely fight. After several hours, near dark, Ali and the rest of the alliance force, now numbering several hundred men, were able to move down the sloping ramp into the south courtyard itself. From one of the horse stables, 50 yards to the east, across grassy, open ground, a Taliban started charging at the line of alliance soldiers, screaming in rage, a war cry that was interrupted by a fusillade of gunfire. Still, the man continued running, a grenade clenched in one hand, held high over his head. Ali could see the man jerk as the bullets hit him, but he would not drop. He managed to reach one of Sarwar's men, stopping to heave his grenade. The heavy metal object sailed through the air and struck the soldier on the head, blowing up and killing him instantly. The Taliban soldier was finally cut down by a last long volley of fire. Ali's men walked another 100 feet through waist-high grass, when suddenly some 50 Taliban soldiers jumped up from hiding on the ground and opened fire, their AKs held at their hips, spraying bullets. When the shooting stopped, some 150 Taliban and alliance soldiers lay dead. Bitter smoke and the cries of bleeding men drifted over the suddenly quiet courtyard. Somehow, Ali was unhurt. He cautiously thought, as he had back in the canyon when confronting the Taliban there and surviving, that his day to die still had not come. He continued moving through the fort, fighting and winning. Shannon Spann was visiting her parents' house in California when there was a knock at the front door. Standing outside was a grief team of 5 CIA employees. One of them was the paramilitary officer whom Mike had asked to be the person to deliver any bad news to Shannon. Shannon listened as the man spoke, but she could barely believe he was telling the truth. Mike couldn't be dead. The officers explained what had happened at Kala-i-Jangi, telling her that her husband had been shot. Shannon immediately thought of Mike's 2 young daughters and their own 6-month-old son. The girl's mother, Spann's first wife, was dying of cancer and wasn't expected to live much longer. Shannon resolved to remain steadfast, even when one of the girls later started crying and asked, "Who's going to teach Jake the daddy stuff?" By November 28th, Ali Sarwar and the rest of the alliance soldiers had captured the southern courtyard. The area was shaded by pine trees, whose shaggy trunks had been shattered and pockmarked by bullets. Severed tree limbs lay on the ground. Nearby stood a tiny mosque, its smooth white walls defiled by hundreds of bullet holes. The pink house, too, was pocked by gunfire, and thousands of tiny pink chunks of concrete were scattered on the hard ground. That morning, General Dostum and his troops returned to reclaim the fort as their own. Dostum had driven back from Kunduz the night before, with now prisoner Mullah Faisal in tow, along with Dean, Nelson, and Bowers. Freelance video cameraman Dodge Billingsley, who had been inside the fort filming much of the battle, had been asleep in his hotel in downtown Mazar when he heard Dostum's armored column roll past along the main street, shaking all the windows in the building. Billingsley got out of bed and went to the balcony. He counted about 6 troop carriers, several large cargo trucks, and an assortment of Toyota Land Cruisers. He guessed that the warlord would not be happy when he finally reviewed the damage the Taliban had inflicted upon his headquarters. At the fort, Dostum grabbed Mullah Faisal, the Taliban general with whom he had negotiated the ultimately perfidious surrender, and shoved him along on a tour of the destruction. Also in tow were hundreds of news reporters and television cameras, capturing Dostum's furious glare as he pointed out the physical damage, as well as the piles of dead bodies strewn everywhere. The stench of death was overpowering. As the soldiers and reporters walked around the southern courtyard, a number of Taliban prisoners were still trapped in the basement of the Pink House. None of the Alliance or American soldiers knew exactly how many were there. Estimates ranged from a handful to several hundred. No matter the number, it was clear to everyone that they were refusing to surrender. In the basement, the prisoners sitting near the air vents and holes that had been punched in the foundation could hear the anxious, upbeat voices of their guards, who believed they had killed most everyone below. In fact, the prisoners were still armed with rifles, mortars, and grenades, and they were considering rushing up the stairs and attacking. Up top, Dostum angrily asked Faisal, "Did you know anything about this?" The Taliban leader shook his head, no. Dostum, surveying the human carnage, told one reporter that he was sick of death. Soon the Red Cross would begin hauling away seemingly innumerable bodies that would be buried in a mass grave outside the city. Back in his headquarters office, Dostum held court, looking beyond the messiness of the battle to his political future. He explained that he wanted to build a new country. Women should be educated, he said, and he insisted that they would have representation in the new government. He further explained that he wanted to spend more time with his family. Back in the basement of the Pink House, the last Taliban fighters waited and considered making one final attack. In an effort to get the remaining prisoners to surrender, the Alliance soldiers began to throw rockets and grenades into the basement through jagged holes they'd hacked in the brick foundation. Periodically, men also walked up and jammed their gun barrels into the holes and emptied their clips. Still, there was no sign of surrender. At one point, several foreign aid workers had started walking down the long stairs to the basement and were shot by machine gun fire. After they were bandaged up, all concerned decided that no more such trips would be attempted. Dostum's men next poured fuel oil through the holes and then set fire to it. Down below, men were burned alive. Others pressed against the wall, away from the licking flames. Still no surrender. Finally, Ali Sarwar found a shovel and axe and started digging a trench all the way across the southern courtyard. A small stream entered the fort at the southwest corner. In prosperous pre-Taliban times, the water had been used to irrigate fertile plots of corn and cucumber that dotted the fort. Sarwar was now diverting the stream so that it flowed to the Pink House. Someone in his group hacked another hole in the brick foundation, which opened at ceiling level in the basement below. Just then, a prisoner pointed a gun barrel out of the new hole and fired, hitting some of Sarwar's men in the ankles. They crumpled and had to be quickly dragged away to an aid station. Soon, however, the current of muddy brown water was lapping against the building and then slurping through the hole in the foundation. Freezing water started filling the basement. After a day, just 13 Taliban soldiers had emerged from the basement. The water had risen inside to nearly 7 feet, causing the men inside to dog paddle as their heads brushed the ceiling. A majority of them who were wounded or sick drowned. The room became a slurry of human body parts, excrement, even raw horse meat, which some of the men had been eating, having hacked pieces off some of the dead animals lying in the courtyard. Seeing that the basement was now flooded to a depth of about 8 feet, leaving 2 feet of airspace, Ali Sarwar and his men shut off the water supply. As the water drained through the porous soil floor below them, the surviving men, freezing and delirious, took a vote as to whether they would surrender. They could either die in this stinking hole, or they could die in the sunlight above, on firm ground. At least by surrendering, they would have a chance of living. To remain in the room was to surely tempt being flooded again. So it was that 4 days after Mitchell had tried leveling the Pink House with fusillades of bombs, 86 wet and miserable Taliban prisoners walked up from the basement, blinking in daylight, many of them, for the first time in 7 days. John Walker Lind was among them. Shortly after the fighting had begun, he'd been shot in the leg and lay in the courtyard as the battle raged around him. Finally, he was dragged by others into the basement. There he had feared for his life, both at the hands of the soldiers firing from above, and from his fellow prisoners hunkered in the dark room. For the first several days of the battle, any talk of surrender was silenced by Lind's hardline comrades in the group. Lind feared getting shot in the back if he made a break upstairs to what he hoped would be freedom. He felt he had no choice but to remain in the basement and hope for the best. As the fort was secured, Ben Milo finally called his wife, Carla, back in Tennessee. He had been shaken by the errant bombing at the fort, as well as the savagery of the battle within its walls. Ben knew Carla would be worrying about him, given all the extremely bad news. She knew it was Ben calling, because the words Fort Campbell lit up on her phone's caller ID at home. To make the call, Ben had phoned the Fort Campbell switchboard, which then directed the call to their home in the Hammond Heights neighborhood on the Army post. She didn't even say hello. "Tell me you're okay." "I'm fine. Is the team okay?" "Yes." Carla could tell he was being tight-lipped. She wanted him to say more. "Was it the battalion?" she asked. Meaning, were you guys hurt in the bombing at Kala-i-Jangi? Had he been hurt? "I can't say." Because of security measures, he wasn't able to tell her that he hadn't even been in the vicinity of the bombing. They talked for maybe 5 more minutes, and then Ben said he had to hang up, that he had to go to work. The lag in their conversation caused by the satellite link had been horrifying. Ben's voice had sounded like he was talking to her from underwater. She had ended up interrupting half of his sentences. But still, he was alive. She was relieved, but she had no one outside the immediate group of Special Forces wives to share the news with. Ben's being in Afghanistan was officially still secret, even though news reports had noted their presence in the country, In fact, several days earlier, President Bush had come to Fort Campbell to eat Thanksgiving dinner with the regular Army troops. But as far as Carla knew, none of the Special Forces wives was invited. Hey, what about us? My husband's over in Afghanistan fighting too, Carla thought. Then she went back to ironing the clothes and getting the kids ready for school. Span's body was retrieved and delivered to the Turkish schoolhouse, where it was stored, sealed in a blue vinyl bag, in one of the kitchen's overlarge chest freezers adjoining the cafeteria. The body bag was wrapped in an American flag that had been presented by Mitchell's fellow teammate, Martin Homer. Homer had carried the flag into battle as a Special Forces soldier in the First Gulf War, and it had accompanied him on this last campaign. He had been honored to give it to Mike. The body was driven from the schoolhouse to the Mazar airport, where 2 Chinook helicopters were waiting to escort it to K2. At the airport, the flag was neatly folded and presented to one of Mike's CIA colleagues, who sat in a seat on the helo and held it tightly. Helicopter pilot Greg Gibson saw that the man was nearly in tears. Span's body was loaded onto the lead bird. Sitting behind it, in his own aircraft, Night Stalker pilot Jerry Edwards, who in the last month had learned during a phone call with his wife that he was going to be a father again, watched the honor guard solemnly unfold on a video screen in his aircraft. He had turned on the helo's FLIR radar, which picked up a grainy image of the soldiers as they walked up the lead bird's ramp with Span's remains strapped to a bodyboard. Edwards and his crew had been shaken by Span's death, even though not many of them knew him well, if at all. But his death had diminished their own sense of invulnerability. They hadn't wanted to miss the ceremony, which they learned would take place in the dark, the only time when the Night Stalkers liked to fly missions. And Edwards felt lucky to have figured out how to use the FLIR to witness the moment. He sat strapped in his seat, reflecting on his own mortality and the impending birth of a new baby. At almost the same time, CIA Director George Tenet publicly announced Mike Span's death. Mike was in the fortress of Mazar-e-Sharif, where the Taliban prisoners were being held and questioned. Although these captives had given themselves up, their pledge of surrender, like so many other pledges from the vicious group they represent, proved worthless. Mike's was a career of promise in a life of energy and achievement, a precious life given in a noble cause. Span's death soon dominated the news. President Bush issued a statement of condolence. In his hometown of Winfield, Alabama, neighbors plied his parents' house with food and sympathy. Many of the townspeople were shocked to learn that Span had worked for the CIA. A next-door neighbor would remark that Span never seemed to be home much. On Main Street, a black bow hung on the front door of the real estate office of Johnny Span, Mike's father. Flags flew at half-mast at the post office. Mr. Span held a press conference at a neighbor's home. He was a cherished son. He was an amazing brother, a devoted father, and a loving husband. Our family wants the world to know that we are very proud of our son Mike, and we consider him a hero. Mr. Span was near tears as he spoke. News of a CIA employee's death is usually kept a secret, with a silver star being placed afterward on the memorial wall at Langley's CIA headquarters to honor the deceased. In the case of Mike Span, he bore the grim distinction of being the first American to be killed in the first war of the 21st century, and George Tenet, as director of the CIA, took the unprecedented decision to make Span's death a matter of public record. Complicating any idea that his death might have been kept secret were the reporters who had been at the fort chronicling the uprising. Tenet had no other choice than to disclose Spann's death in the melee. The effect was that Mike Spann became an overnight hero, an accolade he would have shunned while alive. He became a figure of everything that a nation felt was honorable about itself, namely selfless sacrifice, while at war with a new and mystifying threat. The further effect was to make Shannon Spann the face of a nation's grief as it met this new threat. The publicity over Mike Spann's death tore away the veil of secrecy that had covered her own employment as a CIA officer, and she found herself thrust before the television cameras and reporters camped outside her home in Manassas Park, Virginia. News of the Battle of Kala-i-Jangi started to make headlines around the world. Perhaps most shocking for Americans was the discovery of John Walker Lind, hunkered in the basement of the Pink House, as well as the death of a CIA paramilitary officer. Who even knew America had such men fighting in Afghanistan? Back in Marin County, California, Lind's mother, Marilyn, logged onto the internet when she heard news that an American had been discovered in Afghanistan. She had a sinking feeling it might be John, and this feeling was confirmed when she happened upon a photo of him at the fortress. Yet Marilyn was shocked. She had never expected John to get into any kind of trouble. "He knows we wouldn't have approved," his father, Frank Lind, told a reporter, one of many who would soon be descending upon the Lind household. Marilyn felt that John must have been brainwashed to have been tangled up with the Taliban. "He would freeze when confronted with danger," she said. "He's totally not streetwise." For his part, Lind was spending his days under close guard in a second-story room in the Turkish schoolhouse. But he had not been identified immediately. In fact, after emerging from the Pink House basement, wounded and dirty, he had been loaded onto a truck headed for Sheberghan, 75 miles west. At Sheberghan, he and the other prisoners would be housed in a large prison there. As the truck was about to leave, a reporter for Newsweek named Colin Soloway had happened to pass by and peer inside, curious about a filthy, Western-looking figure he saw hunched there in the gloom. Soloway had come to Kala-i-Jangi, like hundreds of other reporters, to report on the battle and Spann's death. But now his interpreter had approached him and said that an American was on board one of the trucks. Soloway found the bed of the vehicle filled with moaning, bleeding men. He was amazed that any of them had survived the bombs that had been aimed at the fortress. The young man in question was dressed in a black tunic and blue sweater. He was covered with dirt. His face looked as if it had been burned. One of the truck's guards tapped Soloway and motioned again at the prisoner. He insisted that he was an American. "Are you American?" Soloway asked the young man. "Yeah," he replied. This struck Soloway as unusual, indeed shocking. He asked Lind his feelings about the attacks in America, which had taken place some 11 weeks earlier. Did he support this action? Groggy, speaking slowly, Lind replied, "That requires a pretty long and complicated explanation. I haven't eaten for 2 or 3 days, and my mind is not really in shape to give you a coherent answer." Soloway asked again for his opinion. "Yes, I supported it," Lind said. Accompanying Soloway was translator Najib Qureshi, who earlier in the month had hosted Dean at his home, and a French photographer named Damien de Geldre, who recounted the surreal encounter this way. Earlier in the day, one of the survivors of the fighting in the fort had come up from the basement of the Pink House, asking if their lives would be spared if they surrendered. The local Afghan commander agreed, and they started coming out, 86 in all. I was at the Red Cross office when they received a radio call saying survivors had been discovered. I tried catching Alex Perry of Time, but couldn't find him. Then I caught a taxi and drove straight to Kala-i-Jangi. That's where I met Najib, who said there was an American within the prisoners. Lind was sitting in the front of a truck with some of the others. Being an American, Soloway engaged in conversation with Lind, while I stood filming nearby. Lind wasn't too keen to be filmed. I didn't really want to interview him, as I felt these guys were coming back from hell. They looked completely in shock. I felt the visual of this young American with his long hair and beard and his face covered in dirt was really amazing. The image was talking for him. I still believe he was in shock when he answered Soloway's questions. It is true that he answered yes when he was asked if he was approving of the September 11 attacks. But he didn't focus on this matter or extend the discussion. He was embarrassed. I also perfectly remember his answer when he was asked why he came to Afghanistan. He said it was the most ideal Islamic republic in the world, the purest. That same night, Colin Soloway's interview was out on Newsweek's website. When we finally made it to Sherburghan prison the next day, it was too late. The U.S. Special Forces had taken him. In fact, after Lind had arrived at Sherburghan, one of Dostum's aides had talked with the young man and discovered that he could speak English. He immediately informed Dostum that there was a captured American in his midst. As medic Bill Bennett was treating the dehydrated, starving Lind, the moment was recorded by video camera. A CNN freelancer, Robert Pelton, conducted an interview during the medical exam. And once the video appeared on television, John Walker Lind's odyssey from California to the Kala-i-Jangi fortress became worldwide news. Among those watching the broadcast of the medical examination were Frank and Marilyn Lind. They hadn't seen or heard any sign of their son for 7 months. They had believed he was in Pakistan, where he had told them he'd been studying Arabic at an austere, demanding madrasa. The sight of him on television, shirtless and emaciated-looking, crushed them. Soon, the crank phone calls and death threats started to come in. Great parenting job. You should be shot with the same gun used to shoot your son. Frank Lind, a lawyer for Pacific Gas and Electric in San Francisco, had been proud of his son's disciplined study of Arabic and Islam. But he had never imagined John was in Afghanistan, fighting with the Taliban. When he saw his son on television, he broke down crying. Not long after Mike Spann's death, Shannon received a package from one of Mike's former colleagues. It was a series of tattered, charred pages from his journal. The morning he was killed, Mike had parked their truck in the fortress and walked with Dave Olson to the southern courtyard to interrogate the prisoners. Inside the truck was a journal he'd been keeping. In the airstrikes that followed, as Major Mitchell fought to quell the uprising, the truck was blown up. Shannon now held what was left of the charred journal. "One thing has troubled me," Mike had written as he rode north to Mazar. "I'm not afraid of dying, but I have a terrible fear of not being with you and our son. I think about holding you and touching you. I also think about holding that round boy of ours." 5 days after leaving Afghanistan, Spann's body arrived at Andrews Air Force Base by military transport. Shannon, along with Mike's family, went on board to view the coffin in private. The casket was then carried to a waiting hearse, while Shannon and the family watched tearfully. Johnny Spann, Mike's father, was consumed by grief. Mike, trying to prepare his father for the dangerous, clandestine nature of his work, had always warned, "Daddy, don't ever believe I'm dead until you see my body." Shortly before Mike's burial in Arlington National Cemetery, Mr. Spann visited his son one last time. He stood at the casket and gazed down. He touched Mike's forehead. He then lifted his boy's head, bent down, and looked. He saw 2 holes in Mike's skull. He lowered the head back down on the satin pillow and looked at his son's temples. There was a hole on each side. He figured the bullets had entered there and exited at the 2 wounds he saw at the back of the head. He touched his son's arms and legs and studied them. They were bruised. He wondered if Mike had been tortured. The wounds told him nothing. Back in Mazar, Mark Mitchell could not help but remember the very moment that the fighting in Kala-i-Jangi had stopped. He had surveyed the smoking rubble, a dusty M4 in his hand, barely able to stand after fighting for his life for 7 straight days. Dead and dying men and wounded horses had littered the courtyard, a twitching choir that brayed and moaned in the rough, knee-high grass. The horses killed first had swollen to twice their size. The fort's mud floor was spongy with blood. Mitchell's buddies were equally wrung out. With every nerve jangling, Major Kurt Sontag stumbled upstairs in the schoolhouse and told Doc McFarland, "Give me something." Whatever it was, Sontag was soon out cold and slept for a day. The schoolhouse was filled with men who'd been pushed beyond their limits. They had come within minutes of losing the entire war in Afghanistan. That was the scary thing, thought Mitchell. That was the really scary thing. And yet they had prevailed. Mitchell had been part of the first U.S. cavalry attack of the 21st century. A feat trumpeted in news photos showing bearded Americans riding across a sunlit Afghanistan plain. It was as if warriors from the future had been transported to an earlier century, General Tommy Franks later remarked. On November 14, 2003, Mitchell found himself standing uncomfortably at a podium at Special Operations Command back in Florida. That day, USA Today had carried the headline, "Soldier to Receive Honor for Valor in Afghanistan." Major Mark Mitchell doesn't like to talk about what happened in Afghanistan in late November 2001, ran the story. But the Army thinks it's a pretty big deal. Mitchell stood at attention as General Brian D. Brown, commander of Special Operations Command, pinned his uniform with a Distinguished Service Cross for extraordinary heroism. The audience was a mix of family and colleagues from the covert world of special operations, America's brain trust in the war on terror. Mitchell's parents had arrived from Green Bay, Wisconsin. Mike Spann's wife, Shannon, sat near the front, fighting tears. Mitchell's wife tended 2 fidgeting daughters, who knew their father better as someone who read them Goodnight Moon, and then was gone for months out of the year. emceeing the ceremony was a former Delta Force commander, Brigadier General Gary Harrell, who had survived the harrowing 1993 fight in Mogadishu, Somalia. Harrell described the 96 hours of fighting that Mitchell and the men of the 5th Special Forces Group had endured as the most intense urban combat conditions to date in Operation Enduring Freedom. General Brown described Mitchell's task as Mission Impossible. The fortress was nearly impregnable, recounted Brown. 17 warriors attacked on what on a good day would have involved thousands of soldiers. Balding, smiling, looking more like a high school biology teacher than a stone-cold killer, Mitchell was suddenly the most famous soldier in America. Pretty good, he thought, for a kid from Milwaukee who had nearly quit Special Forces a year earlier. A handful of men had gotten on wild horses and defeated the Taliban. Mitchell had to laugh. He remembered the day when he couldn't even ride a horse. Epilogue. After the victory in Mazar and the Battle of Kala-i-Jangi, combat operations in northern Afghanistan began to wind down. The Taliban were beaten, and the Northern Alliance was in control. Conventional U.S. Army and Marine forces soon arrived in large numbers and began the long-term effort to secure the country and hunt down Osama bin Laden and al-Qaeda. The epic success of the horse soldiers, as they were dubbed, was stunning by both historical and contemporary standards. The campaign is, in fact, a template for the way the present war and future ones should be fought. Instead of large-scale occupations, we should rely on small units of special forces who have proved it's infinitely more effective to work with a country's soldiers and citizens at eye level. The SF soldiers believe that we must now resolve the root problems plaguing Afghanistan. They are uniquely trained and equipped to do just that. At the time of the capture of Mazar-i-Sharif, there were fewer than 50 U.S. military personnel like Nelson and Dean on the ground. They accomplished in 2 months what Pentagon planners had said would take 2 years. In all, about 350 Special Forces soldiers, 100 CIA officers, and 15,000 Afghan troops succeeded, where the British in the 19th century and the Soviets in the 1980s had failed. Between October 19, 2001, when Captain Mitch Nelson's team landed in Afghanistan, and the early months of 2002, when Nelson and other Special Forces teams left the country for good, the United States would eventually spend a mere $70 million to defeat an army of 50,000 to 60,000 Taliban fighters. The story of the horse soldiers was not unlike a Western, featuring high-tech lasers rather than six-shooters, fought on horseback. It's as if the Jetsons had met the Flintstones, Special Forces soldier Ben Milo said to me. The political victory proved just as overwhelming as the military one. To this day, al-Qaeda still considers the campaign their largest, most destructive defeat, Dean explained. American military planners and Afghan leaders like General Dostum and General Atta had taken great pains to make sure that the war remained the Afghans' war, and not one of American occupation. Local Afghans hailed Nelson and Dean as liberators. In 2001, as hostilities began, the Taliban had little base of support among local people, and when their leadership began to collapse, they had nowhere to retreat. They couldn't blend into the countryside and fight an insurgency from there. By entering Afghanistan with a small force, and by aligning themselves with groups that once had been battling each other and pointing them in one direction at the Taliban, U.S. forces found robust support among Afghans. They proved the usefulness of understanding and heeding the wants and needs of an enemy and the local population that may support it. Awareness is the soldier's #1 tool in his kit, beside his M4 rifle. To win wars against enemies like the Taliban, which are often stateless in their affiliation, you adapt. You eat what they eat, sleep where they sleep, and think like they think. The information and insight gained from this was the essence of the Special Forces soldiers' training and experience. As the Chinese general Sun Tzu wrote in the 6th century BC, to win 100 victories in 100 battles is not the acme of skill. To subdue the enemy without fighting is the acme of skill. Sergeant Sam Diller, part of Nelson's team, carried this aphorism in a notebook, and he read it often while atop his mountain lookout. The success of the mission was about as perfect an execution of guerrilla force as could be studied, reflected the commander of U.S. Special Forces at Fort Bragg, Major General Jeffrey Lambert. Unfortunately, said Lambert, it may never be repeated. His words would prove prescient. On December 10, 2001, Nelson and his men had to suddenly leave their safe house in Mazar and Afghanistan. They would not return as soldiers riding at Dostum's side. For all intents, their time in Afghanistan was done. The order was as shocking as it was abrupt. Leave? Without saying goodbye to anyone? To Dostum? It was unthinkable. Dostum, when he heard the news, was hurt and angry. But Nelson and his team had no choice. They'd been summoned to fly to K2 and meet with Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld, who, riding a tide of popularity in the United States, wanted firsthand to hear their tales of war. They had just a few hours to pack. They needed a hot shower, clean clothes, and haircuts, but there wasn't time. That was okay, the order said. Come as you are. The SecDef wanted to meet the men who captured Afghanistan. Ben Milo had picked up a bayonet at Kala Ijangi as a souvenir. He polished off the dirt and decided he would give it to Rumsfeld. Cal Spencer wanted anybody but the easily excitable Milo to present the gift to the SecDef. Milo was the soldier who, after he had almost been overrun in a firefight with the Taliban, jumped up in his foxhole and gave the enemy fighters the finger. Just make sure you watch what you say to him, said Spencer. Can you tell a story without swearing? I could try, said Milo. Well, just try, said Spencer. They landed at K2 and set foot back on the ground that they had tried so hard to leave 6 weeks earlier, worried that they'd never see combat. In their absence, a veritable tent city had sprung up. Thousands of soldiers and aircraft and vehicles buzzed along paved and graveled streets with names like Broadway, Main, and Lexington, all marked with road signs. The men in camp who recognized them watched warily as they passed, as if Milo and the rest had stepped from the pages of a fantastic spectacle. They entered a large tent near Colonel Mulholland's headquarters. Donald Rumsfeld was sitting inside at a table, waiting. Milo gave him the bayonet, shook hands, and found himself tongue-tied. This was the Secretary of Defense of the United States of America. Ben awkwardly stepped back into the line of men. Rumsfeld broke up the formality of the moment. A lot of people say you're heroes, he said. The guys shook their heads. You were doing your job, said Rumsfeld. They agreed that they were. Rumsfeld explained that many people in the United States were surprised that such a small number of men were able to accomplish so much so quickly. The men said it had been the Afghans' victory, and that they had simply helped. And they meant this. They weren't being coy. The meeting ended as quickly as it had begun, after about half an hour. On December 20, 2001, Nelson and 5 members of his team briefly returned from K2 to Mazar for a difficult, tearful farewell ceremony with Dostum. The general, along with many of his commanders and troops, had wanted the men to stay as they tried rebuilding the country. By the middle of January 2002, practically all of the horse soldiers were headed home. Upon their return, reporters clamored for the story of these men on horseback, galloping under fire through an Afghan sunset. But after a brief period of notoriety on television and in newspapers, they fell silent, true to their motto as the quiet professionals. They didn't give interviews. They didn't write books. Among the many things the team didn't discuss was John Walker Lind. Though they had been shocked by the discovery of the young man in the fort during the battle. When Sam Diller had heard that an American had been found among the prisoners, he was incredulous. An American what? American Taliban. Diller told his fellow teammates to stay away from the man. Do you all want to go to court? Diller understood full well the implications of discovering an American citizen in the middle of a bloody, defiant crowd of Taliban and al-Qaeda prisoners. Diller figured that Lind would be heading to court, and so would any U.S. soldier who had contact with him. Nelson told Lind in his makeshift jail cell on the second floor of the Turkish schoolhouse, "You're safe here, but if you jump out of this window, you're probably going to break your leg." The message was, stay put. "What's going to happen to me?" Lind kept asking. "Man, I don't know. That ain't for me to decide." On December 7, 2001, a week after walking out of the Kala-i-Jangi basement, Lind was transferred to Camp Rhino, a U.S. Marine base in Kandahar. He was blindfolded, stripped naked, and strapped on a cot that was placed inside a metal trailer. At night, the desert temperatures plummeted. Loud music was played outside the dark, nearly airless container. Periodically, someone would bang on the metal walls and yell insults. Lind had announced that he wanted to speak with a lawyer. His FBI interrogators told him that he was certainly entitled to a lawyer, but, as you can see, there are none here in Afghanistan. Frank Lind had in fact hired a San Francisco attorney, James Brosnahan, to represent his son. Brosnahan contacted the FBI to say that the family had retained him. But this information wasn't communicated to John in Afghanistan. On January 15, 2002, Attorney General John Ashcroft, in a nationally televised press conference, announced that John Walker Lind was being charged with aiding and abetting the Taliban in Afghanistan. The charge carried the possibility of life in prison. A week later, Lind returned to the States, setting foot on American soil for the first time in 7 months, this time in handcuffs. On February 3, he entered the federal courthouse in Alexandria, Virginia, where he pleaded not guilty to the 10-count indictment against him. Afterward, Shannon Spann told CNN correspondent Deborah Fayerick that she would prefer the death penalty for Lind if he were to be convicted. She had sat in the courtroom thinking about her husband. "Mike's life is all about taking responsibility. I wanted to come today to see if John Walker Lind will take responsibility for what he has done," she told Fayerick. When the pleading was over, Spann's parents and Shannon left the courtroom and walked to the elevator. Frank Lind was also leaving the courtroom at the same time. Suddenly, Lind spotted the Spanns and walked quickly toward them. Standing before Johnny Spann, Frank Lind held out his hand in greeting. Spann stood with his hands in his pockets, unmoved. "I'm sorry about your son," said Frank Lind finally. "My son had nothing to do with it. I'm sure you understand." Johnny Spann turned and walked away. He later remarked of the meeting with Lind, I should have taken out some of my revenge on him. Johnny Spann blamed Lind for Mike's death. Of course, Lind had not actually been the person who fired the shots that killed Mike Spann. But he had aided the enemy, and for the Spann family, he was the face of that enemy. Perhaps easy to hate, but not to understand. On July 15, 2002, shortly before his trial was to begin, Lind's lawyers and prosecutors agreed to a plea arrangement. Lind would plead guilty to contributing services to the Taliban and carrying explosives in commission of a felony. Government prosecutors, on the other hand, would not have to drag into court disclosures about classified operations and CIA officers in Afghanistan. As far as the government was concerned, this was a good deal. For Lind's lawyers, it was the best outcome they felt their client might get, given prevailing attitudes about Lind. He had become known as a traitor to his country, an American Taliban. The deal also meant that the charges against Lind that he had conspired to kill Spann and provided material support to the Taliban were dropped. Lind would not be held accountable for the death of Mike Spann. Johnny Spann was in Winfield, Alabama, at the drive-through lane of a fast food restaurant, when his cell phone rang with the news of Lind's plea. He had to pull over and collect himself. He was upset that Lind's role in his son's death would never be investigated. He didn't understand why Lind hadn't asked Mike for help. He felt that Mike would have done anything to help Lind escape from the prison. More than ever, he held Lind responsible for his son's death. Spann also felt that justice for his son's death had been sacrificed in order to prevent U.S. soldiers and CIA officers from testifying in court. Lind's plea bargain meant that the trial was over. He later told a television reporter, "We never thought he would get less than a life sentence." On October 4, 2004, Lind was sentenced to 20 years in prison. After the sentencing, Frank Lind told reporters, "John has no bitterness. He has never expressed the slightest bitterness about any of the treatment that he suffered. Never once did John ever say anything against the United States. Never once, not one word. John loves America, and we love America." Today, Lind is serving his sentence in a federal prison in Indiana. He will be released in 2022, when he is 41 years old. Since 2004, his father has petitioned the U.S. government to commute his son's sentence. His requests thus far have been denied. As for Shannon Spann, on the cold gray morning of December 10, 2001, 2 weeks after he'd been killed at Kala Ijangi, she buried Mike at Arlington National Cemetery, in an area where Ira Hayes, one of the 2 Iwo Jima flag raisers, had also been laid to rest. Mike would have been happy with the serendipitous choice of this resting place. When he lived nearby in Manassas Park, he had enjoyed walking through the cemetery and studying the headstones. Even as a boy, during family trips to Washington, D.C., he liked to walk among the headstones. This bored a sister who told him, "Mike, let's go. They're all the same." "No, Tanya, they're not," he had said. "There are stories behind them." At a memorial service in Alabama, several days earlier, one of Mike's daughters had written him a letter that read, "Dear Daddy, I miss you dearly. Thank you, Daddy, for making the world a better place." The letter was placed in his casket. The church was packed with 500 of Mike's neighbors, his Sunday school teacher, former football teammates, a former Marine buddy. American flags flew at half-mast around town, and Christmas lights had been hung up to read, "God Bless America." Now, at Arlington, the crowd of 200 people, including George Tenet, listened as Shannon addressed the group with a eulogy about Mike. At one point, she spoke to Mike directly. "Darling, if you were here today, I would tell you that I love you with every part of who I am, and I would thank you for giving me the greatest honor of my whole life, and that was to be called your wife." She would later write of the emptiness that Mike's death had left in her life. "There are times when I just lie on the floor and say, 'God, why did this have to be part of your plan? I miss my husband so much.'" After the service, she approached the casket, kissed her hand, and then placed her palm on top. "Farewell, my love," she said, barely above a whisper. Captain Mitch Nelson came home to a hero's welcome in his home state of Kansas at the state legislature in Topeka. Standing next to his wife and their new baby daughter, who had been born while Nelson was riding out of the Darya Suf Valley during the first horse charges, Nelson listened as a resolution was read acknowledging that he had been instrumental in the liberation of over 50 towns and cities, for the destruction of hundreds of Taliban vehicles, bunkers, and heavy equipment, and the surrender, capture, or destruction of thousands of the Taliban and Al-Qaeda. "It was an extremely challenging situation," said Nelson, typically understated. "You never quite knew how things were going to turn out." "I'm not a hero," he added. "The men of my detachment are the heroes." He explained that General Dostum had called him "my brother." Nelson had been honored by this statement. Dostum, too, had complimented Nelson on his skill as a warrior. "I asked for a few Americans," said Dostum. "They brought with them the courage of a whole army." Chief Petty Officer Stephen Bass also received recognition. He was awarded the Navy Cross Award for extraordinary heroism during his mission to locate Mike Spann and Dave Olson. Cal Spencer's wife, Marcia, had decorated their team room with red, white, and blue balloons and streamers. Propped up on a desk was a large white dry erase board on which one of the wives had written, "Welcome home." Spencer and some of his teammates had walked in, dead tired from the 3-day flight, but smiling. Spencer appreciated Marcia's effort, but all he really wanted was to go home and have a beer. He dropped his bag on the dingy linoleum floor and took the scene in. The ceiling tiles were still sagging, and they were still water-stained from the leaky roof overhead. It was good to see things hadn't changed. The fluorescent-lit hallways still had the same damp, chalky smell. In the absence of a bona fide public homecoming celebration, like the kind the guys in the regular army got, the wives had wanted to make this moment special. They had set out cookies and Sunny D, a non-alcoholic fruit drink. Officially, beer wasn't allowed in the team rooms. "Honey," said Spencer, "let's go home." On the way back, he and Marcia held hands. She was driving. It had been so long since he'd driven on a civilian street in a country not at war that he felt it was better Marcia take the wheel. He didn't trust himself. Any loud noise, such as the sudden slamming of a door, made him jump. Once they got home, one of the first things they did was to have a huge fight, which seemed to clear the air. After that, they got along just fine. Ben Milo came home in the middle of the night on January 15, 2002. It had been a long wait for all of the wives at Fort Campbell. First, they would be told by the command that the guys would be coming home on a particular day. Then that day's return was inexplicably canceled. Many of the wives had spent the night waiting in the team room, drinking coffee and eating the cake they'd set out for the men. Carla finally gave up trying to anticipate Milo's arrival, but she still went through the normal rituals that all of the wives performed before a homecoming. She made lists of tasks. Monday, I'm going clothes shopping. Tuesday, I'm going to Sam's Club to get food. Wednesday, clean the house. Thursday, I'm going to mow the grass. Carla ended the week by giving the 3 kids baths, combing their hair, cutting their nails. Everything had to look perfect. We were okay in your absence. It is okay that you were gone. We love you. After several weeks of false alarms, she was sleeping when the phone rang and jarred her awake at 5 a.m. I'm home. It was Ben. She breathed a sigh. It was all she could manage. Could you come pick me up in the parking lot? He asked. She threw on some clothes and ran into the kids' room. Dad's home, and I'm going to go get him. She asked their eldest son to watch the smaller ones, and drove like mad to the church parking lot a mile away. She expected to find him surrounded by a crowd of people, and that they would run toward each other and hug, like in the movies. Carla pulled into the lot, and Milo was standing under a streetlight, with his duffel bag at his feet. He was alone. He looked tired. He looked up when she pulled in. He gave her a smile as she got out, and they hugged, and he kissed her. And then he said quietly, "Let's go home." They got back in the car and drove in silence. There was so much to say, and so few ways to say these things. How do you catch up on 4 months of anything, let alone 4 months of being at war? It will take time, Carla thought. She looked over at him, and she could see that he had aged. She could tell Ben had learned something, but hadn't liked the experience of learning it. The couple had just gotten into bed when the kids came running in and started jumping up and down. Dad's home. He's home. The 2 youngest children didn't know who Milo was. They had been just 1 and 2 years old when he left. Milo bent down and picked them up and gave them a kiss. He knew he'd have to reintroduce himself, and that too would take time. Over the next few weeks, Carla wondered when she and Ben would start fighting over the little things needed to run a household. The other wives had told stories about their husbands who had come home from deployments and insisted on taking charge of the household, as if their wives had been waiting to be told what to do. With Ben, Carla felt none of that belligerence. He pretty much split the parenting 50-50. He asked Carla for advice when it came to handling a discipline problem with one of the kids. He wanted to know how she'd handled things in the past. He seemed to think first, and then open his mouth. At the end of January, they celebrated their 15th wedding anniversary. They went to visit Milo's parents in Chicago, and his mom and dad watched the kids, and they took a hotel in the city and went out on the town. She would catch Ben thinking, and wonder what it was that made his face so troubled. Over time, he told her. The killing. Had it been right? Carla guessed he had shot his weapon before, but that this was the first time he had killed someone. Carla didn't feel they were a strictly religious family, but she saw her husband struggle with the fact that he had killed someone. He talked about being in the trench with Essex and Winehouse, and being overrun, and shooting at people. He talked with his sister a lot about these feelings. Carla figured it was easier this way for him to unburden himself. He told his sister that he had killed people, and he didn't know how many. He wanted to know if God would forgive him. He knew that he had belonged in Afghanistan, and that the Taliban soldiers would have killed him if he hadn't shot them first. But still the killing troubled him. He figured it was something that he would carry with him for the rest of his life. As for Major Mark Mitchell, his wife threw a Christmas party when he returned home to Tennessee. Also invited were the guys who'd been blown up at the fort, many of whom Mitchell hadn't seen since last glimpsing them through his binoculars moments after they'd come tumbling back to earth, bleeding and dusty. Mitchell, like all of them, felt lucky to be alive. He reflected on how exactly he had survived. His Special Forces training had taught him to ignore pain and mental exhaustion, but it had taught him something more important and complex: to think first and shoot last. He was able to set aside his ideas about how he thought Afghans, Pakistanis, and Saudis might act in a given situation, and he listened instead to what they were saying or doing in response to a question or turn of events. He had been trained to see the world through other people's eyes. He knew that if he asked an Afghan man to do something for him, and if the man answered, "Inshallah," God willing, what the man really meant was, "I don't want to do this for you." This was an important insight to have if what you had just asked was whether or not the man could provide soldiers for a next day's battle. Such an insight required Mitchell to ask new questions of himself, such as, what can I do for him so that he will do something for me? His weapon would stay in its holster. Coercion rarely worked in attempting to gain the cooperation of a population already terrified at the hands of an oppressor like the Taliban. Shortly after the battle, Mitchell called his wife in Tennessee. "Did you see what happened?" he asked. "I was the ground commander during that fighting." Maggie could tell he was overwhelmed. He kept trying to explain to her the enormity of the battle. He sounded frustrated and tired. Months later, even as he prepared to receive his Distinguished Service Cross at the ceremony at Central Command, he still hadn't grasped the battle's impact. One of his uncles, a World War II veteran, explained to Mitchell that the ceremony would bring back memories of the fighting, and that not all of them would be welcome. And he was right. What had happened during those days suddenly seemed as vivid and real as ever, and Mitchell started reliving it. He smelled the dead bodies again, heard the roar of the bombs. It was not pleasant, and he tried to put a lid on it. As he stood on the stage, he looked up, sought out Maggie in the audience, and smiled. She beamed. He felt he'd come home, finally. Soon, however, he had to leave again. In February 2003, along with most of the soldiers of 5th Special Forces Group, a number of whom had fought in Afghanistan, Mitchell deployed to Iraq. Some of the men in the Special Forces were not fans of this war from its beginnings, but as true and loyal soldiers, they fought there. And they died. Bill Bennett, the jovial, good-natured medic, who had ridden with Sam Diller and yodeled country and western songs from the saddle, was shot and killed in a firefight in Ramadi on September 12, 2003. 10 months later, Captain Paul Severson, who had been blown up in the errant bombing in Kala-i-Jangi, was hit by an enemy mortar that came flying into his base camp in Balad. Severson had been walking along and talking to a friend as they made their way to the camp's mess hall. And Brett Walden, whom the Afghan women had found handsome and who had been embarrassed by their flirtations, was killed in Rubia on August 5, 2008, while carrying out a convoy mission. Before deploying to Iraq, Sergeant Kevin Moorhead, a medic who had been attached to John Bolduc's team — Bolduc had been the 5th Group soldier tasked to K2 to survey its building — paused to reflect on the injuries 2 close friends had survived in Afghanistan. "I would never in my wildest dreams have said, Mike, a teammate, you're going to get your right arm blown off. And Corey, you're going to get shot in the gut. At that time, I was visiting with Moorhead in his team room at Fort Campbell. Strewn around us were radios, weapons, and Iraqi tank manuals, which men like Moorhead were studying before they headed into Baghdad. To me, said Moorhead, that's the amazing part of the story. You're sitting here talking to me, and maybe you'll look back and say, I knew that guy once. That's the guy that got killed on infill, going into some other place. Moorhead was killed in the same firefight alongside Bill Bennett. When I had asked Moorhead how this premonition that he might be killed affected his daily life, he said, I'll tell you honestly, it doesn't. Because I believe in God, and I believe in America. As many of the same men who had ridden horses against the Taliban in Afghanistan were deployed to Iraq, the worst fears of the Afghans who had fought with them against the Taliban were confirmed. Nadir Sinhab, whose house had been blown up by the Taliban during the fighting at Kala-i-Jangi, told me, We were very happy, sir, after the Americans came to Afghanistan. Very happy. The Taliban was a bad regime, and now we want to have security. We want to rebuild our country once again, sir. He wondered if the Americans would stay and help with this enormous task. Commander Ahmed Lal, the sub-commander who'd fought alongside Nelson, later echoed his same concern to a U.S. government official. We are men, Lal had said. If we give our hand to someone, we will be with him until the last drops of our blood. Lal, who had sacrificed much while fighting the Taliban. He had not seen his family, who were living in exile in Iran, in over 5 years, felt a bond with his American counterparts, one that he did not want to see broken. In May 2003, when Ambassador Paul Bremer, the Director of Reconstruction and Humanitarian Assistance in Iraq, fired the Iraq National Army by disbanding it, I received a phone call from a soldier who'd fought in Afghanistan alongside General Dostum. We just lost Iraq, said the officer, referring to Bremer's decision. This was well before pundits or reporters had been making similar assessments about America's fight in that country. I asked what he meant. Ambassador Bremer has sent 500,000 young men home with their weapons after we've bombed their country. They're angry. In the end, they won't be on our side. The Special Forces officer was correct. Instead of assimilating and working with this former enemy army, the Americans had driven it underground, where it mutated into a potent insurgency. That this officer had anticipated this outcome was not surprising. During the course of my research, it became clear that solutions to problems such as these likely would be found in the ethos of the Special Forces community. Just as a painter would not study light without studying shadow, or as a composer would not consider one tempo without its counterpoint, we would do worse than to study war fighting as practiced by these men in order to study and create peace. Wars, as the earlier military thinker Karl von Clausewitz pointed out, are not fought to kill people. They are fought to effect political change. They are violent, expensive, and represent one of the universe's great rifts in the social contract. To study peace, then, is de facto to study war. Any political or social movement of any stripe that does not grasp the degree to which these opposites are actually twins is fruitless. In this way, the story recounted here is also a flag raised against the brute visage of fundamentalism in all its forms, here and abroad. The book is, I hope, an account of religious and cultural hubris and misanthropy. What struck me during my research was learning the degree to which violence had often been a third or fourth choice in resolving conflict. Indeed, some men in this book never fired their weapon, even when doing so would have put an end to a problem. Instead, the crisis of a particular moment was fixed by crouching in the dirt with a stick, opposite the opponent, and scratching out a solution. This method, though time-intensive, can be far more effective and lasting than kicking down doors, guns blazing, a more usual, albeit often incorrect, perception of a modern soldier's modus operandi. In short, the story recounted here seems to exist in another time, before news cycles filled with stories about abuses and sometimes confused military thinking. Because the horse soldiers were so under-equipped when they deployed, and because, in fact, the United States was not prepared at all to fight a war in Afghanistan. These warriors landed in Afghanistan and comported themselves with the nuanced awareness of anthropologists, diplomats, and social workers. They had realized that their deployment was historic. Indeed, Special Forces and America had never fought a war in just this way. These soldiers were loath to offend any customs of local people or to appear as hegemonic imperialists. This demeanor is drilled into them during their grueling training. As Major Dean Nosarad recently told me, it's precisely this ethos that accounted for their success. In Iraq, America would be perceived by the local population to be the invader, the heavy-handed imperialist. In Afghanistan, the Taliban, especially the foreign Taliban soldiers, bore this unlucky distinction. But as more men and money and lives were lost in Iraq, the Taliban regrouped in Afghanistan, feeding on the growing discontent of villagers who did not see the promise of a post-U.S. victory bringing a new, prosperous future. Millions of dollars of aid poured into the country, yet the funds remained bottled up in Kabul, a city now teeming with non-government workers and diplomats, afraid of Taliban attack in the countryside. This is unfortunate, because the rural and remote regions are often where the goods and services are needed most. Car bombings, kidnappings, ambushes, all tools from the war in Iraq, are now endemic in Afghanistan. In light of these developments, U.S. officials have gone so far as to announce a new willingness to deal with moderate elements of the Taliban organization, an enlightened move that men like Dean would approve of. We weakened their leadership, he told me, by asking them to defect and join us. They started fighting each other. Their organization collapsed from the inside as well. In the parlance of guerrilla war, we will have to get down in the weeds and also work a diplomatic magic from there. The reality of working with and uniting disparate factions can be fraught with traps, such as when, after the Battle of Kala-i-Jangi, Dostum's men were accused of sequestering hundreds of Taliban soldiers in truck containers and suffocating them, a time-worn method of murder also practiced by the Taliban. At present, in early 2009, the Taliban once again control large portions of Afghanistan, and to subdue them, the U.S. government has promised to commit greater forces in the entire country. At the same time, Pakistan is becoming less politically stable, a development that affects both Afghanistan and America's ability to defeat the Taliban. The clock is ticking. Afghanistan President Hamid Karzai, the saying goes, is really just the mayor of Kabul. On February 11, 2009, however, even that seemed in doubt. Suicide bombers, reportedly supported by Pakistani fundamentalists, shocked Kabul's 4 million residents by attacking the Ministry of Education, Directorate of Prisons, and the Ministry of Justice, killing, according to the New York Times, at least 20 people and wounding 57. These attacks took place just several hundred yards from Karzai's presidential palace. People would later ask Sergeant Pat Essex, "Did we do the right thing by fighting in Afghanistan? Do you think we made a difference?" Essex felt he could reply, "You won't be able to say today or tomorrow if it was the right thing. You're going to have to go back to Afghanistan in 10 or 15 years from now and say, was this right?" He believed that it was.
The end. You've been listening to Horse Soldiers, the extraordinary story of a band of U.S. soldiers who rode to victory in Afghanistan, by Doug Stanton, narrated by Jack Garrett. Thank you for being a Recorded Books reader.